Good afternoon. Court of Law Nerds is now in session. It is the afternoon of day 19 of the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial. This morning was all video depositions, but some interesting moments. We heard former attorney for Johnny Depp, Adam Waldman, sorry, it's been a long morning, talking about whether or not Amber Heard committed perjury and that there was an investigation into, or he asked for there to be an investigation into not just Amber Heard, but also her friend Rocky Pennington for perjury. That was all of us just kind of went, whoop, you said perjury. You said perjury. That's fascinating. And it was quite a moment. So court has not started yet. We will be back in court in just a minute. I appreciate you for being here. Thank you for being a law nerd. We should just roll into it. And then until court starts, we're going to be furiously answering questions. And we've got a live witness on the stand this afternoon. First up, hey there. If we haven't met yet, I'm Emily D. Baker, the badass lawyer and everyone's favorite legal commentator. I'm the host of The Emily Show, and I break down the legal shit behind the news and pop culture stories we all want to talk about. I have been a licensed attorney for over 15 years, but this is not legal advice. I should warn you, I'm a big fan of the cursey words. This channel is where the law nerds unite to talk about facts, not fuckery. Hello. I love the intro. Why do we play it every time? Just to remind everybody that we're law nerds and what we're here for. We're here to have a conversation about this case. And I always try to keep an open mind. Sometimes it's hard. Some days it's harder, but that's what we're here for. So, question, if one had proof of Amber's cutting pre-Depp, how could they get it to Johnny's team? Could they still use it? It's way too late for that, Tina. This case is done and dusted, but we saw that Dr. Hughes talked about Amber Heard having some history with regard to self-harm. So that is something that's already there. And again, we've seen interesting, we've just seen talk about that with Ben King and others, that those are very long, thin, consistent, and they were not perhaps consistent with Glass. We've got all the attorneys back up at the bench. Movie Uma Thurman is Emily D. Baker. Jason Sudeikis is Dr. B. I love all of that. I'm happy to just be me. If it's just me, I can just be me. Let me just be me. Let me be me. Question, Waldman admitted that he filed a perjury claim at the LAPD for Smith in the UK that was later proved false and released to the public. Is that bad for Johnny? We haven't seen in court that was proved false. They asked him questions about who you filed it with, but he went to the desk and gave them the info. Whether they took the info and made it official police report was not clear. He said he went to them and tried to tell them that. So I would need to go back and rewatch that testimony. Any chance you can invite James, jury book boss, on? Yes, I can send James a link for the afternoon stream. I think we're connected on Twitter, but I don't want to ever pressure anyone to come on. This can be a lot of people. The voice is struggling this afternoon. Apologies. So appreciate everything you do. Thank you, Mel. Take this share with the kids for them sharing with you and not for being mad mom that had to postpone the vacation. They've actually been really cool with us postponing family vacation. So they've been really sweet about it, but thank you for the support. It wouldn't make sense for Johnny to beat on someone whose job is public appearances. I mean, I think they can argue that to the jury. It looks like not all of the audience is back from lunch yet, but there should be some excitement about a live witness. And of course, we've got Dennison here, who is the one who's been doing the experts. They seem frustrated. This body posture is like, Your Honor, what are we doing? Can the lawyers change up their planned tactic as trial progresses? Yes, and they should if things have changed. Shout out to my boss, Kate, for being just as obsessed. Well, Jesse and Kate, I'm glad you are. If they need to, they can change up the order of witnesses. They can drop a witness. There's a lot that they can do depending on how trial is going. Ashley said, I'm here for this. Thank you for your devotion and time away from your family. They've been very, very sweet. And that's why I try, when I wrap up at night, that's really what I try to do, is go spend time with the kiddos. Do you like Legend of Zelda? Yes. If so, what's your favorite game right now? Breath of the Wild. Been watching your coverage for the last week. Breath of the Wild is I love old school, like Nintendo classic Zelda, but Breath of the Wild is just such a beautiful game. My Nintendo Switch sits here calling for me each day. And it's like, Emily, your island is covered in weeds. What are you doing? And I'm like, streaming I'm in trial. I'm in trial. The villagers are going to have to wait on my Animal Crossing island for me. Amber talked about a concussion on with her nurse. RNs are trained to spot and required to report and document suspected abuse. Reason Amber gave for said concussion coupled with the filed license complaint. I have questions. It did come up. About, aren't you a mandated reporter? Here we go. There's audio back in the courtroom. The closed captioning gave it away. Oh, did you see security running in with whatever Johnny Depp is drinking? I think that's one of his security guys. So yes, it came up in questioning like, hey, nobody reported suspected DV. It came up with a couple of the nurses. And I also don't understand a concussion check over the phone. It's weird. Because her testimony about her hitting her head on that instant was like she hit the back of her head on a low brick wall. I would imagine that the concussion check wouldn't be over by the phone, but that's just what I would think. Hey, from students at Students Castle in the UK. Hello, Shiny and the students at the Student Castle in the UK. Keep us entertained while studying. All well, right. Shout out to you.
Your next
Happy
witness.
Studies. Next witness. Who's it going to be?
Call Ron Schnell.
Okay. Schnell.
Schnell.
Thank you, sir.
Chanel. Sort of. SCH. Let's see. Is it? Did he say Ryan? Is that a bottle of wine? Wait a second. Why does he have a bottle of wine? Oh. Is it fizzy water? Is it aquapara? It's water. It just looks like a wine bottle.
Please introduce
yourself. What water
to
is
the
it?
jury.
I'm Ron Schnell.
Ron?
And what is your current job title, Mr. Schnell?
I'm a director at Berkeley Research Group.
And could you briefly describe
the
your
digital
educational
stuff.
background since high school?
I have a master's degree in computer science.
This is the social media
Do you have
expert
an
about a
undergraduate degree?
smear campaign. I'm very
I do
interested
not.
in this.
And can you explain to the jury why not?
When I was a kid, there was a lot of publicity about me because I was a professor at NYU. When I was 14,
What?
NYU
Wait,
actually
what?
offered me to go into their freshman class when I was 14, but I
Okay,
decided
Dookie.
that I wanted to experience the
Life?
social aspect of high school. So I turned them down, but by the time I got to college, they skipped me from undergraduate to graduate.
Okay, Dookie.
So when did you receive your master's degree from Syracuse University?
It wasn't until 2008, actually.
And why wasn't it until 2008?
So because of my previous background while I was at Syracuse, including I did work at MIT in the artificial intelligence lab for the two founders of artificial intelligence, Patrick Winston and Marvin Minsky. I was immediately lured to industry even while I was in graduate school, and eventually they offer you enough money where you have to take them up on it.
So
lured by the cat.
what?
Fair.
So when you were lured away from Syracuse University, what did you do?
I worked at Bell Labs on something called the Unix operating system.
I'm fascinated.
Unix is an operating system, which is the core of the computer, what makes everything work. Microsoft Windows is an operating system. Mac OS is an operating system. You may have heard of Linux, which is
we covered
Unix
the
was
Josh Duggar
predecessor
case. We heard a lot
to
about
Linux. So I
Linux
worked
up on
the
this channel.
kernel of the Unix operating system at Bell Labs.
I'm very
And when
interested
was that
in how this
approximately?
goes.
1986.
And how long did you work at Bell Labs?
I'm very,
A couple
very
years.
hopeful.
And what did you
with
do
this
after
guy.
Bell Labs?
After that, I was lured away to IBM. So I worked at IBM on their version of the Unix operating system, which was called AIX, also working on the kernel and managing other programmers working on the kernel.
I know, Becky,
And can you
I'm
just
fucking
briefly explain
riveted.
what the kernel is?
Right, the kernel is the center of the operating system, so it actually controls the piece of software that controls the whole computer. So
Not-
it gets down to the bit level where it's actually really everything that goes on in the computer has to go through the kernel.
Not the man that makes the chicken then.
And
That's
what did
where
you
my
do
mind
after
went.
IBM?
After IBM, I founded a startup company.
What was the name of that startup company?
It was called Secure Online Systems.
And what did Secure Online Systems do?
It was a company that wrote software for mainframe computers running the various versions of the Unix operating system.
And were there any other investors in Secure Online Systems, Inc.?
Yeah.
I don't know that.
My business partner in that was Sylvester Stallone.
Google might tell us.
And what eventually happened to Secure Online Systems?
Wait, did he say
Well, it was,
Sylvester Stallone?
It was,
Damn it.
as I said, a software product that ran on mainframe computers running Unix. And we actually completed the product and it ran very well, but mainframes running Unix kind of ceased to exist back then. So
Were you an advisor on war games?
So what did you do after the company shut down?
Then I went to work at Sun Microsystems, working on their version of Unix, which is called Solaris, also working on the kernel.
And approximately how long were you there?
I didn't have Unix on my bingo card either.
Approximately 5 years.
I love this dude.
And did you also work for Drivers Aces, Inc.?
Right. Coincident with that, I also founded another startup called Driver Aces, and we wrote what are called device drivers to run on the Unix operating systems. A device driver actually teaches the computer how to talk to hardware devices.
We know what
So it also
drivers are, but
runs
thank you.
Within the kernel.
I didn't think
Have
I'd
you
be
founded
happy
any
for
other
Rottenborn.
startups?
Yes.
I'm so fucking
What was
glad
the other startup?
that this is
one of the other
Rottenborn.
startups?
So
I've never
the
been
last
so
startup
happy.
I founded was called mailcall.com, MAIL. And that was a startup that allowed you to read and manage your email on your cellular phone before there were smartphones.
What?
So a computerized voice would read you your email and you could speak a reply into the phone or send it to a fax machine, basically let you manage your email on the road.
Did it sound like Jarvis?
And what happened to mailcall.com?
I sold that to a public company in 2000.
Who, Google?
And what'd you do after that?
After that, I ended up working at Equifax, one of the 3 credit bureaus in the United States, running software development for their
I can't calm
Internet
down my
marketing
inner
division.
nerd. I'm very excited. It might be Baby Rottenborn. It's fair. I haven't seen it yet.
And how long were you in that position?
It could
until
be. It could be
2005.
And what happened in 2005?
In 2005, I was asked to run what's called a monitorship.
I'm a nerd.
For the DC District
I love being a
Court. For 2 cases, U.S. versus Microsoft
Bet he
and
could.
New
I
York
bet he
et al.
won't though.
Versus Microsoft, the 2 largest antitrust cases in U.S. history.
Dude.
So I was responsible for running that organization. I hired 93 people over 6.5 years to perform that monitorship.
And
Wow.
what type of work were you doing in that monitorship?
Highly technical work, looking at all of Microsoft's documents and source code and things like that. I can't talk too much about it because of the
It's
protective
classified.
order.
That's right.
But I had special master powers in that matter, in those matters.
Really?
And you said you were in that position for 6.5 years.
Correct.
So that takes us to about 2013.
He might know where the rum
It
went
was 11.
and the
2011,
metadata.
okay. And what did you do? What did you do in 2011?
I think social media.
In 2011, I didn't do much
And a
until
social media hit campaign on
2013
Heard.
when I took the role as a director at Berkeley Research Group.
It might be
And
NATO.
that's your current position, correct?
Correct.
And what are your responsibilities at Berkeley Research Group?
So I do all sorts of things. I
don't
generally
doubt
I
that.
consult. I do software projects and manage software projects and architect them. But I also do things like this where I'm consulting in litigation and sometimes testifying in litigation.
Well, you're a boss. Please don't suck like their
Have you
last
taught any
expert.
courses?
Yes, I'm an adjunct professor at Nova Southeastern University.
And what classes do you teach there?
I teach computer security and the Unix operating system environment. Although since COVID, I haven't been doing that.
And have you published any scholarly articles?
Yes, I have 2 published articles, one related to computer security and another
Could be.
relating to antitrust enforcement using technology.
And what
The
experience do you
metadata
have
guy.
in statistical or forensic analysis of social media?
Yep, that's right.
A bunch of the consulting work I've done involves analyzing data from social media. Most of them have been consulting for litigation. Some of them are consulting for non-litigation.
How many
And is that
bot
work
users are
both
on
in civil
Twitter?
and
Is it
criminal matters?
5% or more?
Yes.
And could you describe the work just a bit more in terms of what you've performed regarding statistical or forensic
Yeah, we're just
analysis
curious
of
at this point.
social media?
I can't talk about the specific cases because I haven't testified on them, and some of them are awaiting indictment, most likely. But in general, it's really the same sort of stuff I've been doing here, analyzing data from the social networks.
And what social media platforms have you
I want a
performed
movie about
forensic
this dude. Can we have a movie about
analysis?
this dude? I want a movie
All of the
about
major
this
ones.
dude.
What are the major ones?
Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, Reddit.
That's interesting.
How much of your
Jordan.
expert work is for plaintiffs versus work for defendants?
Well, I don't consider myself working for either plaintiff or defendant. I take my role as an independent expert extremely seriously. But looking at whose counsel has hired me over the 9 or so years I've been doing this, it's almost exactly equal.
And how many times have you been a consulting expert?
Including litigation and non-litigation, hundreds.
How many times have you been qualified in court, arbitration, or in sworn court testimony to provide expert testimony?
8 times.
Oh.
Have you ever been disqualified as an expert by a court?
No.
Do you believe that your testimony will be helpful in assisting the jury understand the facts of this case?
Oh, that's
I
not
do.
really relevant to
Your Honor, at
establish him
this
as an
time, I
expert.
tender Mr. Schnell as an expert in the fields of statistical and forensic analysis of social media.
I think we're
Any
good.
objection?
Your Honor, can we be heard?
Do you want to
Really?
voir dire?
Yes, I do.
Okay, you can voir dire.
Thanks.
Really? Is it because most of his work is not in forensic analysis?
Sir, my name's Wayne Dennison. Good afternoon.
They're challenging him as an
Uh,
expert.
You made here an analysis of certain
Interesting.
tweets and hashtags, right?
Right.
And you made no
Wow.
effort to connect those tweets and hashtags to the statements being
Okay.
made by Adam Waldman.
I'll
That-
sustain the objection. The voir dire is just for his qualifications as an expert.
It is, Wayne.
Can we be heard, Your Honor?
If you want to come
Thank
forward.
you.
That's fine.
That's so odd. Okay, so what's happening is that this is my face too. Huh. What? Huh. They are challenging him as an expert on his qualifications as to statistical analysis of social media. Clearly, he has an AI background, but they are challenging not this witness as a proper witness, but they are challenging him as a proper expert, which is interesting to me because I can't imagine that he's not a proper expert. But whatever happened up at the bench before this witness took the stand is interesting. I just don't know why they would try to not challenge him as an expert, but the questions started to be questioning his testimony in the case, which is completely inappropriate. You should only be asking about his qualifications. You've testified 8 times. How many times have you testified with regard to social media analysis and statistics? Did you do your work? Can you be an expert? He went outside of the realm of that, which just looks kind of desperate, like you're trying to block this witness, which does not look good.
All right. So, Mr. Dennison, do you have any objection to him moving in as an expert?
Yes,
All right,
sit
then I'll
down.
move him in as an expert in statistical and forensic analysis of social media.
I don't think
Okay.
that was helpful at all.
Yes, sir, your question.
And this
Mr.
is Baby
Schnell, What were
Rottenborn,
you asked to do in this matter?
which is probably not
So I was asked to do several things.
helpful for him. Needlehoff.
Used the official Twitter APIs to bring in data over several different
Yeah,
time
that was
spans.
dumb. I didn't like it at all.
Initially, it was April of 2020 to January of
Yeah, it looks kind of desperate.
2021, and analyzed
I don't
various
like it.
hashtags and things like that.
And what is significant about April 2020?
I understand that April 2020 is related to the alleged defamatory statements by Mr. Waldman.
And
He said alleged. I like this
You-
dude a lot.
you talked about APIs. What does that mean?
API stands for Application Programming Interface. That is a service that's provided by companies like Twitter so that professionals can write programs to query Twitter to ask for various things. In this case, I use 2 of their APIs. One of them is called the Search API, and that allows you to give search terms, and it will return all the tweets containing those search terms through a certain date range. The other one is called Accounts API, and I use that, again, through a certain date range to return any tweet that contained that hashtag.
And you just,
And I should add that it may not be obvious why you need to do this, but if you just do a search
Please make
on
it obvious to
Twitter
us.
itself, it's not going to return everything. It's going to return a subset of what is out there. But using these APIs, which you pay a lot of money for, they sort of guarantee that you'll almost guarantee that you'll get everything.
and you mentioned hashtags. I know a lot of people know what those are, but for those who don't, what's a hashtag?
Well, hashtags are a function of Twitter. They're really just part of the text of a tweet or a profile, and it's convenient to put things in hashtags so that when somebody searches, they can search for a particular hashtag and it'll come up.
And did you choose particular hashtags to search for?
I did.
And how did you choose which hashtags to use?
Well, initially I was looking at tweets that would be negative towards Ms. Heard. So I
This is
looked
going to damages
through,
on the counterclaim.
tweets that were negative
imagine.
towards Ms. Heard, and I found that.
But now I want a movie about his life and
supermajority
career.
of them were using one of 4 different hashtags.
Super majority.
And so overall, what did your analysis find regarding negative hashtags about Ms. Heard from
Over
April
under, does
2020
that umbrella
to
guy
the
come
end
up
of
again in his
January
testimony? Just
2021?
I need to
There
know.
were
Oh, we should do a
over
poll. We're gonna do a poll.
1,243,000 and change uses of those hashtags during that time frame you just mentioned.
And did you perform an analysis of the negative hashtags from April 2020 until January 2022?
How did you determine
Yes,
they were
I did.
negative?
And what was the result of that?
There were
How did you
over
determine they were
another
negative?
million, so 2.38 million, I think.
How did you determine they were
And how did you
negative?
determine that the tweets were negative about Ms. Heard?
Thank you.
Well,
Thanks,
I hadn't been
Snowball.
asked that until later on in this, but I didn't think that would be in controversy. I mean, some of these hashtags are pretty rude, and it would really surprise me that anyone would think that they wouldn't be negative towards Ms. Heard. But
Have you been on Twitter?
when I was asked about it
Twitter's
later,
rude.
I actually took a random sampling and looked at them and could not find any that were not negative towards Ms. Heard.
And what was the random sampling that you used?
The
I did
cat
2
might
of
be
them. They
tweeting.
were 1,000 each.
And how did you determine which 1,000 tweets to use to review in each
No,
search?
he said
I wrote
hashtags.
a program that truly selected them at random.
And in your experience, is 2,000 tweets a meaningful sample?
If they're chosen at random in this universe, yes.
In addition to the 4 hashtags for Ms. Heard, did you review any
earrings
other? Did
back.
you look at any other hashtags?
I did.
And what type of hashtags did you look for?
I looked at what I found to be 6 hashtags that would be negative towards Mr. Depp.
Okay, but Michelle, could you put up demonstrative 1,
Yeah. Tell us what the hashtags are.
which is on the 5th page of attachment 4 of Mr. Schnell's expert designation.
Mr. Needlehoff,
Um,
ask if your cat did the hashtags, please.
Mr.
We need
Schnell,
inquiring minds.
did you create this chart?
I did.
And what data is this chart based on?
This is based on the search API from Twitter, and it rolls up the number of tweets with the various hashtags by month of these 2 years. 3 years.
Your Honor, I'd like to I'd make
Publish.
this a demonstrative Schnell demonstrative 1.
Demonstratives
Or do you
do
want it
not
to be
go
in-
to
If I
the
could get
jury.
one of the numbers, since it's going to be part of the record, just,
Okay, can we call it Schnell demonstrative 1?
No,
and
you
then I
can't.
will give you a number.
No,
well,
you
the
can't.
last number I have is 1837. I don't know.
It needs to be
Do you
1838.
know if that's the last?
The jury does not get the demonstratives as evidence. They're to help the
make it-
jury
can we-
understand.
How about we make it 1900? That way it's
How
not-
about you pick a
Can
number
we just make it
before you
1900?
stand up
All
there?
right, 1900 it is. Any objections to demonstrative?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you can publish that.
I'm so excited about this witness. I'm very curious. Oh, that's
And
not
is
a
this
fucking
the-
helpful
is this the
demonstrative. That
chart
looks
you made?
miserable.
Mr. Schnell?
Mr.
It is.
Schnell,
Okay. And
can we have pretty lines?
at the top here, there are hashtags that
Oh, there
are
they are.
in yellow. You see that?
I do.
Okay. And if we go all the way to the right,
Damn it.
well, first let's
Oh,
scroll over to
wait.
the left here. I
Amber
apologize.
turd.
You see
Damn it, they're too small.
in 2020, there's the months of June and July.
I do.
Okay.
There's Johnny Depp as an
And what
abuser.
are
I
these
stand with Amber
columns
Heard. Johnny
first
Depp
tell the
is a
jury what
wife
they
beater.
represent?
So each of these is the number of tweets with the hashtags, with the corresponding hashtag during that month.
And if we look at the first one in yellow, you see that first hashtag, the fourth one over?
We just
I
don't
do.
like you, Amber.
And are there any, what does it show from 2018, frankly, to July of 2020?
There were none.
And then what happens in August of 2020?
Well, there's a remarkable jump from July to August of 2020. It goes from 0 to 13,878.
And if we
That is a
scroll to
big
the
jump.
right, the last three hashtags, which
Justice
are
for
highlighted,
Johnny Depp.
shows the
Wait, is that
difference
negative to
between
Amber
June and
Heard, the
July.
Justice for Johnny Depp
What did your
hashtag?
analysis show?
Well, you can see that June is about at its steady state.
Amber
In
Heard and
July,
his
there's
abuser,
also a remarkable
Amber Turd.
jump.
And that's for all three of those hashtags?
That's correct.
And the hashtags, if the hashtags that are in blue are the ones related to Mr. Depp, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Oh, by the way, what is your understanding of when the last alleged defamatory statement was made by Mr. Depp through Mr. Waldman?
My understanding is that it was the end of June of that year.
Of 2020?
Yes.
Now, looking at the hashtags that are highlighted in blue,
They evaluated
Mr. Depp.
hashtag Amber Turd.
for the months of
That's where we're at
December,
today.
November and December of 2018 and January of 2019, what does your analysis show?
Well, I see a remarkable jump in November of 2018.
Yeah, we just don't like you, Amber. Didn't
Um,
exist before
mhm.
then.
And then it starts to, well, it goes way down in December of 18.
When they started
and
saying that she was a
January of
hoaxer.
19.
Fair.
And do you know when Ms. Heard wrote the op-ed in this matter?
My understanding is that it was December of 2018.
And if we go to November of 2020 for the hashtags related to Mr. Depp, if you see the difference between October of 2020 and November of 2020, what do you see there?
I also see a large jump from October to November of 2020.
Okay. And if we look at the last hashtag in blue that says Johnny Depp is a wife beater, what does that show what did your analysis find in terms of tweets without those hashtags?
It looks to me that also, I mean, there are none prior to, well,
Are they
little here and
counting
there.
Justice
They're
for Johnny
single-digit
Depp as
ones,
a
but
negative
prior
hashtag to Amber
November
Heard?
of
I guess they are.
2020, there are basically none. And then it jumps up to over 2,000.
And do you know what happened in November of 2020?
My understanding is that's when the UK trial ended.
Okay, we can take this down. And can you put up demonstrative 2, which will make 1901, which will identify as 1901.
That's fine, 1901. Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 1901.
I have an objection. Can it be easier to read? I would like it to be easier to read. Oh, yay, lines.
And Mr. Banya, what data is
I need to
this
figure out
chart
how to
based
turn
on?
off my computer noise when I
Oh, I
screenshot.
did the same thing. Mr. Schnell, what data is this chart based on?
This chart is actually based on the data we just looked at, but out until January of 2022. And it's just another way of displaying the numbers in
I
graphical
think they're
form
going to
so
talk
that we can
about
see
bots.
peaks and valleys.
I think so.
And what are the dotted lines?
So if you look at the top, you can see that the dashed lines are the negative hashtags towards Ms. Heard, and the solid ones are the negative hashtags towards Mr. Depp.
And what is being shown here? In your analysis, what is shown with the tweets related to Ms. Heard?
Well, you can see that there's a huge spike in
Yep.
February of
Everyone's been
2020,
called the wrong name at some
which I
point.
believe, Mr. Waldman just testified that that's
Every
when
single
he leaked
witness.
an audio tape of some kind. There's also a
leaked an
notable,
audio tape.
remarkable spike in July of 2020, in November
Justice League.
of 2020, and then in March of 2021.
And the spike in February 2020, that came before the alleged defamatory statements, correct?
Which one?
The spike in February 2020.
That is correct.
And even though that spike came in before the alleged defamatory statements, even taking account for that spike, what time period has more negative tweets about Ms. Heard, before or after April 2020?
Right. So even taking into account this really large spike in February of 2020, and you look at from the beginning of 2018,
They are trying to prove damage to
until the
Amber
beginning of
Heard's reputation,
2022,
which they need to do for their
a
counterclaim.
majority of the negative tweets.
So this
are
goes to damage to
between
her reputation.
April of 2020 through the beginning of 2022.
And do you
So,
recall
reputational damage.
at your
And these are the
deposition
different-
being asked
Amber
that
Heard
a
is an
spike
abuser.
in-
Amber
that
Turd
a
is the
spike
blue
in negative
one.
hashtags occurring
Amber Heard's
before
dead
April
on this
8th,
chart.
right before April 8th, 2020?
We just
Objection,
don't like
hearsay.
Amber. Justice for he's an
I would
expert.
ask about his attorney.
He's an expert. Justice for Johnny Depp is the one
I
that's
remember
spiking.
questions regarding particular dates. Yes.
And what's your understanding as to why there was more negative tweets in April 6th and April 7th than April 8th, 2020?
Objection, no foundation.
Was there more negative tweets in April 6th, on April 6th and April 7th than in April 8th, 2020? as
He's
it
an
relates to Ms.
expert,
Heard?
Dennison.
Right.
Cool.
If you look at the day
Just
by day
calm your tits, man.
counts, which I supplied to Mr. Depp, and you can see that
If the jury's interested,
there's
don't start
a spike that
objecting.
begins on April 6th and goes for a few days. So and April 6th is, to my understanding, before what people are calling the alleged defamatory statement.
And did you look at the tweets for April 6th and April 7th?
I did.
And what did you find?
I found that there are Waldman statements that are the same as on the 8th, on the 6th, and the 7th. The Daily Mail on the 6th, and Vanity Fair on the
It's
7th.
proving
What
reputational damage.
terms were being used?
I think is what they're trying to prove.
Um,
They'll have to get to the point at some point.
well, hoax is certainly used in each of them.
In each of what? Oh, the
I think
statement.
abuse hoax is used in one of them. I don't have it in front of me, but generally speaking, in the 7th, I think it's the same exact terms that are used in the one on the 8th, but the 6th may be slightly different, but it has the word hoax.
Because he
If
knows
we can go to the second page.
he can't use
of
his
this,
notes because he's an expert.
demonstrative. What's being shown in the second page of this demonstrative?
Is it
So this is
bad to
generally,
bring
it's
so
the
much-
same data as the first one, but
Ooh.
I've removed one hashtag, the Justice for Johnny Depp hashtag, because it kind of overwhelms all the others because there are so many of them. And by removing it, it sort of rescales the graph and you can see the others much better. And even though they looked really tiny in the previous page, you can see that they're big numbers,
Oh, so
over
the
100,000.
Justice
and
for
stuff.
Johnny
So,
Depp skewed it.
This
Do we
really
consider
this
that negative
shows,
to her?
and if you look between the two, you can see that the curves are the same. So it shows like a mathematical correlation between all the hashtags.
So what do you mean by mathematical correlation?
Well, they're correlated. You can see the numbers go up and down at the same place.
So I'm understanding the hashtags are essentially all going up and down at the same times?
Correct.
Thank you. And can we put up demonstrative exhibit 3?
You didn't leave that one up nearly long enough. I wanted to see it. Damn it.
1902.
These
1902.
aren't evidence,
Yes,
so they
thank you.
won't be.
All right, any
Publicly
objection to
available.
1902?
None is a
Yes,
demonstrative.
Yes, okay. You can publish that.
Leave it on the screen for like 4 seconds longer, please.
Mr. Schnell, did you create this chart?
I did.
Hoax,
And
fake,
what
fraud.
does this chart show?
So what I did was I took the data that I supplied to Mr. Depp, which was the original data from April of 2020 through January of 2021.
I want to hear
And
his
I
process,
searched it
but I have a thought.
for certain key terms, specifically hoax, fake, and fraud. And that's what it's representing. The top part, anyway.
And the top part, if you look at for hoax, fake, and fraud within the.
These are
and
just
this is within the
correlating
negative
her
hashtags,
name
or
to
just her?
hoax, fake, and
Right, this
fraud
is only
over and
searching
over, though.
through the ones that have one of these 4 hashtags.
This might not be the serve you
And-
think
and
it is.
If you look at the total, oops, I'm putting that in black. So let's clear that.
Let's not do that. This might
But
not
you
be the
saw
serve you think
line
it
there.
is.
What's the total number of times it was used in the negative tweets, either hoax, fake, or fraud?
81,121.
And did you perform any other searches on the data?
Yes.
And what searches did you perform?
So I also looked in
I
that
need an objection
same
so I can talk.
data for references to Waldman by itself, or Wald, and then followed by anything followed by Mignon or Minion, depending how you want to pronounce it, sort of a portmanteau of Waldman and filet mignon, I guess, or minions. And looked for those in the same data.
And in terms of the percentage of the amount
That gave him a
of
chuckle.
times Waldman or Waldmignon was used in the negative hashtags from April 2020 through, is it January 2021?
The percent?
Yeah, what's the percentage?
Yeah, so I found over 25%
This is going to reputational
of the
damage.
negative hashtag tweets, or 1 out of every 4
But I
on
think
average.
it's going to let the
had
jury
either,
know that the
Waldman
public
or
doesn't
Waldmignon.
like Amber Heard, and it might not help.
And I see you ran searches for hoax, fake, fraud,
'Cause the
rather
juries
than
don't know this.
abuse hoax in quotes or sexual violence hoax in quotes. Why didn't you run those searches?
Objection compound.
Overruled.
So
Dennison.
so if I had put them in quotes like that,
Shell.
say abuse hoax in quotes, that would require that it show up in exactly that way with the same spacing and the same order. So if it said something like there was
Yep.
abuse and there was a hoax, it wouldn't get caught. So if I take the quotes out and search for them separately, search for things separately, that'll cover it. And make
This
sure
lets
that
the
I
jury know who
catch
public
everything.
support is behind, and I don't know if that's
And
good.
Based
For her.
on your analysis of these searches within the negative hashtags,
Nope.
what do the results of these searches mean?
Because this is not from now. This is from
Well,
then.
obviously I can't read what's in people's minds, but when I read the disclosure of Mr. Depp's expert, Mr. Banya, he stated that
He's just showing
if these
correlation between the
terms,
hashtags. I don't have a
particular
problem with
the
that.
Waldman,
You can
Waldman
correlate the
terms,
hashtags.
Objection
were-
hearsay.
He's an expert.
Oh, overruled.
He is an
if,
expert.
if these terms had
He's allowed
shown
to
up
use some hearsay.
a lot of times in the negative hashtag tweets, then that could show that they were
Yep.
paraphrasing the impetus of why people tweeted these. So I sort of adopted Mr. Banya's opinion on that.
But now the
and,
jury knows.
Found this large
Now
number.
the jury
so
knows.
I agree with Mr. Depp's expert that this could show a substantial
Lisa
correlation.
Liam. Oh yeah, there's over 100,000 of
And
us.
to what level of confidence do you hold the opinions you just provided to the jury?
Are they done?
To a reasonable degree of scientific certainty.
Thank you, Mr. Schnell. I have no further
All
questions.
right, cross-examination.
You did nothing with that. There's a lot of hashtags that were used. What the fuck did that just accomplish? What did that accomplish? I think, we binged. I think that they just showed the jury that public
Sir,
support's
this is
behind
the
Johnny
first
Depp.
time that you've testified as an expert as in the field of statistical and forensic analysis of social media, isn't it?
That might be true.
I've consulted on litigation for it, but it never got to testimony. That's correct.
This is your first testimony.
Testimony, yes.
Right. And you've never been involved in a defamation case before.
That's correct.
And
I don't know if this is helping.
you're
I like
being
this guy.
compensated for your time here today and the work you did.
I don't know if
Correct.
this is helping.
Berkeley Research Group is being compensated. Yes,
Oh, how much did you get paid?
$600 an hour.
that's what they're getting paid.
Right. And you're aware that Mr.
He's worth way more
Depp
than
is being
Dr. Hughes,
sued
and she got
based on
500.
allegedly defamatory statements. What are the dates of those statements?
My understanding is there was something around April 8th, I believe April 27th and June 24th, somewhere in the end of June.
Okay. And where do you understand those statements to have resided?
In the public media.
In any particular article or?
I didn't consider that.
So you're not offering an opinion on how widely the articles that contain those statements were read?
That's correct.
And you're not offering an opinion as to how many people actually saw the language that's been attributed to Mr. Waldman?
Only a minimum number of people who could have seen it based on the tweets that referenced him.
Okay. And you don't know even where those references appear in the articles?
I'm not sure what you mean.
There are statements by Mr. Waldman that appear in articles. Do you understand that?
I do.
Do you know in what portion of the articles the statements appear?
I've looked at the articles, and from that, I've seen where they appear.
And that And where in general do they appear? In the middle, the end? What's your sense?
That I'm not sure of. I mean, the ones I looked at on the 6th and 7th, I think they were towards the top.
All right. So you testified that you reviewed a number of hashtags that you deemed were negative towards Ms. Heard. That's right?
Yes.
Yeah. And the four
They should be asking
you
about hoax,
picked,
fake,
at
and
least
fraud
the negative
nonstop.
ones, Justice for Johnny Depp.
Yep.
That's from one of them, right?
Get it.
That's right.
Amber Turd.
Amber Heard is an abuser.
Oh, he's going to read all these.
That's
Do
one
it.
of them.
Read them all.
That is one of them.
We just don't like you, Amber. That's one of them.
That is one of them.
Read them
And the
all.
last one was Amber Turd, right?
That
Bingo.
is another one.
Amber
Okay.
Turd's bingo.
And
Amber
these
Turd's
four
bingo.
hashtags you identified and
Bingo.
searched for, you have no,
Good cross so
you
far.
don't believe they have any connection, or you testified that you have no connection.
The
to
jury's
these
like,
three
yeah, we
Waldman
just don't like you,
statements.
Amber. Deuces.
The hashtags aren't connected to Waldman, right?
Not good for Amber.
I did an additional analysis that did show how many of those had Waldman connected to them, and I found that 1 out of 4 of them did.
Right. But when you were deposed, you were asked whether these were related, these particular hashtags were related to any of the Waldman statements, and you said no at that time.
I said more than that. I said I didn't know, and then I said I'm basing I'm looking at Mr. Banya's opinion where he says they would be if they were in large number, and I'm adopting his opinion.
I'm
and
adopting
agreeing
his
with him
opinion.
that they must be connected.
So you're adopting an opinion that hasn't been rendered in this case yet by anybody but you,
Yes.
Well, I know that Mr. Banya.
has testified.
Okay, what I'm saying is I know that Mr. Banya's disclosure says that he is expected to come to that opinion.
Right. But the only person who's ever expressed this opinion to date in this courtroom is you, correct?
I would know. I haven't watched everything. I've watched a bit.
So
but
you're adopting your own opinion.
no, I'm adopting the opinion that I read in Mr. Banya's disclosure.
All right.
So
And that's
he's
not
adopting-
the opinion you had during your deposition.
Oh,
I think I did make reference in my deposition to what Mr. Banya said, and that I agreed with it.
And you indicated in deposition you didn't take into account statements made in the media, correct?
Made in what? I couldn't hear.
You said you did not take into account in your analysis statements made in the media.
Media. Yes, in the analysis where I gathered data and decided which data to gather, I did not take into account statements in the media.
All right. So you looked at data, you produced charts, you did analysis relating to the data, but you had no reason at the time you did this to consider any particular statements. Isn't that true?
That's true. I think that's an appropriate scientific methodology to not to first gather as much data as possible and then drill down on the data.
All right.
if we're more
And the
interested in
Twitter
cross,
data
I'm
you
guessing
collected
so is the
shows that
jury.
The 4 hashtags you identified were in existence before Mr. Waldman made the first statement in April 2020, right?
That's correct.
Right.
In very small number.
But Justice for Johnny Depp has been around since 2013, correct?
Wow.
That sounds correct.
Keep saying justice for Johnny Depp, counsel.
Amber Heard is an abuser, and Amber Turd first
keep
appeared in
saying
2016,
Amber Heard is an abuser.
correct?
Say it
I
over
don't
and over.
recall, actually.
Do you recall if there was any portion of Mr. Waldman's statement that made any reference to Amber Turd?
Not that I've seen.
Right.
Say it again.
People can form a negative view of Ms. Heard without reading Mr. Waldman's statements, correct?
Or Twitter.
People can form a negative opinion of anyone without reading anything. That's correct.
And you didn't consider whether there was negative publicity around Ms. Heard other than the Waldman statements.
Well, what I did was to report on correlation with these hashtags and certain search terms in particular. I wasn't trying to read anyone's mind as to why they used them.
You didn't form any opinion that of the million plus tweets that you looked at, were connected in some way to Mr. Waldman's statements.
I did eventually, yes.
You did eventually after you read somebody else's report relative to testimony that hasn't been given here.
Well, I did it before my deposition.
All right. You have a demonstrative that counsel played for you. Can we put up plaintiff's 1901 again? This is yours, right?
Correct.
The biggest spikes
It's justice for
By
Johnny
far
Depp.
the biggest
Hammer it.
spikes here
That's what they need to
are
hammer.
attributable to what hashtag?
Keep telling the jury about justice for
Justice for
Johnny
Johnny
Depp.
Depp hashtag.
Yep. Keep telling them.
And there are spikes that existed considerably
Well before that
Mr. Waldman's statement.
is
You were asked about that by counsel.
January 2020.
One of them did. That was the date that Mr. Waldman leaked the audio tape.
The biggest spike was before,
They
the
think
statements.
Waldman leaked the audio.
Right, the date
well,
he
no, he
leaked
said
the audio.
and then there were many statements that, or there are many hashtags.
So people heard the audio that the jury now
uses of the
heard.
hashtag that follow the
The
statement.
public heard the audio that the jury has now heard, and their
You'll have to be
response
more
was
specific.
hashtag justice for Johnny Depp.
Well, so you looked at 1,000,002 of these hashtags, right?
Right.
That's what I'm hearing.
In your chart, didn't 980,000
Society
of these plus
Heard the
belong to
audio and
Justice for
said
Johnny Depp?
justice for Johnny Depp. That's what this
That
jury's
sounds
hearing
about right.
over
You'd have to show
and
me.
over
but
and
I-
over.
I'll take your word for it.
This is
But the
not a
vast
witness I would have
majority
called.
of them were Justice for Johnny Depp.
He's going to keep saying
A
it.
majority of them were.
He should say
Well,
it over and
wasn't
over.
the majority so large that you had to draw another chart?
Yes. He should say
The reason we're
Amber
drawing
Heard
another
is an
chart
abuser
is
and
because
justice for Johnny Depp as
the numbers
much
were
as he
high at
can.
particular points, so you wouldn't be able to see the other.
He's doing a good
hashtags.
job, this
Right.
witness.
Literally, this
It's
is
not
your
his
chart,
fault that this is what
and
they
all
asked
of
him to
the other
do.
activity at the bottom you can
Wow.
barely see in comparison
Mm-mm,
to
mm-mm.
the hashtag
Mm-mm.
Justice for Johnny Depp.
Right. As I testified,
This is
you
not-
can barely see them because of the spikes in the Justice for Johnny Depp hashtag. But
Amber Heard
when
was
you look at
having
the
a
other
good
chart, you
day.
can see that those others are still very large numbers.
Sorry
So
that that's slipping away
You're
so
not
quickly.
offering any opinion as to what caused these spikes.
That's correct.
Right. So you're not opining as to why these spikes are there.
I'm only talking about correlation.
And he's
Right.
not
You're talking
opining
about a mathematical connection.
about
right.
her reputational damage. It's just showing there were
and
hashtags
you-
saying Amber Heard's
and
an
you don't-
abuser.
Purport to be in anybody's head such that you know why they did a particular post with a particular hashtag.
Damn,
That's
damn,
correct.
damn.
There's a second spike that appears to be in July of 2020.
Yes, the pointer was pointing to a different one, but yes.
What'd that
Yeah.
correlate to?
Were you aware there was a trial in
this one.
in the UK in 2020
I'm aware.
and in July?
You're saying it was in July?
No, but as of the time of that spike, there was publicity around a trial, correct?
I
How
don't know
much is
publicity
Justice
there
for
was.
Johnny
I
Depp
know
gonna
the
grow
trial was
today?
going on then.
I now have a mug of crackers. Their closing should
There
end with
are
justice for Johnny
A
Depp.
number of things called out in your chart.
They can't enjoy this. This is not fun. This is not fun
relative
for
to
them.
Particular dates.
Who wanted to
December
do this?
17th, February 11th, February 14th. You see all those?
I do.
And
Oof.
your chart makes absolutely no reference to
This is Depp's
and
attorney.
does not identify the dates of any of the Waldman statements, does it, sir?
No, it doesn't call those out if that's what you're asking.
It calls out a whole bunch of other dates, but nothing relative to the Waldman statements.
Correct.
All right.
Oof.
All right. At some point, you ran
She should be
searches
mad.
for
They're gonna say
additional
Amber
search
Turd.
terms, hoax, fraud.
There we go.
I think you said fake.
You should talk about this a lot.
And then
This is bad.
you
For
don't know
Amber
why
Heard.
those terms appeared, do you?
I'm not sure what you mean by that
He's
question.
doing the best he can.
Are you asking me?
You could not perform a scientific analysis of the reason why those terms appeared in the tweets you were looking at.
Right. I could only show mathematical correlation.
Right. You could show a correlation, but you don't have any idea why they're there.
This is
I
Amber
can't
Heard's
get into
social
people's
media
heads.
expert.
Right. And just because the tweet contains one of the terms does not mean the tweet was in some way
Serve, you think it
prompted
is,
by Mr.
Amber?
Waldman, right?
Well, there are a few things I searched for, the ones you just mentioned, and then the Waldman and Waldman-Yohn terms. So,
No.
it's not
Michelle
that
is
big a
probably
stretch
their
to
tech
say
expert,
that it's
probably.
related to Mr. Waldman if
guess.
it's his name and Waldman-Yohn or Minion.
Wait a minute, is the new standard, it's not that big a stretch?
No. I'm trying to speak. I'm
Scientific
trying to.
certainty, right?
Yes.
Trying to speak in lay
Right.
terms.
So you're not suggesting
They're not going to
that
show
you
she was
know
beaten up though.
why
with
Mr.
this.
Waldman's name appear in any of these tweets.
Well, if you look at the tweets that have Waldman-Yohn, and I looked at a large sample of them.
Wait, just a large sample was
Is what?
2,000 out of 1,000,002.
No, I looked at more than that of these, but that's another thing that I wouldn't expect to be in controversy.
Amy?
When people are saying that they're part of
Yes,
the Wald minions or things like that,
it could be.
I would expect everybody to agree without arguing that it has to do with Mr. Waldman.
And nobody asked whether it has to do with Mr. Waldman. I'm wondering
That's not how
how do you know
trial
if
works,
it had
man.
anything to do with Mr. Waldman's statements.
But I was under the impression, I was informed that nobody really knew who Mr. Waldman was before all of this. So I wouldn't expect it to be anything else. I didn't think it was in controversy.
Everything's in
Wasn't it
controversy. It's a
whether
trial.
Everyone knew who Mr. Waldman was. Is that your testimony?
No, I'm saying it wasn't in controversy that that if somebody was suddenly talking about him, that it had to do with this case.
All right, but again, it's not, did it have to do with this case? It's, did it have to do with the allegedly defamatory statements? You have no idea, do you, sir?
He got
I
asked.
can't get into anyone's mind. I can only talk about the science of it.
Look,
Right.
you put shit in, you're going to get shit
so
out.
you
That's not his
identified
fault.
all of
They
these,
gave him bad info.
hashtags as
They gave him bad info.
as-
He's like, I understood
negative
this.
towards Miss Heard.
That's Heard's team's
Right.
fault.
Right.
They gave him.
Justice for Johnny Depp is not negative towards Miss Heard, is it?
No, but the tweets that
No.
use that hashtag are.
No, but the hashtag itself, the hashtag that predominates through your analysis
Who could have
is
seen this
not,
coming?
in fact, negative towards Miss Heard.
Agreed.
I'm not opining on the hashtag itself. I'm talking about the tweets.
You said they
that
were
contain
negative.
that
No,
hashtag.
you said the hashtags were negative. No,
But the hashtag itself
that's
is
not what you
negative.
said.
That's not part of my opinion, one way or the other.
You said they were negative
Do you have an opinion
hashtags.
as to whether justice for Johnny Depp is a good thing?
Yes,
That's not part of my assignment.
we do.
But you'll agree with me, justice in general is a good thing?
Big fan of justice.
Yeah, me too.
Big fan of justice.
All right, redirect.
Wait, did he say he was
Okay,
done?
yes, sir.
Fucking hell. Big fan of justice. Me too. Fuck.
Mr. Schnell, you reviewed
Good luck, man. Don't ask
a
about your
large sample of
cat.
tweets of Justice for Johnny
Godspeed.
Depp, correct?
I did.
And
Godspeed.
the tweets that had the hashtag Justice for Johnny Depp, how many of them were negative toward Miss Heard?
All of them.
And what percentage of the tweets with negative hashtags between April 2020 and January 31st, 2021 contain the terms Waldman or Waldman-Yohn?
Over
Overruled.
No, it's
over 25%.
Dennison, you made your
1 out of
points.
4.
Just sit down and be
And
quiet.
in your analysis,
Be quiet
how
now.
far in time did the tweets
You did your
containing
work.
the terms Waldman or Waldman-Yohn go?
Is that Mountain
Like, how far
Dew?
to now?
Well,
Beyond the scope of cross.
He was asking about
Well, that's fair.
Overruled.
Sit down, Dennison. You.
so
you've
I think I
won this
disclosed at
round.
my deposition that I looked further into 2022 and found that it continued to go on. Didn't see any end to it at all.
And based on your analysis, again, what period of time had more negative tweets against Miss Heard, before or after April 2020?
It was clearly double as many from April to 2021.
And that's even including the February 2020 spike, correct?
That's right. So and that happened before April, obviously. So even if you put that in there, it's still a lot more after April of 2020. And there are fewer months in that time period. I think there are 20
Is
or
this
15
fixing it?
15 months in that
I
time
can't
period
tell.
and 27 months in the first part.
I don't think it's
And
fixing
based
it.
on your analysis, what, if any, end do you see to the negative tweets toward Ms. Heard?
Objection, no foundation.
Big fan of
Based on his
Justice.
analysis
Is he
up
also a
until the
big fan
time?
of Captain
I'll
Jack Sparrow?
sustain the objections.
Okay. Did you see any, based on your analysis, did you, at the end of the time of your analysis, what was happening with the negative tweets toward Ms. Heard?
To continue to go on.
Mr. Schnell, after your cross-examination, have any of your opinions in this matter changed?
No, they've not.
Thank you.
All
Nothing.
right. All right, so you can have a
Just be
seat in the
done.
courtroom or you're free to go. Okay, sir?
It's like, fuck,
Thank
we're
you.
done. We're done. We're
Your
done.
next witness? Okay, sure.
Oh, man, that was bad for Amber Heard. Yikes. Wait, is Runkle running out to tweet? Oh, we're going to go to Runkle's Twitter in a minute. There's Chanley Painter sitting next to James from court. What the fuck? You guys, that was so bad. That was so bad for Team Heard. I am stunned at how bad that was. We just have to do a quick sub check because I'm curious. And then I'm going to go to Runkle's Twitter real quick. We're going to see if we hit 350,000 or 450,000 on the channel. Damn it. That was so brutal for Amber Heard. Why did they think that that was a good idea? They brought in an expert to try to show reputational damage, but they didn't ask about that because they can't, to try to show a spike in negative social media. Amber Heard said that there was an orchestrated PR smear campaign against her. I almost said schmear because hungry. Smear campaign against her. And that didn't show an orchestrated smear campaign. That showed that after the audio that the jury has now heard, hashtag justice for Johnny Depp was overwhelming on social media, followed up by Amber Heard is an abuser, Amber Turd, and the words hoax, fake, and fraud. Amber Heard's own team has now entered into evidence in front of the jury that social media opinion is not only for justice for Johnny Depp, but calling Amber Heard an abuser, a hoaxer, a fake, and a fraud. I don't know how they're going to try to argue that or if they are going to drop it and walk the fuck away, but I don't know how that was helpful. So the court of public opinion has now entered the chat. Holy shit. That seemed like an error. An unforced error, as so many of these errors have been with regard to Amber's team. I'm seeing on trending right now. Let's see what's trending on Twitter. Oh, I'm so shocked. Hashtag Amber Heard, hashtag Elaine Bredehoft is trending on Twitter. I'm shocked. That was dumb. That was dumb. That was dumb. You've now brought the court of public opinion into the court of law. I'm a big fan of justice, he said. Loved his finish and so did the jury, but that needed another 30 minutes of ripping his model a new one. Probably. Technology is how you get a good lawyer to do a bad cross. And that was, I don't think it was terrible. It was like watching someone get served a massive, delicious steak and just eat the garnish. That's true. There was a lot more that could have happened with that, like a lot more. And this is maybe where one of the younger attorneys that uses Twitter would have been more helpful than Dennison. But the model is bad. But also, I don't know. I disagree respectfully with Runkle on this. I think 30 minutes of ripping into the model gives it too much credence. This testimony did nothing for Amber Heard. So why waste your precious court time doing anything? Why bother at this point? I just saw a super chat that, let's see. I'm a PhD in cyber media analysis. That's fucking fascinating, Death Bunny. Love that. It's not good enough to be used within the courtroom as the content is purely speculative. Hashtag doesn't equal context. Yeah. And I think that's why it's not worth ripping apart. I think that's why it's not worth even getting into it more, because the jury's like, oh, hashtag Amber Heard. That's funny. Honestly, with how hard they are fumbling, it feels like they are getting back at her for the backstabbing. I know that's not the deal. It's not the deal likely, but it also is shocking stuff. So James from Court and Court TV reporter Chanley Painter chatting there in court. Oh, Emily, pull up the screen there. I'm going to just go with the little screen. It makes it so much easier. We're going to look at this for a moment because now I'm just getting competitive with Legal Eagle. I'm like, I'm coming for you, Devin. Can they argue about using the term random because software still uses an algorithm? I don't think it's worth it. Question, would this not show the jury that the public are behind Johnny Depp? Seeing that, yes. After seeing the audio, yes, it shows them exactly that. When did the UK verdict come in? It didn't. Oh, to skew that data, they didn't introduce the date because they haven't talked about the verdict in court. What the fuck is that? That sounds awful.
Thank you, Your Honor. We will be calling Michelle Mulrooney by deposition designation and restart.
Damn it. Will the umbrella guy come up in this testimony? Yes, 66%, no, 33%, and we didn't see it. I was a little disappointed, gotta be honest. As someone with a PhD and a strong statistical background, correlation is not causation. All this shows is that Hearn's name is associated with negativity, not that Depp caused it, not that Waldman caused it, not that Waldman's statements caused it. What it showed the jury is Amber Turd is a thing and justice for Johnny Depp is a bigger thing. And that there's a hashtag saying Amber Heard is an abuser.
Mulrooney.
Her own team introduced the proposition that Amber Heard is an abuser. Her team did that. Her team.
State your name and address for the record. Michelle.
That was bad.
Mulrooney.
Oh, wrong one. I hit the wrong one.
California, 90067. Ms. Mulrooney, what is your occupation? I'm a partner at Venable LLP, an attorney practice. Could you just please describe give me a brief description of your educational background and work history?
This is the divorce attorney that apparently Depp yelled at.
I attended USC and received my undergraduate degree in 1982. And then I again attended USC and received my law degree.
Yeah, this expert testimony is wild, isn't it?
I then worked
Thank you for the super chat,
Gibson, Dunn
Charlene.
and Crutcher until
Gibson, Dunn and Crutcher.
1991.
Okay.
And then
Big law.
I worked for an entertainment law firm that was originally called Armstrong Hirsch. When I joined it, then later
Divorce attorney that got yelled at by Depp, they're saying.
And then in 2011,
I'm interested in this.
I joined Venable LLP as a partner.
Oh, I'm not surprised. Sometimes they do
What are
that.
your areas of practice and expertise? I'm head of the estate planning, the West Coast estate planning group for Venable. And does that estate planning involve any aspect of marital estate planning, such as things like prenups and postnups, prenuptials, postnuptials? Yes. We
That makes
frequently
sense.
do prenups, cohabitation, and postnup agreements for all the time. Would you please briefly describe what a prenuptial and a postnuptial is? A prenuptial agreement is where spouses contract on the economics of their marriage before they are married. And
This
they
makes
discuss
sense
things as the
because
they
Amber was
contract
really pissed that the
the
will
things,
hadn't
the
been changed
nature
when
of
they
the
fought in
property,
Australia. That's what the
community
fight was over,
separate,
postnup and
etc.
the will.
And also things like spousal support. And in a postnup,
They're moving
the
real fast with
clients
these
do
witnesses.
that
They must be worried about
after they're
time.
married.
Speculative, but I think they're worried about time.
They contract on the same issues. Do you regularly represent actors? Yes. I'm asking very narrowly, did there come a time when Amber Heard contacted you for representation respecting a prenup or a postnup agreement? At some point, I was contacted about an Amber Heard prenup. Ms. Mulrooney, I'm going to show you what has been marked as exhibit number 3, and it's an email from you to a Dana Lowry. Do you know who Dana Lowry is? Yes.
Amber
Could you
Turd is
please
still
tell us
trending
who Dana
in
Lowry
multiple
is?
categories.
She's a family law attorney practicing in Los Angeles.
Headphones, maybe.
And this is dated Monday, February 2, 2015, and says, I look forward to working with you. Please send me, this is from you, please send me the bullet points for the economics of the deal. When you are back in the office tomorrow, I will have Amber's business manager get her financial information to me ASAP. I also like to exchange 2 years of tax returns, but not attach them. Is this your general practice? Let me know. Think. Who did Dana Lowry represent?
Johnny Depp.
I take it Amber in the actual document is Amber Heard. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And if I just direct your attention to the top of the email where it says February 2nd, get control. February 2, 2015. What, if anything, does this do to refresh your recollection on when approximately you were contacted about representing Amber Heard in connection with the prenup?
It makes the approximate date more clear to me.
Okay. And based on this, when approximately were you contacted to represent Amber Heard in connection with the prenup or postnup?
The early part of February, the late part of January, or the early part of February 2015.
Ms. Mulrooney, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as exhibit number 4. And it is an email from you to Dana Lowry, which is Mr. Depp's counsel, correct?
They were negotiating a prenup, postnup. Okay.
During this time period, correct.
Get to Australia.
And it's dated
We
Tuesday,
don't
February
care.
3. And I'm going to scroll down first so we get the earliest part of it. And the first
Everything,
part of it
all that excitement just
is
came to a
an
screeching
email
halt.
from Dana Lowry to you, dated February 3rd at 10:13.
This is the audio of the depot.
It says J/A deal point.
Thank
Do
you.
you know what
We love our purple hair.
J/A means? I'm going to take you, first of all, to the bottom part, which is the J/deal points. Do you have an understanding of what J/A means?
I believe it means
Thank you for
Johnny
this super
/
chat.
Amber deal points.
Absent a prenuptial agreement or a postnuptial agreement, is California what we call a common law property state?
No,
What is it?
it's a community property state.
Okay, and what does that mean?
Generally means
Yeah.
that all
Lawyer.
earnings after the date of marriage are owned 50.
50-50.
Each party has an undivided 50% interest in those earnings.
Newsflash.
Yes.
We're gonna get to Johnny yelling at her about-
the purpose of the confidentiality.
I think it's a server. That looks like a
Very
computer.
standard when you're doing a prenuptial agreement or a postnuptial agreement, when either party is disclosing their assets, that they ask for a confidentiality agreement.
You respond on February 17. Dana, I have forwarded to Amber. She is filming a movie, but hope to connect with her by the end of the week. I
Correct,
will
but now
keep
the
trying
jury
to move
knows that. The jury
forward.
didn't know that before. The jury needs to
I'm
understand how
asking
this
you
all
what you
works.
meant by I will keep trying to move forward.
I assume I meant that we're trying to get a postnuptial agreement signed between the parties, and that's what I was hired for.
Show you what has been marked as exhibit number 7. And I'm going to start again with going down to show you where the stream is here. And it says, on February 17, that's the same email we've seen a couple times now where she's attaching the confidentiality agreement, telling that she'll have a draft post-nup agreement.
This will get interesting
But
when they
she's
get
getting
to
the
Australia.
signed confidentiality agreement first.
Till then, we're just getting tea.
And then I'm going to direct your attention to the very top part.
Oh, I'm going to tweet
And
the super
that is
chat. I just have to
Wednesday,
grab it.
February 18th.
I will.
and it's from you to Dan and Mallory, and it says Amber is sending the signed confidentiality agreement to me. I assume I will receive all the underlying financials and a list of anticipated.
They did
future
not, I'm
revenue
going to talk
streams
over
and
this because it's boring.
documentation
They did not have a
pertaining
prenup.
thereto.
It seemed like Amber delayed the
What did you
prenup,
mean by
so it didn't get
underlying
signed.
financials and a list
They
of
were talking
anticipated
about the
future revenue
post-nup
streams
in
and
Australia,
documentation
and
pertaining
Amber,
thereto?
Johnny testified that Amber got upset that the will hadn't been
This is
changed yet right after the
typical for
marriage.
after they have
and
profit
They
participation.
were, that's
Back
what started the
in,
fight in Australia,
I wanted
and Johnny
to
called this
have a
attorney and
list
freaked
of
out. So this
what
goes
his future
to
revenue
what
would
happened in
be. He
Australia.
might have had movies booked that he would render services after marriage.
So
I just
what,
wanted
and it also goes to
see
what money Amber
the
was
profile.
entitled to legally.
What did you mean by back ends?
Back end is either profit participations or royalties. Sometimes it's box office bonuses. You just have to look at the underlying agreement on each movie, TV show, etc., to track what the revenue will be from each project.
And why is that relevant?
I want to know what they're going to make during
Yep.
the marriage. I want to know the income during the marriage.
If you've got deals already.
And those are all components of what they make during the marriage?
Correct.
Okay. All right. And then you said, I can't really comment on the document until I get this information. What document were you referring to there?
The post-nup agreement that I anticipated she would send.
How much time expired between when you were sent the confidentiality agreement for Amber Heard to sign and when you indicated back to counsel for Mr. Depp that Amber is sending the signed
Why does it
confidentiality
matter?
agreement to you?
Get to
The next
Australia. Who cares?
What communication
How is any of this relevant?
did you receive from Mr. Depp
Feels like a waste of time so far.
in connection
They were married for
with
15
the
months.
post-nup
Chat.
agreement?
I received one telephone call.
Oh, is it Depp's attorneys were dropping the ball?
Who
Is
did
that
you
the
receive that
allegation?
telephone call from?
Mr. Depp.
Oh, good. Here we
Please
go.
describe the telephone call from Mr. Depp.
My recollection is that he was very mean, that he called me names, and that he fired me on behalf of them.
When
You
you
can't do
say
that.
that he was very mean, what did you mean?
Well, my only exact recollection is he called me a bitch.
Mr. Depp called you a bitch on that telephone call?
Hearsay,
Yeah.
leaving.
What, if any, observations did you make during the telephone call from Mr. Depp, during which time he called you a bitch?
I thought he was under the influence.
Why did you think that?
I thought he was under the influence, she
He
said.
was slurring his words, and his speech pattern was similar to my children's speech pattern when they were under influence. I was
How
just
old are your
extremely
children?
rattled by the call. I was on the phone for a very short time with him because he was represented by counsel, and I didn't want to be rude and hang up, but I told him I had to hang up. Like after 2 or 3 minutes after I realized what was happening, it took me very off guard.
This isn't a mic
And,
drop after the other testimony
and
about this call,
That's
though.
all I remember is that it really shook me up.
After that phone call, did you perform any further services for Ms. Heard in connection with the postnuptial agreement?
No,
So did you act as if you were
Do
fired?
you recall ever after agreement?
no.
Huh. So the post-nup never got finished.
Has
Is that-
either Ms. Heard or Mr. Depp contacted you at any time after the call with Mr. Depp respecting pursuing a postnuptial agreement?
Why
No.
would you assume you were
If
fired?
anyone was paying your legal services.
I don't recall.
Was it your understanding that Mr. Depp have the authority to fire you?
I'm kind of everywhere right now.
No,
Yeah, like when my
Did you
kids were
tell him
drunk is
that?
weird.
I don't recall.
And isn't it true that he wouldn't have had the authority to fire you
That's what
even
I
if
wanna
he
know.
were paying for your legal services? True.
Right?
True.
What, if any, communications did you have with Dana Lowy about your conversation with Mr. Depp after the conversation with Mr.
Like you're
Depp?
not fired just
I
because
don't
someone
recall
else,
specifically.
like only your client can fire you. Someone else
What
can't
do you
call up and be
recall
like, you're
generally,
fired.
if anything?
I do recall that I told her that I was no longer representing him.
Heard is her client. She should have
I
had
don't
that
know if I
conversation with
That
Heard.
in writing. Somehow she knew.
But and correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe you testified that Mr. Depp did not have the authority to fire you, correct?
Correct. So why'd you just drop the case?
Correct.
Ms. Mulrooney, when did your attorney-client relationship with Ms. Heard relating to a potential postnuptial agreement terminate?
One would think.
Shortly after that phone call.
I think she got the call and she was like, fuck it, I'm out.
When you say shortly after that phone call, can you give us a time frame of how long it was after the phone call?
Within a few days, could be one.
He didn't have the power to fire you, correct?
Correct.
Do you have any recollection of ever receiving any more communications from Dana Lowry furthering the postnuptial agreement after Johnny Depp called you and told you he was firing you on behalf of Amber and called you names?
No substantive, I recall that there was no more substantive conversations.
Is there any question in your mind that it was Mr. Depp who
She already
called
did.
you?
No.
It's going to be Ben Chu. Oh, we're done.
All right.
That was a big nothing
Yes,
burger.
ma'am, your next witness.
What a good use of
Yes, sir. I
time.
would like to call the Disney corporate representative.
Yes. Let's get some fucking records. Disney corporate representative. We're going to get some business records exception. We might get some records about the fact that they didn't have an agreement for Pirates 6. Hopefully it won't be super boring.
Would you please state your name and your business address for the record?
Disney corporate
Tina Newman.
designee.
Walt Disney Studios Motion Picture Production, live action, 500 South Buena Vista Street, Burbank, California, 91521.
And what is your current occupation?
I'm a production executive.
Interesting.
And what is your job title?
That is my title, production executive. I work in the live action feature division for Disney.
Andy, they were
Is it
married
your
15 months.
understanding
They've been
you're
getting divorced for
testifying on behalf of
175
Walt
years.
Disney Motion Pictures Group?
Yes,
Were you involved in the gathering of the documents responsive to the documents subpoenaed to Disney?
yes, I did provide some documentation to Alec and his group from our production group.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at what I've just highlighted under topic number. It's subpoena ducus tecum, paragraph number 2. And it asks for documents relating to this case, in fact. And then it also says specifically,
I want the
includes
tea.
op-ed
I want the tea.
by Ms. Heard and any impact it may have had on the above. And that includes, as it's defined above, including the business relationship with Mr. Depp, including considering Mr. Depp for any work with Disney.
Did Disney have the
or
op-ed in their
future
file?
Pirates of the Caribbean role, lesser or greater role.
They don't want to get sued. They're not going to say that.
Do you recall seeing in any of the documents you reviewed, either being involved as the corporate designee or in preparing?
Where's
as
the
corporate
question,
designee,
Elaine?
Do you recall seeing an op-ed written by Ms. Heard?
No,
Do you recall
Those
in
are
your
all big
preparation
conversations.
as the corporate designee of Disney and your review of the documents that were produced
Wait,
by
what?
Disney, any document that referred in any manner
I'll look at that afterwards.
to
That's
the op-ed
stunning.
written by Ms. Hurd.
I would say no.
Do you remember seeing in any of the documents you reviewed that were produced by Disney in response to the subpoena duces tecum, the word
I don't know.
op-ed in any of those documents?
They don't want to be distracted.
I don't recall that, no.
Did you have any discussions with anyone at Disney about any future Pirates of the Caribbean role, a lesser or greater role, a different role, or a different production?
No.
Did you have any discussions with anyone at Disney about the impact of the op-ed by Ms. Hurd on the relationship between Disney and Mr. Depp, including considering Mr. Depp for any work with Disney, any future Pirates of the Caribbean role, a lesser or greater role, a different role, or a different production?
No.
Do you know whether Mr.
Same.
Depp is being considered for a role in Pirates 6?
No.
She doesn't know.
And when you say no, I think I have to probably ask clarification.
Yeah,
Does
probably.
that mean you don't know one way or the other, or he is not being considered?
I don't know one way or the other.
If you ask a better question,
That's
then the
not-
answer is more
I'm sorry, go
clear.
ahead.
That's how
I
that
was
works.
just gonna say, that decision doesn't fall within my job responsibility. It's above my head.
Good questions equal
That's what
better
I'm saying.
answers.
So what is the knowledge you have about Pirates 6?
Like I said, I just know that it's a project that's possibly in development at the studio. That's it.
Do you know whether anyone at Disney has ever even read the op-ed written by Ms. Hurd?
No.
Are
This
you
doesn't
aware of anyone else at Disney
It doesn't help anybody.
who has
Feels like a big waste of time.
knowledge of the topic areas
This just feels like a big waste of time.
Deposition notice, that's deposition exhibit number 2, that beyond what you know?
I can't honestly say, I can't speak for someone else. Like I explained earlier, my knowledge and what my job functionality is at the studio, at plateaus, and there are people that I work under, and those particular persons may or may not have more knowledge, but I can't speak on behalf of them.
Is Disney aware that Mr. Depp has testified under oath that he would not take another Pirates of the Caribbean franchise role?
I feel
for
very sorry for this jury.
$300
This
million
is
and a million
just,
alpacas?
No.
Would Disney
that's not okay.
entertain paying Mr. Depp more than $300 million and provide him with more than a million alpacas to be able to
There's the
obtain his,
alpacas.
services for any future Pirates of the Caribbean role?
No.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as deposition exhibit number 52.
This feels like a giant waste of time.
Alan Horn. Who's that?
He was our co-chairman.
The point of this was that they don't have any record of the
Yes.
article or the op-ed, so
And
they can't
Alan
prove he lost a
Bergman,
role
who's
connected
he?
with the op-ed, I think is what
Same.
they're doing.
He's the other co-chairman of Disney, or was at the time.
But
And
they
then Sean
have got to be
Bailey,
mindful of time at this
who
point.
Was the president?
It's our president of production, correct.
Okay, and then Ricky Strauss, who's he?
I believe at the time he was the head of our marketing group.
And Paul Rader?
Paul Reeder is the head of communications.
Okay. She's the
All right,
corporate
Mrs.
designee, so she
Angela Shaw,
can
and
testify
it's
to what the
dated
corporate
5/10/2017.
records show and what's in there and what they have. So that's why
See
she's
that?
here.
Yes.
She's an
And it
expert. She's a
says-
designee.
Subject HR.
The jury's going to be
Johnny Depp,
Bored.
a star in crisis, and the insane story of his missing millions. Do you see that?
Yes.
They can't object in court
Do you
to
have
the
any
depots.
understanding
No.
as to why Angela Shaw was sending this communication to this group, the two co-chairmen, the president, vice president of production, head of communications on this particular day?
There was an email?
I don't know what the intent of the email is, but obviously we have a relationship as a company with Johnny, so I assume that's
So
why she may be bringing it to their attention.
All right, and just to take that a little bit further.
So what email
given that
was
Disney
brought to their
has a
attention?
Relationship with Johnny Depp, if there
That's
is
important.
publicity relating to Johnny Depp, whether it be positive or negative, that would be relevant to Disney, would it not?
Yeah, I mean, I can't say how it's relevant to Disney, but given that Angela is part of communications, it's her job to, keep the studio abreast, I guess, of anything concerning the company. So that's about as far as I can read into it.
Okay.
That's very fair.
And so that's your interpretation of why Angela Shaw sent this to that group of people, was to keep them apprised of this particular article on Johnny Depp. Would you agree?
Yeah, that would be my assumption. Yeah.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been labeled as exhibit number 53, and it is Disney 114 through 137.
If you're not going to show them on the screen, Elaine, we don't
I'm going
care.
to ask you if you recognize this document.
We want to see the documents. This is not going to help.
Well, it looks like an internal email. It may have been part of the disclosure
Again,
documents.
they're trying to
This is
show
from
that Depp
Alan
didn't lose
Horn,
pirates because
And I think
of
we've identified Alan Horn before. Well, actually, it
Because
starts with- let's
of
start
the
down
op-ed.
here. On June 21st,
It's not a Disney Cup. I'm scandalized.
2018. All right. And then
why was that not Disney official
it
merch?
has a
Scandalous.
reply from Sean Bailey, sad. Do you see that?
Yes.
What was Mr. Bailey's position with Disney on June 21st, 2018?
I believe he was the president then.
Okay.
He may have been the
Also
EVP. I don't know.
Okay.
And then we have an email at the top. It's to Sean Bailey, CC Janelle Tipton. And then it has some copies to some other people. It's from Alan Horn. I believe we said he was one of the co-directors. Is that correct?
Co-chairman.
So execs at Disney were saying it's
Okay.
sad that there was an article
and
headline that Johnny Depp
Alan
lost
Bergman.
millions. Is that
The
what
other co-chairman.
is the testimony here?
And do you have any recollection of ever reading the Rolling Stones article about Johnny Depp back in this time frame?
What Rolling Stone article?
I honestly don't remember if I ever read this document. I may have.
Do you have any understanding of why this would be sent from Alan Horn to these other individuals on the top?
Again, same as before, just because of the fact that we have a relationship with Johnny.
It doesn't feel
They may have
strategic.
determined it was important to bring it to their attention.
All right, Ms. Newman, I'm going to show you what has been marked as deposition exhibit number 54.
I agree.
And do you recognize this document?
Yes, it looks like a email.
Please tell me, please describe it for me.
Umbridge will do part of the closing.
It's
She
an
did part of the
email,
opening.
well, it started from Scott to myself. Scott Sellers is in Post Finance. And then I replied to Scott. So it looks like an email exchange between the two of us.
All right, and you said Scott Sellers is in Post Finance?
Correct.
What
No.
is that?
I think they're hitting this from all angles.
He handles all finances. One of them goes into post-production on any given
We've gotten to a
picture.
corporate designee.
Also
There should be
reporting
one
to the
more live
studio,
witness
internal
today.
reporting, finances.
All right. And this is July 14, 2018 that he's sending this to you, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall reading the story that was in the Rolling Stone, The Trouble with Johnny Depp?
I mean, to be honest, I don't really remember much about the story, but obviously I must have looked at it and commented.
Right, and
Let's see.
in fact, you commented depressing. Do you see
Yes.
that?
Yes.
It is.
And just to go back to refreshing your recollection on the template, do you see that it has
Depressing doesn't mean you're gonna
importance
fire
and
him.
received on this? You sent it
I
back?
read it
Yes.
as you're
Mhm.
sad for someone.
Ms. Newman, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked.
Oh my God,
as
imagine having all of your work
deposition
emails where you're
exhibit
discussing stuff just being read out loud in
And
court.
It is a
Wouldn't that be
document also
fun?
produced by Disney, and there's the date stamps, Disney 167 through 177. And I'm gonna ask you to take a look at the top there. This is to Alan Bergman from, and it has THR's Today and Entertainment. Do you
The
understand?
court should give an
what
estimate
that
of
is?
time left at the end of today. I hope.
Yes.
I hope.
I'm going to ask you to turn down to.
It's because these aren't live witnesses.
No. It says Johnny Depp's
I don't know if Disney
legal
deserves the
team
profit from the
prepares
film
for
saga of
hearing about
this.
Amber Heard abuse claims. The actor's camp is previewing the evidence that it will present in an upcoming court hearing in the UK this fall, tied to a defamation lawsuit against his son for an article that labeled the actor a, quote, wife beater, end quote.
The
Katie
Jury
Flannery
is going to be
reports.
so annoyed with
You
this.
see
It's
that?
just,
Yes.
it's exactly what it
Do you have
is.
a recollection
As
of
per my last
learning
email,
about this and
Elaine.
reading about the UK case in this time frame? We're talking October 2018.
I may have seen a headline come across my desk in the same manner as Alan received it, but that's probably as far as it went.
Ms. Newman, I'm going to show you what has been marked as deposition number 60. And it's
Okay.
dated November 5, 2020. And it says Disney reportedly scraps plans for Depp's POTC 6. I'm assuming that's Pirates of the Caribbean 6 return. You see that? Question was, did you see it?
Yes, I see it.
As you sit here today,
This is why having this
Are
many
you
video depos is a
aware-
problem.
of any document in Disney's
Because nobody cares at this point. None of us care. All of us are like, when's the lunch break? Do we have jelly beans?
emails or in their IT system or anywhere that contains Amber Heard's op-ed from December of 2018?
Asked and answered, Elaine.
I mean, no, not that I'm aware.
Are you aware of any decision maker within Disney who has ever said they are not casting Johnny Depp in Pirates 6 or any other role because of Amber Heard's op-ed?
No.
Are you aware of any decision maker outside of Disney? And by this, I'm including producers, directors.
They're generally
people
allowed
of
to have
that
water and generally
who
not allowed to
ever
have snacks.
said they were not
I
considering
haven't heard anyone
Mr.
say the jury's
Depp
eating to stay awake.
for Pirates 6 or any other movie because of Amber Heard's op-ed from December 2018.
This is night time.
No.
This. Oh, it's done. Yeah.
All right.
We survived that waste of time.
How much time's?
We have an 11-minute one.
Okay, that's fine. What's your next witness?
Ellen Barkin,
Oh,
Barkin.
Thank you.
11 minutes. Okay. They're like, okay.
Good morning, Ms. Barkin.
Twitter's going to lose
I
its
think
shit.
the first thing that would be very short but very simple and clean for the record is if you could just describe kind of your career background. I know it's very lengthy, but just give a kind
Who
of
are you? Who
brief
are
summary
you?
of kind of when you started working and what you've done during your career.
I started acting professionally
At least should be pleasant to listen
about
to.
26 or 7. And I did theater, television, movies, lots of them. That's what I did for 40 years.
And in the course of your career acting in theater, television, movies, etc., did you come to meet a person by the name of Johnny Depp?
Yes.
Can you specify in time, Ms. Barkin, when you met him?
I would say 1990.
And upon or after meeting him, did there come a time when you became friends?
Yes.
And can you describe how that happened?
We just developed a friendship over time that lasted, I guess, if we met in the 90s, maybe 10 years, a little less.
And fair to say that Mr. Depp at the time was also an actor, a professional actor?
Yes.
Were you, did you act in any
Did you all
film,
perk up when
stage,
this
or
came
TV
in?
productions
Did you all go,
with
"Ooh,
Mr. Depp?
this is interesting"?
Yes, I was in Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas.
How often would you see Mr. Depp?
When I lived in New York, usually whenever I go to LA, if I were in LA, I'd see him once a week, maybe more. I mean, the friendship went up and down, living on different coasts.
And did there
Ellen Barkin.
come a time when your friendship with Mr. Depp
But also,
became more
yes,
than that?
she looks a
became
lot like
romantic?
Yolanda Hadid.
Yes.
And at what point in
Found a lot of
time
doppelgangers
did
in
your
this
relationship
case.
with Mr. Depp take a romantic turn?
After I had moved to Hollywood, and he, switched the buttons.
Recall what year you moved to Hollywood?
He switched
Yes.
what buttons?
1994.
He switched the
You said
buttons?
switch the buttons. Can you tell me what you meant by that?
Yeah, what the fuck?
The friendship went from a purely platonic friendship to a romantic one.
Oh, he found the button with both hands and a
At
map?
that point in 1994, when the relationship turned romantic, to your
Can you
not
change that to sexual?
to sexual.
Thank you.
For how long did your relationship with Mr. Depp remain sexual?
Several months.
From romantic to sexual. Okay, that's fair. She would have.
Anywhere between 3 and 5, 6.
And during that period, how often would you see Mr. Depp? That period when it was sexual.
I'd say I'd see him 3 or 4 times a week.
And again, I'm not looking to pry into private details, but can you tell me like where you would see him? Just give me some sense of that.
Yeah, he would come to my house or I would go to his house.
And both houses in LA?
Yes, about 10-minute drive apart from each other.
And at either when you were at his house, where you didn't stay the night, or were you at his house when you did stay the night? Were there other people in the house who saw you there? Who would those people be?
He had an assistant. His sister. That's all I can remember now.
Do you recall the name of the assistant?
I don't know his name. He was referred to as Pig.
He was referred to by whom as Pig?
Johnny Depp.
At any point that you were either initially friends and then sexual with Mr. Depp,
He's trying not to laugh.
did you become aware that
The jury
he,
might be annoyed by that, though.
drank to excess?
I was always aware.
Okay, and can you explain how you were aware of that?
He was drunk all the time, a lot of the time.
And that would apply both to when you were initially friends and then later when it became sexual.
Well, if he was drunk all
Yeah.
the time, how sexual was it?
And what
I've got
was he drunk?
questions.
What was your understanding? What had he drunk to become drunk?
He was a red wine drinker.
Really? She's the first one that said that.
Okay. In addition to alcohol, were you aware at that time that Mr. Depp was taking any prescription medication?
No.
Reaching so
Same
far back
question,
seems
Mr.
desperate.
Barkin, for illegal substances.
It just seems-
Same question.
it
And
just
what
seems
illegal
dumb.
substances?
I don't know what they're hoping to get. We'll see.
Hallucinogenics. Cocaine. Marijuana.
Hallucinogenics. Can you say specifically what those were?
I don't really know.
His
He
best friend said
called
he
me and
didn't do
told me
cocaine
he
during this
was,
time.
Tripping.
With respect to any of that, hallucinogenics, cocaine, or marijuana, did he do any of that in your presence?
Yes,
More than once?
all the time.
Johnny Depp did drugs,
when
you
say all the
guys.
time, how many times?
Be shook.
Again, in the period that you were
shook.
both first friends and sexual, then sexual with Mr. Depp, do you think you saw him?
I couldn't even tell you. I
She's not hostile
I just
to
know
the
he
side
was
that called
always
her.
drinking
I'll talk about
and
hostile witnesses at the
or
break.
smoking a joint.
But would it be fair to say more than at least dozens of times?
Yeah. Over the full course. Oh yeah.
I think the jury's going to be intrigued by the oh, interesting.
Now,
But who cares what
did
happened
you
30
ever,
years ago?
observe, Ms. Barkin, Mr. Depp's behavior change when he drank more or used more drugs?
I did not.
So
How
he
does
was
that
kind
help
of the
you?
same
That
all
goes
the time.
completely
Fair to say?
against what Amber Heard's side of this case
It was
is.
not the same. He was high.
He didn't
Did
change,
there come a time,
but he was high. That's
Ms.
fair.
Barkin, when Mr. Depp acted in a way that was out of control with you?
Yes. Mr. Depp threw a wine bottle across the room, the hotel room on one instance in Las Vegas while we were shooting Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas.
Was something about to happen
A fight was going on.
between you and Mr. Depp?
No.
Who was the fight between you?
Between Johnny Depp and his friends in the room, the assistant. Honestly, I don't remember.
And the bottle do you remember sitting here today?
So he
Ms.
didn't
Barkin,
punch
whether the bottle
it.
was
He didn't
full of
punch the
wine
friends he was
or
fighting with.
empty?
He threw a bottle.
I don't.
Sitting here today, Ms. Barkin, do you remember whether the bottle hit you?
No, it did not.
Did the bottle hit anyone else?
No, it did not.
Approximately how far away from you was Mr. Depp when he threw the bottle?
Across the room. So maybe by that break in the table.
So he
a
got
little
mad and he
further
threw
down.
something.
It was a toss.
How is this
And-
helpful? How does this help Amber in any way at all?
Sitting here today, if the bottle had hit you, would it have injured you? Ms. Barkin, was it your understanding back then that he was throwing the bottle at you?
So far, this
I don't know why he
undermines
threw the bottle.
Amber Heard's
And
position of the
was it-
case.
when he threw it, was it in your direction?
Yes.
Was there other people standing around you?
Yes.
So he threw it in your direction at a group
No,
of
that's not what
Yeah.
she said. He
Whose hotel room
didn't
was
throw
it?
it at me.
His Johnny Depp's.
people. Who broke off?
He did.
How did it come about that Mr. Depp broke off your relationship?
I went to go home. There was a big goodbye, crying, a lot of jealous, and don't do this, don't do that. And I never heard from him again after that.
And did
That's so sweet, Jackie. Thank you.
Mr. Depp not want you to go back to Los Angeles at the time?
Yes, he didn't want me to go. I was only supposed to be there for 2 days. I stayed for long.
I'll answer this at the break.
And you just referenced, you just used the
jumped.
word jealous. How did that come up? What did he say that indicated to you that he was jealous?
He's just a jealous man,
We'll talk about this at the break.
controlling. Where are you going? Who are you going with? What did you do last night? I had a scratch on my back once that got him very, very angry because he insisted it came from me having sex with a person who wasn't him.
During the time that you were in a sexual relationship with Mr. Depp, was it common for him to say things to you about being controlling, to use your words, or being jealous of you?
Yeah, very common.
And when, in these instances, when Mr. Depp became jealous
Tammy's
or controlling,
slow
did he
mode's
also
as slow
become
as it can
angry?
get. There's
Yeah.
122,000 people
And
in the chat.
demanding.
This is as slow as slow mode can go.
All right.
We're as slow
Ladies
as
and
we
gentlemen,
can
let's go and take our afternoon
Right.
recess. Please do not discuss the case and do not do any outside research, okay? We'll see you back in 15 minutes.
go. The judge is like, thanks for wasting my time, y'all. I'm gonna finish chewing my cracker as I exit, and we're gonna talk about the waste of time that just happened. That was impactful sarcasm. So the jury's leaving the courtroom. All right, let's see if we have a live witness after break.
All right, we'll come back at 3:45. Does that give you time to be ready? Okay, all right, 3:45.
All right, we got about 15 minutes. We're gonna drink some water. We're gonna stay hydrated. We're definitely not gonna mind our business. We are gonna talk about what just happened in court. Johnny Depp's team has got to be pretty excited about how things went down in court this afternoon, because right now things have gone well for Team Depp. I don't know how that afternoon helped Amber Heard at all. I'll be really interested to see other people's opinions of what happened between lunch and afternoon break, but I don't see anything helping Team Heard right now. what we've gotten, by the way, we're going to check. We're on the road to 450, so we're just going to keep looking. They're trying to show a pattern of behavior. The thing is, we already have a pattern of behavior. We know that Johnny Depp used drugs and alcohol. We know that Johnny Depp said, I've been known to trash a hotel room. I've beaten up a couch or a cabinet or two, that he's hit things, not people. We know all of this. What happened, though, is Amber Heard's team has now brought in a witness that said, or two witnesses today that said, no, he didn't change when he drank or used. He did there, he wasn't like the monster and then Johnny Depp. And I think it just undercuts Amber Heard's theory of the case is that Johnny Depp changes when he uses, and in that change is when he's violent. And everyone today that has commented on his use has said he does not, in fact, change his behavior that way. So what is the point even? And then you had the kind of the operations, I don't know if it's operations, but kind of the DV coordinator for LAPD. I don't know if that's her exact title, but that was the sense of her title. The DV coordinator for LAPD, who said that, the officers, if they determined there were injury, would take a report. Again, it kind of confirms that these four officers decided that when they went to the apartment or the penthouses, that there was nothing wrong. Yes, that was the infamous testimony that the internet has been freaking out about with Ellen Barkin. The best part of that testimony was your romantic relationship with Depp. And she said, can you change it to sexual? It's like, all right, girl, get it. Your sexual relationship with Depp. He could be controlling. He accused me of cheating. Okay. And I know that aligns with the proposition that in the relationship, he could be jealous and controlling. That goes to what Dr. Curry testified to, not Dr. Curry, Dr. Hughes. Damn it. Now I've pulled an Ellen. Elaine. I've pulled an Elaine calling Dr. Hughes Dr. Curry. Well, anyway, Dr. Hughes testified that was common in IPV or interpersonal violence, interrelational violence, intimate partner violence relationships, that there would be this jealousy and controllingness. However, we're still not helping Amber Heard's case in defamation along when you look at it from the perspective that this headline of the digital version and the tweet of the digital version are the most difficult for Amber Heard to defend. The print article is gone. The print article is done. I don't see any way that Johnny Depp wins on the claim with the print article, but I also don't know how we get to adequate evidence with regard to the counterclaims at this point. We've not seen any damage yet. Are we going to get a damages expert to talk about the jobs that were lost, the money that was lost? Because what we got is a social media guy who told the entire jury that hashtag Johnny Depp is super popular on the internet and hashtag Amber Heard is an abuser and hashtag Amber Turd were also popular on the internet, along with mean tweets that said, that said, hoax, fake, and fraud. So they brought public opinion into court, and I don't think it helps. And then you have the Disney corporate designee. The Disney corporate designee's entire purpose was saying, we've seen other negative articles of Johnny Depp, but we did not see the op-ed of Johnny Depp. So it's going to, hey, we didn't cause the damage here. Hey, the op-ed didn't cause the damage. Here's where that doesn't help, though, with the proposition that one of these, the title, the headline of the article, alleging sexual violence. If the jury believes that is about Depp, then that's defamation per se, and they don't have to prove damages. So trying to disprove damages in that way might not be super helpful. It might just be a waste of time. And when we get to this testimony with the hashtag social media expert, it's just not helpful at all. So let's go to Twitter real quick, and then we're going to get to questions. Let's see. Also, not sure if you could see on the video, but Amber really, really hated hearing Amber Turd. Face scrunched up, eyes blinking rapid fire. I'm sure the internet will treat this responsibly. Yes, I'm sure we will see this all over the Tiki Talks later today. We're going to get to some questions, and then we'll see what else Runkle tweets. We love having our in-court correspondent. I wonder if, I'll go see if James from court is tweeting in a minute, but I do want to get to some of your questions because I know at the end of the court day, I can't always get to all of them, and I will do my best. Question, are they allowing for the possibility that she ruined her own reputation? That's going to be the argument on both sides. The thing, I mean, I guess they could try to go the route of defamation per se with the dishonesty, the hoax, but I don't know if they'll get there. But yes, it allows, I mean, on both sides, it allows for that possibility. Question, from where did they get the Twitter statistical data? Did they get it from Elon Musk? No. What if the statistical data is not manipulated? I don't think the statistical data is manipulated. They got it from the back end of the API, and then they ran their own programs on it. They didn't really go through the process of how that was evaluated much because I don't think it fucking mattered. Why waste your time? Why even waste your time? I'm sure there's other witnesses that they need to talk about more, and this was not it. Question, how does this translate to financial loss? She already said that she recovered her Aquaman role, which I assume she was paid for, and the L'Oreal campaign. She hasn't proved damages yet. She has said that she's been damaged. She has not proved it yet. They've got another witness, I think, to go to that. Is his analysis before or after the audio was leaked? It looked like it was after the audio was leaked, which did make her look bad, but they're trying to attribute that to Adam Waldman, but that doesn't go to the statements Adam Waldman made. These spiked after the leaked audio. That's when hashtag for Johnny Depp spiked. So again, as I said at the time, they're now proving to the jury that the audio the jury heard made everyone feel that hashtag justice for Johnny Depp is what needed to be said. Okay. I don't know how that helps Amber Heard. So somebody can enlighten me. I'm happy to open my mind to another perspective. I just can't see it. Question, what did the judge throw someone out of the courtroom for tweeting, but Runkle attends live and is okay? Is it because he's outside of the courtroom while doing so? Yes, you can tweet. You just can't use your phone in court. It is for the safety of the jury. Once you step outside of court, there is an area where you can use your phone out in the courtyard. You cannot use it in court. So in the actual courtroom, but you can tweet about the case. There's no gag order. It's like we can cover the case and talk about it. It's a public case. It's televised. Why can Amber Heard bring Depp's ex as a witness, but Depp's team cannot bring Tessa Von Wright? Well, they did mention her. They did bring it up. It did come in cross-examination. But this goes to kind of a pattern of behavior that they're trying to establish. And I think they're going to have rebuttal witnesses for pattern of behavior for Amber Heard too. I think they're waiting till then. Does it seem with these witnesses, Amber Heard's team is grasping at straws? Yes. It feels kind of desperate, which is not, they had the legally stronger case coming into this. Legal, all the other shit aside, everything aside, they had the legally, factually stronger case. So grasping at someone from 30 years ago to prove your side is not helping. And grasping at something from 30 years ago that says, hey, but his behavior doesn't change, that doesn't even 100% support your side is not helpful. All the lawyers are allowed to use their phones in court. The legal teams are an exception to the court rules because they are working. What audio did the jury hear that you referenced during the hashtag testimony guy? I believe the leaked audio, and this is my remembrance, and I'm sure the chat can correct it. I believe the leaked audio is, tell the world, Johnny, tell them I too, Johnny Depp, am a man, a victim of domestic violence. See who believes you. It was that audio, that yelling fight, and that's come in, and the jury is well aware of it now. They never tagged which audio it was for the jury. I am supposing based on my knowledge of the interwebs, that's what I'm going with. Runkle said, I had earlier said that Cross needed another 30 minutes on further thought. That's ridiculous. It needed at most another 5 minutes, but it needed it pretty badly, in my opinion. I think the finish makes it pretty effective, but it could have been so much more. I think we all wanted the Cross of the tech expert to be more, but I also think there's something to be said for get in and get out. So reasonable minds. Question, is it me or are they just describing jealousy as communication? Because when you're in a relationship, having someone asking where you're going, what are you doing? This is only jealousy. Sounds like communication. I don't know. It's their perception of things. Judge is like, I went to freaking law school for this. This has been a very, very patient judge. I think Judge A has been the most patient judge I have ever seen. Did Amber Heard's team just waste time providing witnesses that turned into Johnny's favor? In rebuttal, do both teams go up against each other like they could have saved their time for that? They couldn't. Depp's team can save time for their rebuttal witnesses. Heard's team only gets these witnesses. Emily, does it seem like these witnesses Amber Heard describes? I got to that one. I still feel the same way. Why was Ellen Barkin allowed? We talked about that. Prior behavior. You can't go to prior good character. I don't think they need to. Question, what would happen to a jury member if they fell asleep during testimony? Generally, another juror would gently nudge them and remind them to wake up. Sometimes the bailiff will walk over and wake them up, but nothing. Question, is tomorrow on for court? I don't think so. I think tomorrow's dark for court. Good, we could all use it. Do the time limits for each side take away affect the time they get for their closing arguments? No, they will have a set amount of time for closing arguments that doesn't go into their time for witnesses. I don't think. That said, Judge A could have told them you have 61 hours for the entire case, parse it how you will, and if you run out of time. The thing I'm basing it on is she said, if you run out of time and you're in the middle of a witness, I will cut you off. So I think she has apportioned separate time for closing outside of witness time, 61 hours of witness time. Would the social media expert not have made it more tempting now for jurors to want to check Twitter? I think that's a risk that they run, but I also think they gave the jurors the information. The jurors are going to want to know after. Can they now bring in statements from Moss writer parodies proclaiming he was nothing but a loving partner? I don't know what they will do on rebuttal. I think there's opportunity for that legally. Has Johnny Depp's former co-ownership of the Viper Room been brought up at all? No, because the history with that place, but also his drug use shouldn't be surprising. No, his drug use isn't surprising to anyone at this point, but no, his co-ownership of the Viper Room is irrelevant to this case. Is the jury normal people? Sweden, it's politicians. Oh, that's interesting. No, the jury is made up of a jury of your peers from the vicinity of where the courthouse is located. So citizens of Fairfax, Virginia, from all walks of life, from all different socioeconomic groups, from all different levels of education, all walks of life. So you don't need any particular qualification to be a juror other than to be over the age of 18 and not be a convicted felon. Even though in some jurisdictions, the rules on that I believe have shifted, but those are generally the preclusions from jury duty. And then you need to, in some jurisdictions where you have large populations that speak not English as a first language, depending on what it is, sometimes there are limitations with jurors who are like, I simply can't understand this type of testimony, not in my first language. And there's a few other restrictions. If you can't sit in judgment, if you can't sit and listen, if you have back problems, health problems, whatever. But no, ordinary citizens taken out of their lives for 6 weeks, ripped from their lives to sit in this court and decide. What happens if a team runs out of time before rebuttal? Then they're out of time. Will or could Jennifer Howell be put forward as a witness for Johnny Depp? Could. Will? Don't know. The best part of this whole fiasco is finding you. Well, thank you, Ems. Thank you for your knowledge. You're welcome. I love being a live streamer. It is the most fun. Is it me or is this trial super strange? No, it's strange. It's strange. But we don't normally see civil cases like this. We normally see criminal cases that are televised that kind of gain the public interest. This is a civil case. It's very different. Question. You guys referenced that the jury was young. How young do y'all estimate the jury to be? I timestamped it a few days ago when we had DUI guy and Law and Lumber on talking about, they estimated some of the jurors to be in their very early 20s. So young. The judge has bags packed ready to flee when done. Yeah, I thought I did too, but I'm not surprised. The day the court ends, the judge just closes her laptop and it is gone. The day that Amber Heard testified, the judge sat there and was like, So anyway, you know what? I don't think I gave Runkle the afternoon stream. Okay, let me give it to him. That's my bad. I will just give it to him now. I don't know if he'll have time. Oh, court's going to be back in like 3 minutes. For the PM. So let's see. Does MSM watch a different trial? Are the articles are pro Amber Heard? I don't know. It's one of my biggest frustrations covering trials that I feel like at times I feel, and I can't broad generalizations are hard, but I feel like there are times that mainstream media is beholden to other things, other narratives, to things they've said in the past. I don't like when positions can't shift. Days are good for Amber Heard. Days are good for Johnny Depp. There's a lot of questions about the things we've seen in court, and those questions are fair and appropriate to ask. It's been really frustrating watching trials in court, looking at headlines and then being like, are we all here? But I also think you get to decide what you're seeing, just like the jury gets to decide what they're seeing. You get to decide what weight to put on it. You get to decide who you believe. You get to decide. And the thing I like about having trials televised is it decentralizes the talking points. We get to look at it and then have a conversation about it, which is exactly what the jury does. They look at the evidence and then in this case, seven sit down and have a conversation about it and decide. Court docket website says trial motions. Yeah, they only do law and motion tomorrow. There is no court for the jury tomorrow, which means there is no televised court tomorrow. So they will do motions. Let's see. Runkle says Disney execs spend a lot of time testifying to being out of the loop at work. Gallery reaction to Barkin is basically to wonder what the hell was up with that. Also, the redaction from romantic to sexual was a source of much amusement for the gallery and those jurors whose poker face slipped because it's funny. So that's completely fair. But I like that we've gotten look, we are competing. This channel is competing with major news networks for a decentralized view. And I appreciate it. And look at us. Look at us go. That road to 450 is freaking strong, you guys. So thank you. In Brazil, we only have jury for cases of crimes against life, which I am summoned for next week. That will be a fascinating process, I'm sure. Probably a hard case. But in civil cases, you can choose to have a court trial, or a court trial, meaning the judge decides. They didn't want to do that in this case, because in this case, a court trial generally would favor Amber Heard, because the legal parsing is stronger for Amber Heard going into this case. So with that, we're going to get to a few more questions before court resumes. But I love hearing about everyone else's jury system. It's fascinating to me. So many, different countries do it differently. And I love learning not just about how it's done where you are, but talking about how it's done here. And I think that that's just I find it so interesting, but I'm a giant fucking law nerd. That's why we're here. Nerds. No. The sound went up and then the camera panned back. The sound's still up, so I'm optimistic that we're back. Is she clearly not a hostile witness? Hostile witness means, in the legal sense, it doesn't mean unfriendly or mean or snarky. Hostile witness in the legal sense means that it is a witness that you are allowed to treat as if you are cross-examining them when you call them. So you call a witness that's on your side. You generally
Are we ready for the jury?
open-ended questions.
Oh,
But if preliminary matter, so the audio is going to cut. But if
Okay,
that
approach
witness will not answer questions, will not cooperate, or is like, fuck you, bitch, I'm not saying anything, there is generally a process to treat the witness as hostile, where you can then ask very fine leading questions on direct. So hostile doesn't mean like emotionally hostile. Hostile means legally they are you treat them as if they're an opposing witness and get to do cross-examination. Hopefully that was a concise-ish definition of hostile witness. Thank you for your great analysis. Wouldn't Disney deny any knowledge of the op-ed anyway? Yes. They don't want Depp to sue them. Yes. And also the jury gets to decide. Could creative differences have done it? Could this or that have done it? Oh, did you see Judge A's face? What are they showing the judge? What are they showing the judge? She was like, somebody needs to clip that. What is the timestamp? 2:03. I'm going to make a note. I want to go back and look at that. I want to see if I can figure out what that was for. She was like, did you all see that? This is why I love keeping our eye on the court. Could they be pressing the drugs and alcohol too much? Yes. Are they risking the jury becoming desensitized? Yes. They're also risking pissing off the jury with being like, okay, we get it. Because the witnesses we heard today said, yeah, Johnny drank. Yeah, Johnny did drugs, but it didn't affect his memory, but it didn't change his behavior. Amber Heard and her friends are the only ones trying to allege it changed his behavior, or that it turned him into someone else. They're the only ones. All the other witnesses, even Amber Heard's own witnesses, have said Johnny Depp's behavior did not change. You guys, we're zooming. Is there a possibility for Dr. Hughes to change her testimony a bit and reevaluate her findings? No, there isn't. She gave testimony. Greetings from Hungary. Thank you, Kata. Question: if they were only to prove verbal and mental abuse, Johnny Depp, shouldn't he win since... let me try this again. If they only prove verbal and mental abuse by Johnny Depp, shouldn't he win since that's not wife beating? No. The wife beating was the UK case. This is domestic abuse, but this also has it was for domestic abuse, his claim here, but there's also that headline regarding sexual violence. And that headline, I think, is the one that is more difficult. But the definition of domestic abuse is broad, and abuse can be mental, emotional, not just physical. So on just domestic abuse, he loses. The sexual violence headline, I think, is very strong for him. It's a great question, and we'll have to keep bringing it up. But the wife beating is just the UK trial, and that is done and dusted. Question: have you seen the text word of Johnny where he said he hired Kipper and the nurses to calm her down and keep her under control? What do you think he could have meant by that? Well, that's her perspective, is that the doctors were hired to rein her in. If that comes into court, we'll address it. I haven't seen that in court or in evidence yet. Would it have been better to show positive hashtags? No, they're trying to show a smear campaign. That's what she promised. She promised a PR, an orchestrated PR smear campaign and hit pieces, is what she said, or contextually what she said. After this trial, can Elaine release her tell-all book about representing Amber Heard? No, that would violate attorney-client privilege.
Your Honor, we call Dr. Alan Blaustein.
All right.
Blaustein.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, and I'm asking questions first. I believe I may be the only one asking questions.
All right, thank you.
Dr.
Can you provide
Allen.
your full name?
Alan Scott Blaustein.
You're a doctor, correct?
Correct.
And you're a psychiatrist?
Yes.
Huh.
How long have you been a psychiatrist for?
Since 1987.
And you went to medical school?
Yes.
What medical school?
He's like, that's how you do that.
Northwestern University.
Now, Johnny Depp was a patient of yours, correct?
Correct.
You understood that Mr. Depp had substance dependence issues, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you recall what substance issues, what substances Mr. Depp had issues with?
Marijuana, alcohol, opiates, I believe.
Did you ever have an understanding that Mr. Depp had anxiety syndrome?
Super common, by the way, with ADHD to have anxiety
I
sometimes.
knew Mr. Depp had anxiety.
And how did you come to be aware that Mr. Depp had anxiety?
He didn't say cocaine.
She told me that.
Do you recall having any conversation that Mr. Depp was bipolar?
There was some question about bipolar disorder diagnosis, but I do not remember any specifics about the discussion.
Do you recall having a conversation with Mr. Depp about a bipolar diagnosis?
No.
What behaviors did Mr. Depp acknowledge that should be changed?
I see all the questions.
Certainly his drug use and his turning to drugs to help relieve a lot of the psychic pain that he was experiencing.
And he
In working with Mr. Depp, would you agree that Mr. Depp had fundamental issues with anger?
I would say that he expressed having issues with anger.
He said he did.
Mr. Depp expressed having issues with anger?
Yes.
Did Mr. Depp express having issues with anger towards Amber?
He expressed having anger towards her. Yes.
No,
Do you recall what reasons Mr. Depp told you as to why he was expressing anger towards Amber?
I'll address this at a break because I don't want to miss the testimony, but I will address it. Chat. We'll address why his treating doctor can testify. We'll talk about it.
I can't, no.
This is not a HIPAA violation.
In working with Mr. Depp, was he ever suspicious of Amber having affairs?
can recall now he expressed feelings of jealousy. But I don't remember if it was about affairs.
Did you see the elevator video with James Franco?
Do you recall any more detail about what Mr. Depp was feeling jealousy toward Amber about?
No.
We will address this at the break because I don't want to talk over that too much.
In working with Mr. Depp,
Because I very much want to hear this.
did you see that Mr. Depp had any issues with patience?
Yes, he was impatient.
What is your understanding about issues that Mr. Depp had with Amber?
Well,
It was a very chaotic relationship with a lot of fluctuations and ups and downs and lots of difficulty in emotional expressions and lots of anger in both
he
places.
can discuss this. This is
You know,
proper
high
testimony.
intensity affect and emotional expression.
He can discuss this. He's been subpoenaed. It has been agreed upon by the parties. It's proper testimony.
A lot of disappointment, a lot of fears.
If it
Dr.
wasn't
Blaustein,
proper
I'm
testimony,
showing you what's been marked as
you wouldn't be seeing it.
Blaustein Exhibit 3. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
What is it?
It's my invoice billing document.
This is from your files.
Correct.
You keep this document in the ordinary course of business.
Correct.
And this billing invoice is for Johnny Depp, correct?
Correct.
And so where it says 10 to 14 from your billing records, would this be is this your understanding the first time you met with Mr. Depp?
By phone, yes.
And in total, if we look at the number of sessions you either met or spoke to Mr. Depp that weren't canceled or he didn't show up, my count, it comes to 18 times you met with Mr. Depp. Does that sound about right?
Looks like 18 times.
Did you have any concerns about any of the amounts of medications that Mr. Depp was taking?
I had concerns about the Adderall that I would have expressed to him.
And what were the concerns about the Adderall?
I don't recall the specific conversations, but I would have been asking about how he was diagnosed to have ADHD or under what circumstances he would take that, especially if he wasn't currently working.
Did you ever talk to Mr. Depp about what he did when Marilyn Manson would visit?
No.
When you were working with Mr. Depp,
did you ask Mr. Depp if Whitney Heard taught him to snort
did
coke
you
with a
have any
tampon
understanding
applicator?
whether Mr. Depp was still abusing drugs and alcohol on that?
Yes.
But you do recall that there were times
These are my
when you
in-ear
were
monitors, so I
working
can
with Mr.
hear the
Depp
trial without
where
it
he had
echoing
breakthrough
for you
uses
guys.
of
So these are
drugs or
in-ears.
alcohol.
Yeah, that his relative sobriety
But my
was
dad
not
does.
complete. Yes.
And that's what you mean by breakthrough usage, that his sobriety, Mr. Depp's sobriety, was not complete?
Rottenborn is obsessed with Marilyn
relative
Manson.
sobriety. Again, I said relative sobriety because he did continue to use marijuana throughout, almost entirely throughout the time that I knew him.
Can you call it California
with a
sober? Is that the
short
word for
time
that?
exception, I
California
think.
sober?
So I call it
Relative
relative sobriety. Then there'd be some breakthrough uses of other substances.
Okay. And when you say breakthrough usage, just so everyone understands, what do you mean by that?
He was trying to be sober. He was working on sobriety. And by breakthrough uses, I mean sobriety would mean the abstinence of using the substance. And so the breakthrough would be on a particular time he would have used the substance that he was trying to be sober of.
He said Depp discussed prior
So
stuff with
in
bipolar, but
addition
he didn't
to
diagnose that.
Marijuana.
So thank you for that.
in the time you saw Mr. Depp from October of 2014 through January
Yes, time has
of
paused.
2015, there were times where Mr. Depp broke his sobriety with drugs or alcohol
Depp
in
did
addition
drugs?
to marijuana, correct?
Depp did drugs and
I believe
marijuana?
so, yes.
How did you come to that understanding?
He would have told me.
Do you know why Mr. Depp stopped seeing you?
I didn't see that he was a JD
I
MD,
know he
but
was preparing to leave to Australia to go to work, and
I didn't see that. I'm not surprised. I mean,
I assumed that was the
happens.
reason.
It's a lot of school.
But he hasn't returned to you since he went to Australia in 2015, correct?
Right.
And did anyone inform you as to why he stopped seeing you?
No.
Blaustein Exhibit 9 are notes reflecting your care of Mr. Depp, correct?
Right.
And you kept
So
these
he-
notes in the ordinary course of business,
He didn't
correct?
see him after.
Right.
And you kept these notes in a file for Mr. Depp, correct?
Correct.
And this is page 1 of those notes from October 2nd, 2014, correct?
Correct. Again, there will be plenty of places
Same
where
dude.
I don't remember. I can't read what they say. They are for my current attention purposes only in these particular notes,
Okay.
and that's what makes them process notes.
In working with Mr. Depp, did he discuss any abuse he received as a child or an adolescent?
Yes.
And do you recall any difficulties that Mr. Depp was talking to you about in his relationship with his fiance?
No, not from
Okay.
this.
What does it say?
Such a pain in the ass.
Okay.
Do you recall why he was saying Amber was a pain in the ass?
No.
Okay. And what's the next thing say?
Y'all,
in boxes.
You
about
ever
his kid's
referred to your
mom,
spouse as a pain in the ass? Watch out.
and
I
and
just,
I think I have the word destructive.
I'm
What was
hoping,
destructive referring to?
I'm hoping they
You
have
know,
more
I
than
don't know.
this.
No, I don't.
I'm hoping they have
Uh,
more than this.
Something relationship 14 to 15 years, mother of my kids.
So that's
Out
Vanessa.
about officially. He didn't want to be his dad, thinking I'm not abandoning like his dad.
He didn't want to be
And then
abandoning
below
like his
kids,
dad.
it says clear, better. She needed me to be all this. Needed me to be
Supports his testimony.
all this week or all this work. I don't know.
If we turn to the next page, it says page 2.
Yep, got it.
And then what's the next line say?
There's this violence, rage that we've had over a couple of years.
I think
Okay,
with a
and so
JD MD,
what
you
is
could be
Mr.
an
Depp
excellent
referring to there?
advocate because you would have a lot of experience on both sides.
So do you recall
That's
that
a really
in
powerful
working
combo,
with Mr.
Stacey.
Depp that he spoke about violence and rage in other relationships in addition to his relationship with Amber?
Or rage and chaos. I don't remember violence, but I do remember rage and chaos.
And that's
Now, again,
consistent.
the context of this is I had met him at this point. So this is an initial telephone consultation. So to see whether or not he was going to start therapy with me.
But in your working with Mr. Depp, was he talking about rage and chaos with relationships in addition to his relationship with Amber, correct?
ZZ, the
Yes.
boxing cat,
Yes.
same. I mean, same
What
with the
other
forensic psychs of
relationships was he
Amber,
talking
though.
about rage and chaos?
This brings out everything. For
Again,
both
I don't
sides.
have the specific recollection, but I think it included the mother of his children and arguments
I
about
think he's being careful recalling really old shit.
child, not child custody, child care, or
I
visitation, or
don't
access
see this
to the
testimony
children.
as slow.
On the left,
evasive.
it says
I see him as
raised
being
two
careful.
kids, 15 and 12.
So I see him trying to be patient.
And then below that, she tried to protect me. She tried to protect me too.
You know what that's referring to?
My association now is his sister, but I don't.
He's very
I don't
careful to
think
say,
it's
I
true.
think
don't
it's
have a
to this,
specific recollection,
but I
no.
don't know. That's fair.
Wouldn't take fear. Wake up to fight devil.
I agree
Wait,
that the psych will be cast by
Wait
Tom
up to
Selleck.
fight devil.
You know what that's referring to? Wait up to fight devil?
I think he
Wait,
referred
after the
to a
fight?
devil as some version of
Going down to Georgia.
internal depression and chaos that he felt. Something like an everyday phenomenon. He felt he was struggling. And he, I think, would label it as a devil.
So Mr. Depp labeled
Depression as the devil.
something that was internal to him as the devil.
Don't be a dick about it, though.
As a representation of something horrible inside of himself, what I would say.
So the devil was something horrible inside of himself.
This just
Correct.
makes me sad for Depp.
That's what Mr.
Or
Really sad for how he was struggling.
Again, I don't think he ever said that, so I'm going to be careful here. The devil was the representation of the battle that he had many days when he woke up with the depression and anxiety and fears that he had.
This just makes me sad and
Did Mr.
empathetic for
Depp ever
Depp.
refer to himself as a monster?
He looks upset. Like he actually looks a little bit upset.
Remember the word monster in my office, but I don't know if it's referring to himself or not. Maybe that'll be more revealed as we go forward.
Now,
The
turning
time
to
jumps.
Blaustein 12.
The time jumps are because
Page 4 of this exhibit.
depositions are edited, and so
And
they're
there's a
edited
3
with
at
the
the top,
objections
correct?
taken out.
Yeah.
And then to the right, it says, that
Does he
says
have a
Amber's
ponytail?
fiance, correct?
We love the ponytail.
Correct.
And then there's,
work through anger just below that.
This is the most emotion
and
I've
we're
felt
saying work
in
through
any
anger.
of Amber Heard's side.
Is that
Like-
referring to
Honestly,
his anger towards Amber?
I think what he was saying then is that part
No,
of
this
his
is
goal
real
of
sad.
therapy was to work through anger that he and his fiance had towards each other. Then going back to the left, better with girl about it.
they're building a lot of empathy for Depp in this.
Self-destructive, hard to not put in front of me.
You know what self-destructive, hard not to put in front of me means? It's referring to?
I think the self-destructive was his drug use.
He looks like he
What
doesn't
they're
love
referring to
talking
at
about
this time.
this.
I'm now looking at Blaustein 13, page, which has a page 4. Are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And at the top it says Johnny/Debbie, correct?
Correct.
All right. And then the date, it says 10/what?
That's 10/7.
And so it says JD 10/21/14, correct?
Correct. A lot of things, work,
And see, I feel
intense
you.
work, fatigue,
This just makes me so sad. Truly,
need
for
a
Depp.
minute. Here I can say with certainty, his words, shit with my girl.
I imagine.
And what's that referring to?
I'll talk about this at the break because I want to talk about
Difficulty
that.
he was having with Amber.
Do you recall what he was talking about, what difficulty he was having with, Mr. Depp was having with Amber?
No.
The next line looks like it says she refuses to accept.
Correct.
Do you know what Amber refuses to accept? What Mr. Depp was referring to?
Nope.
And to the right, it says Amber what?
So I'm going to talk about this at the break.
Amber wedding.
Were you talking at this point about potentially Mr. Depp and Amber marrying?
Yes, he was talking about that. Yes.
Okay.
Chat, thank you for your
And
empathy
then what does
with
it
this
say
testimony.
under she refuses to accept?
Empathy is important, very important, and I'm sure the jury's feeling it
wedding
too.
February.
So thank you.
And then what's next?
may not want to go to marriage, 51 years old.
Oh. Not want to go to
Were there any
marriage.
discussions that you had with Mr. Depp where he had concerns about the age difference between him and Amber?
To be fair, Rottenborn is handling this sensitively.
I don't think so. No.
I think he's just being direct and not salacious, which I appreciate.
What does it say under 51 years old?
A lot of life experiences. You're being my mother and psychotic sister.
What did you understand Mr. Depp was referring to where you wrote you're being my mother and
And
psychotic
she
sister?
keeps looking at the jury.
I
This
think
isn't
that's
going to
something
help.
that he told me, he said to her.
He said that to her.
He was,
That Mr. Depp said to Amber, you're being my mother and psychotic sister?
that's what I would think, yes.
Okay.
Okay. And
Then the next line,
High tolerance for marijuana.
who has a high tolerance for marijuana?
He did.
All right, turn to the next page, which is Blaustein 15.
oh, this is,
And where I have a number 5.
I
the
can't
top
tell
there.
the difference between Needlehoff
What
and
is it?
Rottenborn
Something?
audio. Auditorily.
Self-destructed very early.
I can't tell. Thank you guys for being able to tell. I really can't
Mr.
tell.
Depp talking about himself being self-destructive very early?
Yes.
Needlehoff.
Okay. How is Mr. Depp describing that he was self-destructive?
Was his marriage to Amber Heard him self-destructing? We have questions.
I think, I don't recall, but let's continue and maybe something's there.
Okay.
So he was trying to be sober from booze and pills, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then was it you who said reward?
Yeah, ask him about where can he get rewards elsewhere. Where did he get reward? I maybe asked him, where did he get rewards elsewhere?
Highly motivated
And
by
there
reward.
he said,
Where are my
the
ADHD
past,
peeps that feel me
MDMA,
on highly
ecstasy,
motivated by
cocaine.
rewards?
So what did you understand where you wrote MDMA, ecstasy, cocaine?
I'm not quite sure, but those are things that he had used in the past. There is another possibility that I had asked him specifically about that, but I don't think so. I think it's more likely that those are things he had used in the past.
Do you know what pills Mr. Depp was referring to be sober from?
I know oxycodone was the main thrust of that time.
And then it says back to the left. It says left off.
Yeah, and that's probably a note to myself to try to get back to a reward loop mechanism, and it's parallel to a relationship. What kinds of rewards could come back to him that could be healthy? What kinds of rewards that could come from the relationship that could be healthy? And then talk about biology changes. So I made a note to myself there to talk about how the brain changes in the face of many of these drugs over time.
Did you talk with Mr. Depp at all?
That's interesting.
That his brain can change as he continues to take these drugs?
That might be why he brought this testimony in.
Yes, I did.
And then it says 10/27/14.
That might be their
on
point.
relationship issues, being accused, in his word, of being manic.
It does feel
Grounded,
invasive, but that's
seeing
happened
children.
with both sides in this case.
Son
Because
is one of the positive aspects of the
we've
relationship.
heard from the marital
Also, he's talking
counselor,
about
we've
his
heard
past
from the
relationship there.
two forensics
Mr.
for
Depp was saying
Amber.
that Amber reminded him
All
of his
sides here.
mom
But
and
yeah,
his
it always feels
psychotic
icky.
sister.
But the relationship reminded him of his relationship with his psychotic sister and his mother. Yes.
And Mr. Depp talked about that he was being accused of being manic.
Yes.
Did he say who accused him of being manic?
I assume from this it was Amber.
Turn to the next page, Blaustein 16.
This absolutely feels ickier than the forensics who
Yeah,
did
and
tests
this is
and talked about numbers.
10/29/14 at the top.
This feels more
Mood
invasive.
euthymic.
What does that mean?
Attention.
And we'll talk about it at the
normal
break.
mood. Attention decreased.
You mean by attention
Memory
decreased?
difficulty with attention, paying attention. Memory, transitional difficulties.
And what do you mean by having transitional difficulties with his memory?
It would have been part of a maybe mental status test that I would have done in the first session, where he would have trouble holding on to memory of things from 5 minutes ago. If I ask him to remember 3 words, he may have had difficulty. He would have had difficulty remembering those 3 words.
Thank you,
5
Hannah.
minutes later after distracting him with other conversation.
Right.
But like
And then
me,
what does it say
ADHD.
after that?
We're going to address why this is coming in at the
THC,
break.
The marijuana as part of issue, tetrahydrocannabinol.
Yes, he has to testify, but we will
That's what
talk about it
THC
at the
stands
break.
for.
So you saw THC as an issue with Mr. Depp's memory and attention. Is that right?
Well, with the transitional memory, at least, yes. Perhaps the attention.
Perhaps.
MSE, mental status examination. More present, more attention. Off on dates. When I would ask him about what today might be, what today's date was, perhaps, is what that's referring to.
So Mr. Depp was off on
We're going to talk about it.
Date that was.
turning to the next page, Blaustein 17.
I just don't want to talk over his testimony because it's actually probably pretty important.
It says JD at the top and then 11, 10, 14. See that?
Yep, I have that.
Okay. And Mr. Depp came in to see you on 11, 10, 14.
Correct.
Okay. And what's the first line say?
Some clouding, probably secondary to THC.
What do you mean by clouding?
Would have been something in confusion or something about his mental state, or less sharp, less alert, perhaps.
What's the next line say?
It says no evidence of mania, hypomania.
What do you mean by that?
I didn't see in his presentation any evidence of mania or hypomania.
I think
Okay.
this might
Next
go in
line.
Depp's favor, and I think that's part of why this is coming in.
Discussion
I'll talk
about
about it at the break. I think
relationships,
some of this
core
is
issues
strategy.
of trust.
It feels icky, but I think some of it is strategy.
Amber says context, contact. Don't know.
Okay.
Fruitless meeting with her therapist.
Did you ever observe Mr. Depp with mania or hypomania in any of your other sessions?
Not that I recall.
And at 10:24:14, Mr. Depp came in for another individual session, correct?
11:24:14.
Yes, and we're going to
First
talk
line
about
says
that.
15 minutes late.
15 minutes late. Clear. Relationship stabilizing. Looking at jealous parts of him.
What do you mean by that? Looking at jealous parts of him.
Things that make him jealous and what his role might be in jealousy.
There have been, and there might be
what
more.
made Mr. Depp jealous?
Well, about what was happening there, but with Amber, I don't know. I can't recall. I see in my next notice it was a triggering point. On my next notice, triggering point, early breakup at 22, where an actress cheated with a leading man.
So was Mr. Depp jealous of Amber being with other men?
I don't remember that specifically.
Okay. And turning to Blaustein 18,
He doesn't remember Depp being
which
jealous
looks
of
like
another
it
man.
starts at 12:7:14.
Yeah.
Mr. Depp came in for an individual session.
Correct.
And then it looks like you have paranoia in quotes.
Would have been his word. And what he meant by that, the elements were fear, envy, and vigilance.
Mr. Depp told you something about paranoia?
Well, as he defined it.
And his elements of paranoia were fear, envy, and vigilance, as he told you. Then there's, what's the next day? 12, 18, 14?
Yeah, let's see. 12, 18, 14, yes.
And Mr. Depp came in for a session.
Yes.
I think this is
Patient
legally
working.
strategic. So this was not the only option. There were two
So,
options here.
Psychotherapy on phone. It's just possible there was a phone session that I didn't.
But
mark
I
as a
don't
phone
want to talk
session.
over this, doctor.
Uh,
But there were two options here. Depp
big
picked
fight with
this one.
girlfriend yesterday.
I will tell you why at the break.
Struggling with how to separate. Let her tell you her feelings. Relationship needs to take care of you. Her to go to a safe zone, withdraw. Different than childhood experiences.
And then it's at 1/6/15, correct?
Correct.
And what do these notes say?
Patient late, 20 minutes. Positive hypnotherapy session. Goals to make a beeline to bed. Using relationship to take care of the individuals.
And chat, this is not the doctor's
Let's
fault.
see.
The doctor does
Logical
not have an
approach
option but to do this.
Amber's work.
This was a
care
strategic
of
legal
emotions.
choice. And we will talk about why. It feels yucky, but this was a strategic legal
sobriety
choice.
continuing.
And this
And
is
then
not the doctor's
Blaustein
fault.
20. Move down to the last page. And this is for 1/8/15, just to be clear.
1/8/15, correct. Slate, vulnerability, woman in studio who admired Amber. Threat,
What did that mean? What did you understand that to mean?
that probably related to your prior question, that there was a woman who admired her that he felt jealous of. Let's see, the next thing is something of vulnerability. Instances of vulnerability.
He felt
An
jealous and
internal
vulnerable.
Fear parallel to vulnerability in childhood. Inability. Free or fight, only way.
What does that mean? Free or fight, only way?
Free or fight. Or
Free
free and fight
or
is the only
flee.
way. And my understanding of that is either to be free of the relationship or fight for it. And positive relatedness with Amber through, dash vulnerability.
Did and 1/8/15 was the last time you saw or spoke to Mr. Depp as a patient, correct?
I believe that's true.
Did Mr. Depp describe to you at all how his jealousy would present itself, whether he was jealous of a man or a woman in relation to Amber?
And again, chat, this is not the doctor's
It
fault.
would make him angry. It would make him feel insecure.
This is a legal obligation. And that's the end of that. If we get a slight
next
pause,
witness.
I will talk about it, but they're going to call their next witness. That was
Your
not
Honor,
the,
our next witness is Eric George. He was the attorney for Amber relating to the op-ed.
Will you please state
another depo. We're not going to have a break to talk about it, but that's not the doctor's fault.
your
The-
name for the record?
That was a strategic choice.
George, ERIC, last name is George, GEORG.
So we will talk about it at the break,
And could you also state your business address, please?
but that is not the doctor's
Sure.
fault.
2121 Avenue of the Stars, Suite 2800, Los Angeles, California, 90067.
And what is the name of the law firm that you work with?
It's Brown, BROWNE, George, Ross, O'Brien, Anagway, and Ellis.
That's so many
And
names.
you are an attorney, Mr. George?
I am.
And I take it
His
from the
suit
name
is-
of the firm that you are one of the named partners?
I am indeed.
Literally relevant only to lawyers.
What are your
His suit
areas of practice?
is
Litigation,
Funding him in.
largely in the business and entertainment areas.
Have you handled defamation and libel matters?
I have.
Where are you barred? In other words, what states are you a member of the bar?
we know Elaine.
Sure. In California, New York, and Washington, D.C.
And are you also
That makes sense.
a member or barred in the United States Supreme Court?
I am.
Can you please tell us where you attended undergraduate and law school?
Oh, Elaine, we don't
Sure.
care.
Georgetown for both undergrad and law school.
Oh, that makes sense. Why he's barred in DC.
What, if any, service did you have with the Council of the United States Senate Judiciary Committee?
Sure.
Oh, we don't care.
I'm just pausing to get my dates correct here. In approximately
This
March
is going to the op-ed.
of 1999,
Because they don't have live witnesses.
I began service as counsel to the U.S. Senate Judiciary Committee, where I served through.
We all want to hug Johnny Depp at this point.
2000.
And what, if any, service did you have to the Secretary, the Legal Affairs Secretary to the Governor, Pete Wilson?
You working for the government doesn't make us like you more, bro.
About March 1997
Elaine, it's
to January
not
of
relevant.
1999,
You waste your
I
time.
was counsel to then Governor Pete Wilson,
Cool.
and my specific title was Deputy Legal Affairs Secretary.
Cool.
Have you been recognized for your career achievements since you have been an attorney?
I'll say immodestly, yes, various ways that lawyers are from time to time in magazines and publications and whatnot.
Like Tom Girardi
And
was.
What,
Weird.
if any,
I'm just being snarky.
recognition
I'm
have you
sure this
received
attorney's
as
lovely.
one of the top 100 attorneys in California?
A lot of those things are paid
The
placements.
legal paper annually puts out a list of the top 100 attorneys in California, and I've been fortunate to be
Which legal
selected
paper?
as one of those for many years.
Some of those are ads and some of them are
And
not.
what, if any,
I wanna know which one.
recognition have you had as being a super lawyer in California?
Super lawyers.
Same answer, except that's, I believe it's called Los Angeles Lawyer Magazine. I could have that wrong, but again, annually they put out a list of their super lawyers.
Okay.
And are you
Elaine.
also a member of the American College of Trial Lawyers?
I am.
I'm sure this attorney's
What-
lovely. It's
What
just,
is
I
one of
don't,
what is the one of the qualifications for becoming a member, being invited to be a fellow of the American College of Trial
his
Lawyers?
background is not really relevant
Sure. So
to
the
talking
college
to
reaches out
her about the
to
op-ed. It's just,
individual lawyers who
I just don't see how it
distinguish themselves
matters.
and generally occupy the top 1% of law practice.
Unless
And
he's
it's an
testifying as an
organization
expert.
dedicated to the development of professionalism within the practice of law.
If he's testifying as an
I'm going to
expert
now
on
turn to
defamation,
Amber Heard. And
that
I'm
gets
going
into
to ask
matters
you,
that are
Mr.
for the
George,
jury.
How long have you known Amber Heard?
if he's an
I've
expert, he
known
can't
Amber
come to a
Heard,
legal conclusion.
Gosh, it's got to be a good 5 years.
I'm going to be referring to an op-ed, and I'm going to use the term op-ed. It's obviously an opinion editorial
Great, Elaine.
that Amber Heard ended up ultimately publishing. with
Wendy,
the
I know.
ACLU.
It's just,
And so in the Washington Post, December 18,
but is he verified on Twitter?
2018.
I'm teasing.
So as I go through and ask these questions, I'm going to be using just the
I've been
term
asked to apply to
op-ed.
super lawyers. I
Will
never
you be
have.
comfortable with me using
It's
op-ed
just-
and understand it to mean that particular publication on
Sure.
December 18, 2018?
Sure.
She is. She's just
So
wasting
what,
time.
if any, legal representation did you provide to Ms. Heard relating to the op-ed?
Objection fluffing.
She presented to me a draft of the op-ed and asked for my counsel in terms of reviewing it, editing it, and finalizing it for publication.
Next week.
When is the first time Amber Heard reached out to you in connection with the op-ed and reviewing the op-ed?
It was certainly within the time frame of December 6th, 2018.
In connection with the op-ed, what, if
This is
anything,
actually
was your
really
objective
important
in
testimony.
representing Amber Heard with respect to the review and revision of the op-ed?
I reviewed
But
it and spent some significant time on it to make sure that there would be no meritorious claim that could be brought against her in connection with a defamation or related type of tort claim.
So you know it could be
And
defamatory.
ideally, with that in mind, to minimize the possibility of her ever being sued in connection with publishing it.
So you thought it might be defamatory.
Mr. George, I'm going to ask you to take a look
So you admit
at
you're like,
exhibit number 9.
you think you're really pretty.
Yes,
Are you familiar with this document?
I am.
Please describe what it is.
This could go two ways.
As its title, it's a judgment of dissolution of the
Yeah, this
marriage
could go two ways.
between Amber Heard and Mr. Depp.
Were you familiar with this document and its contents when you represented Amber Heard relating to the review of the op-ed?
Yes.
And what was your objective in representing and advising Amber Heard on the op-ed in connection with this stipulated judgment of dissolution of marriage?
This goes to the non-disclosure.
My objective was to make sure that there would be no meritorious claim that could be brought against Ms. Heard. in
So this
connection
super smart lawyer
with
is
the
trying to tell the
publication
jury
of
that
an
there can
op-ed,
be no meritorious
whether
claim.
that is
That's
a
why they went into
tort
his background.
related to
10
say,
for Elaine.
defamation or something akin to it, but also including any contract-based breach claim arising in connection.
The jury
with
might
the
just look at him and
judgment.
be like, okay, but no.
And what, if any,
What if any?
what if any indications did you
Damn it,
have
that was
from
twice in a
Amber
row.
Heard during that time frame that Amber did not intend to follow your advice or did not care if she was in a compromising position or might be at legal risk?
Oh, we know Amber wrote the op-ed. That's not an issue.
Let me answer that this way. Really 2 points. Number one, there was never anything that she said to me.
It is really important.
To the
She shouldn't
effect
make it
that,
boring. The jury needs to hear
she was
this.
willing
This is
to
important.
run some risk of being sued, or that she wouldn't listen to my counsel, or
That
anything
cough,
of
man.
that sort. Number two, that she affirmatively did follow in all instances my counsel with respect to these particular edits.
Heard would have waived
What,
her
if
attorney-client
any,
privilege to
legal
do this.
advice provided by you to Amber Heard respecting the Washington Post op-ed
Heard
was
waived
disregarded by Amber?
Privilege for him to
None,
testify.
to my knowledge.
What, if any, legal advice provided by you to Amber Heard respecting the Washington Post op-ed was followed by Amber Heard?
All of it.
What, if any, legal advice did you provide to Amber Heard in connection with the drafting
What,
and
if any?
publication of the op-ed that was not made in good faith by you?
It was all made in good
I
faith.
acted in good faith throughout and with the best of my abilities.
Of course he did. Great.
All right, your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor, we have Jessica Kovacevic. She's Amber's agent, and that's approximately 27 minutes.
Go ahead and spell the last name for me.
Yes,
It's
please.
a tough one. Kovacevic.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. So I think that part of that might be going towards Amber had no malice, but I also think it's going towards they
Good
knew that
afternoon,
this was
Ms.
about
Kovacevic.
Depp. Oh,
Ms.
fuck this
Kovacevic,
audio.
do
Fuck
you
this
know
audio.
that you were here today in your personal capacity and also as a representative
This is
of
going to
your
go to
agency,
damages, but
WME?
damn it.
I do.
Ms. Kovacevic, what do you do for work?
I'm a talent agent.
Would you please describe in just very general terms what a talent agent does generally?
Sorry,
Generally,
RIP.
you procure work for your clients. You
F in the chat for your ears.
make introductions. You read their scripts. You negotiate their deals.
And I take it Ms. Hurd is one of your clients.
Yes.
Did Ms. Hurd have a successful career at the time you began working with her?
Sorry, F in the chat for everybody's
and over
ears.
the period that you've worked with Ms. Hurd as her agent, what have your job responsibilities entailed?
Like I mentioned before, introducing her to producers and directors, writers, studio executives, procuring work for her.
We're going to hire Lawyer Cat. Lawyer Cat's going to sue the manager of this trial.
Introducing her to people that can employ her.
No cross on the lawyer, no need. They're saving their
negotiating
time.
her deals. And then dealing with whatever happens on while she is working, anything that arises that needs dealing with.
Is it the
Did you
audio
ever,
or is it vocal
at any
fry?
point in time, see Mr. Depp hit Ms. Hurd?
No.
Okay.
Were you working with Ms. Hurd when she was cast in the original Aquaman?
She was cast in Justice League first. And then the deal was to be in Justice League, the first Aquaman and the second Aquaman.
Did you assist Ms. Hurd in procuring the role of Mira in Aquaman?
Yes.
Was Aquaman a successful movie?
Extremely.
Is Jason Momoa
Was
better
Ms.
with or
Hurd's
without a shirt?
performance in the film well received critically?
Yes.
It's a potato.
Were there any negative views about Ms. Hurd's performance in Aquaman?
In the press, you mean? Or what do you mean specifically?
Well, in the press or otherwise.
No, there weren't any negative.
She didn't have to cry, did she?
As her talent agent, did you attempt to renegotiate Ms. Hurd's salary for Aquaman 2?
Yes.
When did you do that?
We did that around this time last year.
Why did you attempt to renegotiate it
No.
at all?
There's always a
It's
possibility you
standard
can be
to
sued.
renegotiate these types of deals. It's normal practice.
You try to mitigate the risk.
When a movie,
People can get
when
sued.
Aquaman came out, it was the most successful movie of all time ever.
Wait, what?
So even more so. For
Fact
that
check.
Reason,
Fact check.
for any successful franchise movie, when
Fact
you make
check.
a 3 or 4 picture deal like we did.
The most successful
in
movie of all
success,
time ever? Fact check. Fact check.
It's typical to go back and renegotiate the deal.
And now getting to your point, why did you choose to do it last year at this time?
Because that's when her option was exercised.
Has she never seen
And
Avatar?
When you did get around to trying to negotiate, you and WME successful in doing that.
Correct.
When did
This
he
goes
call
to damage-
Warner
this goes
Brothers
to damages.
renegotiate?
I think it was the most successful for DC.
It would have been the end of February last year.
I don't think it was the most successful movie of all time ever.
What year is that? 2021?
DC's
Yes.
most successful
At some
movie.
point,
Maybe.
were there press reports that Ms. Hurd was getting released from Aquaman 2?
There were
Is there a petition?
online rumors for a while that she was being replaced.
When did you first hear about those?
First, I don't know exactly when, but it was way
It's a very
before.
fair point about Batman.
It was way before this. It was maybe even a year before this.
Aquaman.
6 months before, maybe.
So nobody ever told you that Warner Brothers misrepresented the reason that they were replacing Ms. Hurd, correct?
What?
Why? No, why would they?
Did there come a time when
Why would it?
Ms. Hurd was restored to her role in Aquaman 2?
Yes.
Restored?
At that time, what were the terms of her restoration
Restored?
to Aquaman 2?
Was she ever really
The
officially
financial terms.
discharged?
Yes.
She was going to be making $2 million on the second film.
Was that consistent with the original contract?
Yes.
So
Is
the
this
contract
consistent
didn't
with
change.
what Warner Brothers originally gave as the rationale for
God, this
not
audio
using her in
fucking
Aquaman 2?
sucks.
The lack of chemistry between her and Jason.
Yes.
Yes.
Because
So
it's more fun than
Did there
this
come a time when
audio or
WME came
just
to understand
general?
that
Because take care of your health.
Ms. Hurd's role as
But not
Mira
as an
in
alternative to this
Aquaman
audio.
2 was diminished in some way?
When she was sent the script, directly, which is the common practice for these films.
You're aware that Miss Heard has a contract
Thank
with
you,
L'Oreal,
Chat.
correct?
You are wise.
Yes.
You are smart. And you
Were
are
you
good.
working with Miss Heard when she signed that contract?
Yes.
What's a bot?
Oh, wise Chat. Thank you.
A bot is a fake account that's created to execute a certain objective.
How do you know? How is that not speculative as fuck?
What is your educational background since high school?
Who cares?
College.
What college did you attend?
Who cares?
NYU.
What year did you graduate?
2005.
What was your major?
That's why I graduated law school.
Communications.
Who cares?
When WME first began working with Ms. Heard as her talent agent, you said she had had some success. How well known was Ms. Heard?
She was pretty famous. She was within the industry. You could call anyone and they knew who she was. So she had a certain level of fame. She had starred in movies and shows already by that point.
Okay, going back and taking
Could you assign a
wider
tier list
lens,
to that, or like
over
a?
the time that the several years you've worked with Ms. Heard, how would you characterize the arc of her career?
I would say she was a known actress when I started working with her. I said she was someone that you could call executives and producers and people about everyone, knew her name. She hadn't yet reached big star status, but she was definitely, she could get the lead of an independent movie. She could get the lead of a TV series. When I worked with her, we
I want to know how her relationship to
slowly
Depp
started
changed
to
that.
strategically, have her work on some more prestigious projects and work with, better directors. And then when she got Justice League, that was a, turning point for her.
I imagine.
And then Aquaman, subsequently, was obviously the biggest thing she had ever been a part of.
Didn't she get the role after she married Johnny Depp, though?
And is the arc of her career now on the upswing with her being part of Aquaman 2?
No.
Tell me what you mean. Why not?
Because typically, when you have an actor who is in a movie as successful as Aquaman was,
This is going to go to damages from defamation.
Their career totally changes, and they're in a different echelon. They, get way more offers. They're just put in a different place, position-wise with studios. They're more bankable, so they can.
If she says, unless
greenlight
they shit the
projects,
bed, I'm going to die.
all
I'm
those
going
kind of
to
things
die.
are consistent with when you're in a blockbuster of that size.
You're in a blockbuster, it catapults you.
With her, that did not happen. It happened, very significantly for her co-star. Obviously, he's the lead of the film and he's the title character, but
and he's Jason Momoa.
Even a small percentage of that did not happen for her. So,
girl,
that's my assessment.
What evidence sitting here today do you have that this caused her career any harm?
Because evidence in that, in my experience and the experience of my colleagues in the experience of this business, your career takes a turn after something like that. She was very well received in the movie at the time. Everyone was very happy with her at the time. There was no issues. And then to have a complete downturn after that, and then have that coincide with constant tweets and negativity put out about her.
That's why we got the tweets.
I don't have a physical piece of paper of evidence, but it's the only logical conclusion I can draw.
Depp's reputational expert versus this is a reputational expert.
As a result of
Depp's agent
any
versus her
activity by Adam Waldman or
is
anyone
not
at his
great.
behest?
That's speculative.
There was a movie at Amazon that she had been offered with Gael Garcia Bernal. I don't know what the final title of it is called.
She
now.
looks
I
like
can
she
look it
doesn't
up.
want to be there.
It had a working title at the time.
When Depp's agent testified, he
that
was
they,
passionate. She looks annoyed and
took away
disinterested.
from her, and the lead actor who was a producer on it very
Don't you
much
guys
wanted
think?
it to be her and was very frustrated with the process. And no one can say out loud, we're taking this away from her because of this bad press, because it's nothing she did, and it's all hearsay, and it's all whatever, but there's no other reason.
Now, Ms. Kovacevic, you've testified a bit about Adam Waldman, correct?
Correct.
And can you point us to any career opportunities that Ms. Heard has lost because of any statements made by Mr. Waldman?
I mean, the Amazon movie, for one, is one that is tangible because
of statements
is an example of something that she had before all of it that was then taken away.
How much was the contract?
That, a campaign she shot for Todd's via Katie Slater was scrapped and not used.
But was she paid for it?
There was not another specific example because, like I said to you, no one.
That's not helpful testimony.
Is going to say to me, "Oh, we can't hire her because of these tweets or whatever." They just don't want to hire someone that has
drama,
bad press around them from, these accusations. No one wants someone who's being accused of a liar and making something up and, abusing somebody.
But is the audio the problem,
with their project.
or are the statements the problem?
And directing your attention 10 pages into the article.
And how is she going to prove the difference?
Another quote from Mr. Waldman.
Between
Mr.
the audio
Waldman
and Waldman
states in this article,
it's the exact same with
quote,
Disney.
quite simply, this was an ambush, a hoax. They set Mr. Depp up by calling the cops, but the first attempt didn't do the trick.
Kung Fu Panda 2 is rad.
The officers came to the penthouses, thoroughly searched and interviewed, and left after seeing no damage to face or property. So Amber and her friends spilled a little wine and roughed the place up, got their stories straight under the direction of a lawyer and publicist, and
I
then
don't think this
placed a
helps.
second call to 911, end quote. Did I read that correctly?
It just shows the top part of that on this page, but the top part was correct.
Okay. Did any
Repeating the defamatory statements aren't
was
helpful either.
Emmy aware of Adam's statement, Mr. Waldman's statements in this particular article?
Yes.
And that kind of goes
Now,
to Disney
you testified
too.
a little bit earlier about there being tweets from Adam. I assume you were referring to Adam Waldman. Is that correct?
Yes.
And
Those aren't relevant. Those aren't relevant though.
Impact did it have on Amber Heard's career and career path?
Say what if
to
Eddie
have
one more
Mr.
time,
Depp's
Elaine.
Lawyer putting out statements in the press and in tweets that Amber Heard was lying, making
so
things
speculative.
up, creating a hoax of abuse.
I think that his comments spurred on, it just added fuel to the fire. So there was already so much media coverage.
And
His
that's what
comments
you
added
observed?
fuel to the fire. So
That's
his
what I
comments weren't the
observed.
problem.
I'm going to take you to Aquaman, and I'll call it Aquaman 1 just to make it a little bit easier.
Not if
to
it's Justice
understand.
League. Don't call
What
it
if any
Aquaman 1. Is it Justice League or
performance
Aquaman?
issues were raised with Amber Heard by anyone that was responsible for the filming of Aquaman?
No performance issues raised whatsoever.
And what was your understanding of how Amber tested with the audiences in Aquaman?
My understanding was that she tested extremely well.
And this is an Aquaman has reflected all the markers of a very successful movie at this point.
Yes.
You testified earlier that it's
Why
quite
is there a
typical
flurry of
when
activity?
you have a series of 3 to 4 films in a franchise or a series to be able to renegotiate as you go into the sequels. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
Okay. And why is that?
Because you make the initial deals, before the movie has done, well. And then when the movie overperforms like that, it's a custom.
In light of
Added
the
fuel to the
success
fire.
of Aquaman,
Is
would you
rough.
expect that Amber Heard would be receiving endorsements as of this time?
Yes.
And what is the typical process that happens after someone has starred in a very successful movie, such as Aquaman and Amber with Mera?
The endorsement department would a combination of
there's an endorsement
offers
department. I
and
want an
then,
endorsement department.
seeking out offers that seeking out opportunities.
Now, given Amber's career trajectory leading up to and immediately after the success of Aquaman 1, did you expect her career to go on an upward, downward
chat.
trajectory, or stay the same?
Colin the Caterpillar Fruity
I expected an upward
Extravaganza,
trajectory.
And why is that?
or
Because
Colin
in
the
success of
Caterpillar
a film like that, it's
Fruit Gems.
usually always the case.
What are we doing? I haven't tried
And
either of these.
immediately after the success
something.
of Aquaman,
I'm bored
would you have
as hell.
expected Amber's annual earnings to increase, decrease, or stay the same compared to the previous 5 years?
I
Increase,
would have expected
decrease,
them to increase
stay the same.
And why is
That's
that?
fair.
because her profile had been raised internationally. She was in a movie that was successful worldwide, and when you are in a movie
Fruit Gems are pulling
that
way
performs that
ahead.
well worldwide, your
All right, Fruit
bankability
Gems it
is stronger. You can finance an independent film more easily. You can greenlight a film more easily. You can just do more and for more money.
Do you recall what the budget was for Aquaman?
The first one, I don't know. It would have been probably somewhere between 150 and 200 million.
Immediately after the success of Aquaman, would you have expected Ms. Heard to continue to earn at least the fee she made on Aquaman on future big budget studio firms, or less or more?
You that becomes an actor's quote, their fee. Yes, typically, like, you will then earn your, not on a tiny independent film, you couldn't make that much money on that, but another studio film, another film at a streamer or whatever, something like that, you would make that much or potentially get a raise.
Other than Aquaman 2,
like,
has Amber
are you
obtained
live?
any
I want to talk about
roles
Andrew
with a
Garfield and
budget the
Spider-Man.
size
And
of
I'm like,
Aquaman's?
I am live
No.
to 120,000 people, but cool.
Has she been hired for any films with budgets over 100 million?
No.
Immediately after the success of Aquaman, would you expect the success of Aquaman and her starring role in that film to increase her ability to get more
Would
movie
we say
studios
starring?
to be interested in her?
Is that fair? Is
Decrease
starring
or stay the
fair?
same?
Increase.
And did it?
No.
Would you expect her
That's my
to
oldest.
get more TV roles?
Objection.
And why?
Why? Because I mentioned earlier in the conversation, TV and films are so blended now, and there's much less of a delineation between picking projects between film and TV.
And did Amber receive
But
more
starring
TV
role?
roles as a result of Aquaman, the success of Aquaman?
No.
Immediately after the success of Aquaman, would you have expected Amber to star in more than one project per year, less, or the same?
These are
It
fair
depends.
questions for damages.
If it was a big, Aquaman takes up 6 months of the year. Big movies take up longer time.
That's fair.
Indies, you can do a couple of them a year. It just depends. So I wouldn't put a number on it, but definitely more than 0.
And has Amber starred in more than one project per year since then?
No.
Yeah, I've reached the
Immediately after the success of Aquaman, did you expect Amber to earn between $5 and $10 million a year?
That's where I'm at
for
with
the
this
next 5
testimony.
years?
I would have expected to renegotiate on Aquaman 2, most certainly.
And us being
And
bored is very bad for
so
Amber.
right there,
This is her damages, and
that would have been
we need to be paying
significantly
attention.
more, and
if the
she
jury's
would
over
have-
it, it sucks for her.
Yes, I would have expected her to earn more in a combination of TV, film, and more endorsements.
Was it your
I
understanding
found Depp's agent to be more
that
engaging.
WME
She seems annoyed.
passed on to L'Oreal suggestions to assist them in being able to block some of the harassing Instagrams they were getting at that time?
Yes.
All right. Let's bring up 30 again, please.
Was there a campaign to
Now,
block harassing
did, in
Instagrams and
fact,
Twitters that were critical of
L'Oreal
Amber Heard? I've got
suspend
questions.
having Amber Heard on the International Women's Day campaign?
Yes.
What the conditions were for the
Was that
renewal.
money?
It was just essentially that they were renewing her.
Oh, that got all cut. That all
It
got
was the
cut.
same fee. That was the bulk of it. It wasn't, like a raise, but they were extending her.
We've been having an ongoing convo about who's
And
the best
typically
Spider-Man.
coming out of the success
So we're
of
rewatching all the movies
Aquaman,
to gather evidence.
would you have anticipated that Amber could have negotiated larger fees for commercial projects?
Yes, we would.
Okay. and
The
why
judge
would
saw
that
these
be?
depots to rule on the objections
Because
and
her
cut them down.
profile had been raised. She was, she had done something super successful. So typically that's what you would do. That would just be standard practice.
When did you first
UK
learn
candy
about
is superior
the
to
Change.org
US candy.
petition that was out there to try to get Amber Heard dropped from Aquaman 2?
I don't know when I first saw it.
Were you aware of it as of May 27, 2020?
Oh, there's a shirt available.
Yes.
You earlier talked about
LawnerdShop.com.
bots in response to one of Mr.
LawnerdShop.com has all your I Have Questions merch.
questions.
And things like
what, if anything, was your understanding
this.
of these bots at this
Now I
time?
feel like a
during
Paul
this
brother.
time frame?
My understanding is just based off my own.
Yeah, I'm not
mainly
happy
based
about what
off
happened
my
to House
own
and Habit.
Research, just
I don't know if
clicking
there's
on
anything I can do to
the
help, but if
accounts
there is.
myself, and then discussing it amongst the team.
And what did you learn when you did that?
Just as I
This
would
witness
go
just
through,
isn't engaging.
daily, just looking at comments or just the negative comments, clicking on them. Many of them were just kind of accounts made for
How do you know that?
this kind of commentary, or
How's
just
that not
accounts
speculative?
just had no followers, no posts, nothing.
So how do you know
or
that their
following
sock accounts or
just
troll accounts?
Amber and Johnny, things like that.
Okay. Talk to Elon about the bot accounts.
So what did you learn from clicking onto those that led you to believe they were bots?
They weren't consistent with what I know to be actual Instagram accounts.
When you look to
Oh, we're on
set
IG.
a career trajectory for an actor who just
The
brought
drama
out an
sailed
amazing
earlier today.
franchise film, would you look to
Sorry.
other comparable actors' careers to ascertain what type
We
of
might get a little
acting
more, but I think
jobs
this
they
is the
could
last
get?
witness for today.
I mean, I've been doing this job for, quite some time. So I don't necessarily look to one or the other, but in general, when someone is in, what was at the time the most successful film ever released, the natural progression is growth and more films, more work, more money, all of that stuff.
And when you say the most successful film ever, you're referring to Aquaman 1, correct?
Correct.
Sorry.
Are comparable actors' salaries used in your mind to ascertain the asking price
The
for an
most
actor in a
successful
similar
movie ever. I
film?
just
Are
can't.
comparable actors' salaries used in your mind to ascertain the asking price for an actor in a similar film?
Yes.
Would you consider Ana de Armas' career to be comparable to Amber's in
Who?
measuring where Amber would have been after Aquaman 1?
Wait, who?
Ana de Armas, yes, I would say that would be a comparable, that would be a good comp.
Wait, who's Ana de Armas? What was she in?
Yes,
Help
ma'am.
me.
Is that what you have for today?
That's it.
Thank God.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've come
I
to
almost
the end
choked.
of our day and the end of our week.
End of the week.
I want to make sure you have a good 3 days and come back for our last week of testimony and enjoy your weekend. I just want to remind you again of what we need to remember as we go through the weekend.
Yep.
Okay.
Here's
you're
the
not to
instructions they
read
get.
anything about this case. You're not to watch anything about this case. You're not to listen to anything about the case. This applies to television, newspapers, magazines, the internet, and any online sites. Further, you're not to read,
never
watch,
list
or listen
YouTube.
to anything about this case on any social media networking site or
They never
streaming
list
service.
YouTube.
In addition, you must not communicate with anyone about the case, whether in person, over the phone, by email, text, or instant messaging, or by any other electronic or non-electronic means. This includes your fellow jurors, friends, family, co-workers, acquaintances, and strangers. I also instruct you that you cannot do any research or make inquiries about this case, whether online or by any other means. For example, you cannot look information up on the internet that is related to this case or related to the persons involved in this case, nor may you consult dictionaries or other reference materials. What you learn about this case is limited to what you learn in the four walls of this courtroom when proceedings are underway. All right. So enjoy your weekend. We'll see you early, 9 o'clock, ready to go on Monday morning. Okay. Thank you.
We're not gonna make it. No, we're not gonna make it. I think the jury's done. I think they're probably exhausted from everything we've seen from Runkle. The judge is like, are we done? Give us a time check, Your Honor. Yes. Time check. Tell us.
All right. And also, in this matter, Ms. Hurd and Mr. Depp, please do not do any posts on social media over the weekend and no public statements, please. All right.
Ooh.
And we will see you on Monday morning. As for the attorneys, 8 a.m. tomorrow. I thank you for all the jury instructions, objections. We're going through those now. I appreciate that.
Time.
I am missing some exhibits from depositions that we need to get. So if you get with Jamie, so we can get those and get them all taken care of for the week. Another thing that I'm doing, just to give you information, where I'm getting
Love
IT
Judge A.
together to do a laptop for the jurors for deliberations.
Awesome.
The laptop is going to be scrubbed and it's just going to have the audio and the video files
Awesome.
on them. Okay. So they're going to get me a mock-up by Tuesday. It's not going to have any Wi-Fi or internet or no passwords. So it's just going to have that on it. So once I get it and I approve it, I'm going to have both parties take a look at it and make sure everything is on there. That's supposed to be on
Perfect.
there. And that's going to go to the jury when the physical evidence goes to the jury. Okay. It just seemed like that was a better way to do it.
It
for
is
the
a
audio and
much
video
better way to do
files,
it.
Okay. As far as times go, I can
Time.
give you your updated times as of this minute.
Yes.
For plaintiff has used 42 hours and 45 minutes. Defendant has used 53 hours and 1 minute. So the time remaining for the plaintiffs is 18 hours and 30 minutes. And the time for the defendants is 8 hours and 14 minutes. Okay?
Wow. That's why
So
they
you
cut
have
all
any
that
other
fucking
issues
cross.
before we're done for tonight?
Boom.
All right. We'll see you tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Yes?
Thank you.
8 a.m. So what they're meeting about tomorrow is evidentiary issues, the jury instructions, the verdict forms. There is a ton of legal that happens outside the presence of the jury. The lawyers have exceedingly long days when they are in court, and there is a lot that happens outside the presence of the jury. There is a Runkle sitting over there, so there is a lot of work to do, and they will start in court tomorrow at 8 a.m. through when they are done. So they have a very long court day ahead of them tomorrow. Amber Heard's team has 8 hours left of witnesses. Remember, Heard's team is done after this once they rest their case. So Heard's team doesn't need to reserve time, but Depp's team has 18 hours and 30 minutes left, which is good to know because they do need to reserve time for rebuttal witnesses. So when we get into things like strategizing, whether there's cross-examination or not, this is where that strategy comes into place. They need to reserve time. So this is the end of the court week. I'm going to answer some questions. First, and we've extended an invite to Runkle to come in if he wants to. But first, we need to talk about Depp's doctor. So that is the first thing we are going to chat about. And with that, we just needed to take a peek. Road to 450 up in here. Are you punchy at the end of the day, Emily? Yes. Here's the thing. And we are, y'all, look at that. We need to talk about Depp's choice with the doctor. So here's the thing. I'm going to leave this in the background. I'll see. If we click over, I will let you know. I know that it felt kind of gross to have his treating psychiatrist come in and testify about intimate details of their therapies together. But the option was really to have the treating psych come in or to submit perhaps to a forensic psychiatric evaluation like Amber Heard did. Amber Heard brought her mental health into it, so it could have been a psych eval. On the psych eval, the other side chooses the doctor, just like Dr. Curry evaluated Amber Heard. All of us in the chat, or most of us, I can't say all, most of us in the chat felt that that doctor was deeply empathetic to Depp, and we empathized with Depp. A doctor selected by the other side is likely not going to have the same affinity. They are doing a forensic evaluation, not treating. Treating doctors tend to have a different perspective on their patients. Their goal is therapy and to help. They are not there to testify against someone. A forensic is there to diagnose, to test, and to testify. So I think all of us looked at this doc and went, this is heartbreaking. This feels weird. This feels invasive. And I feel for Johnny Depp. But isn't that better for Johnny Depp than having a outside forensic come in and testify to him? So I think there was a big strategic decision to use his treating psych instead of allowing a forensic to come in, so that there was empathy for Depp and not just a neutral party who's who's just diagnosing and would potentially diagnose whatever and just doing the forensics. So I think that was a strategic choice, saying we will offer a deposition of his treating doctor and waive privilege to do that, but we will not do a forensic evaluation. So I think that's the point. And I know it felt icky, but I don't think it was forced evasive. It was a choice. And I think that was a strategic choice by Depp's team. And I think it was a very good strategic choice by Depp's team. What do you think? Do you think that that was a strategic choice? And he is not claiming PTSD. He is not claiming disorders, but they are claiming a history or a pattern of abuse and substance abuse. I don't think that doctor moved the ball. Emily, they're giving the doctor bad reviews on Google. That's horrific. That's horrific. And they're saying he should lose his license. People who did not see this doctor should not say anything. This is the problem with, also part of the problem with this case being on the internet, is that when you don't when people, not you, you're Leonards, you're here, you understand. But when the internet doesn't understand why this doctor is testifying, that this doctor is forced to testify under subpoena, and that this was likely a power move by Depp's team, then people get upset. And the thing is, if Depp's fans get upset with this doctor and go rail him on Google, they are proving Amber Heard's point. They are proving absolutely what Amber Heard said about what was done to her. It's not okay at all. Jordan, thank you for super chatting, but that's just fucking awful. That doctor clearly didn't want to be there, and that doctor's testimony did more good to Depp than harm, and the doctor was forced into that position, which likely was a choice by Depp's team, not by that doctor. So that's fucking awful. And again, it proves Heard's point that Depp has a toxic fandom. You know what? It also proves the point that, I totally lost my train of thought. I'm sorry. It proves the point that there is a toxic fandom out there of all these online articles that are slamming Depp's fandom. And that's not okay, because it undermines people who want to say free Johnny Depp and say this is what we need to see. It undermines that entire movement by showing that it's fucking toxic, which is exactly what every article that I've been annoyed with, like The Guardian and others, it shows what they're saying, that these are toxic mob mentality fandoms and that they're more damaging than good, and that this trial's doing more damage than good. I don't think this trial is doing more harm than good. I think this trial is pulling back the curtain on the US legal system and what happens in civil cases and high profile cases. I do not think it's okay for anyone to ever take to the internet and start railing against this doctor who was forced to testify under subpoena, likely by choice of Depp's team to avoid him doing a forensic evaluation. But we no, you guys can't go give him good reviews because you're not supposed to review someone that you have not treated with. And I trust Yelp has things in place. Google should as well. When somebody's like page gets brigaded, to remove those because they weren't actual clients. I trust that it will be handled by the platforms, but that's just appalling, and it hurts my heart. It hurts my heart. So, I hope that with this platform and with over the 120,000 of us that work here today, that we know. And yes, people do have toxic fandoms, and it does happen, but I have not seen Heard fans. Did they brigade Dr. Curry? Maybe they did. I just didn't see it. But I also don't like that we're seeing accounts that are critical of Amber Heard, like House and Habit on Instagram, getting taken down. Also bullshit. So when people fight dirty, it's not okay at all. But if this is fans fighting dirty against this doctor, it's not okay. This doctor, I think, did more good. Fairly new to LawTube, but I'm living for this. The LawTube community has been awesome at educating the legal muggles. Question, is cross allowed when Johnny Depp team brings their last witnesses? Yes, it is. It'll just be like normal witnesses. They just come in a different spot of case or spot of time. I agree that it was good and strategic choice for Depp's team. I think so too. I think it was a legal strategy. And I think people need to, if people are confused or nervous about therapy, don't be nervous about therapy. This doctor can't break doctor-patient confidentiality without, there's a subpoena for certain things, but without also this being allowed by Depp. So with that, don't be afraid of therapy. I go to therapy. Therapy's great. Have to go to therapy. Need therapy. Always need therapy. And I think having these conversations, again, I'm going to pull that question up in just a second. I'm going to just soapbox with me for a moment. I think having major celebrities normalizing struggles that so many of us go through is helpful, more helpful than damaging. To see the compassion of a treating doctor really not wanting, at one point he was wiping his eye, not wanting to have to go through these intimate details, but also choosing to do what he was legally obligated to do, normalizes that people struggle. It doesn't matter how famous you are. It doesn't matter what your life is. These are normal struggles. This was a relational struggle. And I don't think that it helps to go after him. It's just, it's not Johnny's fault. It's appalling. But I'm saying, why would Amber Heard fans go after the doctor? It's not Johnny Depp's fault. It's a fandom fault. It's a person that would say, people who are going to go brigade a doctor's reviews, or go and, DM people to harm themselves. It's the same mentality. It's not okay. And there's a conversation, and there's a difference between having a conversation and on the internet and being toxic and abusive. There's a difference. My podcast editor, thanks, Dan. My podcast editor popped in to let me know we are like 50,000 downloads away on the podcast from 1 million. That's crazy. Wait, he just told me we are turning top 50 in 58 countries and top 10 in 25 countries. Dan, you are killing me with this. Thank you. I don't know what to do with all of the love. It makes me a little uncomfortable and squishy, and I appreciate it. Thank you so much for dropping in to share that. I will share it. And thank you guys for having the conversation and for having the courage and integrity to be law nerds and be like, I don't like what I'm seeing, but I also want to understand why. And that takes integrity, critical thought. And I appreciate you for being willing to have integrity and have the conversation. The psychiatrist was great. He captured everything from the case in just a few sessions. He really listened to JD. I think so. And I think he showed that JD was having struggles, but that JD wasn't violent. Some people don't understand how things work and get angry and do bad reviews. Yes, but that's acting out of emotions. That's That's the fuckery, not the facts. But do the lawyers have to go there in a civil? Yes, in this case they did. In this case, they did need to go there because it became an issue and it came up. And again, a lot of stuff aired about Amber Heard. It's going to come out about Johnny Depp too, but nothing that we haven't heard. He was struggling. Okay, we knew this. He testified about it. This wasn't damaging testimony to him. I thought it was humanizing testimony. I'm actually frankly surprised that Amber Heard's team used it because it was so humanizing. And with the podcast, I mean, if you want to leave a good review, my podcast is on Spotify and iTunes and all your favorite places. You could just go leave a good review there. If you feel inclined to go leave supportive reviews, you can go leave them there. But you can't leave reviews of a treating doctor if you didn't see that doctor. It goes against TOS on most sites. So that's me off my soapbox. What do you think about the constant laughing, smiling from Depp's side? Do you think it's a strategy? I think they're done. Is it common in court? Not really. And I think it can, hi, Dr. B. What? I think I'm good. I think it can hurt them. No, I think I'm good. Thanks, honey. He was checking on my water. So question, how do you step away to mentally recoup from these trials? Therapy, a bath, and then afterwards I will take a little bit of downtime. These trials are wonderful for me. I'm not doing the trial. I'm not involved in the trial. I get to break down what I love and talk to you. I get to do my podcast. I get to talk to, hopefully have an elevated conversation of people, law nerds who want to learn. And I get to do what I love and share it with you. So recuperating isn't too hard other than the longer days, but it's not nearly as emotionally draining as doing the trial yourself in a criminal context where you feel like someone's voice and their ability to get justice weighs on you. So it's a different weight. Here, I feel the weight of having responsible conversations, staying in integrity and making sure that I am doing my best, that I am checking what side I'm favoring, that I am checking how I'm seeing things, and that I am trying to process both sides of a thing as I'm watching them. That's the mentally consuming part of it for me. And you guys have been so generous. I mean, you guys have been so generous. I'm going to go look at Twitter and see if Ian is tweeting. And then I'm going to get to questions and super chats. We've got some time this afternoon because I don't have kid stuff to do. And the podcast, the new episode dropped today. And so I've got like a moment to breathe this evening. Let's see. No, Runkle has not tweeted yet. So seriously, I missed this. Are you against profiles like House and Habit because they foster toxic fandom? No, I'm against profiles being taken down when they haven't done anything that's against TOS. I'm against trying to silence people, and I'm against I'm against violations of TOS. If you're not violating TOS, I think taking you down because of what perspective you're coming from is inappropriate. If you are violating TOS, which I haven't seen from House and Habit, then that's a problem. The only time we shut down conversation in the chat is if it's hateful, if it's name calling, if it's diagnosing. In the law nerd community, you are welcome here. It doesn't matter. You are welcome as long as you are welcoming. If you are not welcoming, then you are probably going to get timed out for name calling at some point or yeeted from the channel because we don't tolerate fuckery. Johnny knew what was coming out to public. Yes, Johnny chose what was coming out, and I think it was a very good strategic choice. This kind of behavior only helps Amber's case. I agree, at least in the court of public opinion. People need to do research before making judgments. I think people get very much into their feelings. I think people have a very emotional reaction, and it's hard to sometimes process the feelings separate of action. I would just hope everybody would go take a walk and take a breath and be like, I don't like this, but there's not much you can do about it. In your opinion, who do you think will win? I will come back to this. It's more complicated, but I don't tend to give win losses, but I will come back to this. Can the doctor do anything legally with the reviews? Yes, they can reach out to the platform and be like, I was part of a high profile case that happened today. The platform normally has a fail safe if they see that going so home. I shall call you Squishy and you shall be my Squishy. Thank you, AAR. You will be my Squishy. I've been watching for weeks and this one got me. It makes me a little uncomfortable, a lot uncomfortable talking about things like the podcast getting to a million or pushing for subs to get to 450 or, celebrating the successes on this channel because it's not just me. And sometimes I feel like when I'm talking about it, it feels like just me, but it's not just me, it's us. And it's us wanting to do this. Elaine Bredehoff trending heavy right now. Oh boy, the memes. I mean, and I don't have a problem with memeing people. I don't. I have a problem with threatening people or doxing people or DMing people awful shit. Even when it's people I don't like James Spears. I still don't think people should be threatening his life. I don't like him. I think you can meme him, but I don't think you can threaten him. Thank you, Sherry. I appreciate that. We definitely do the self-care things. All right. Let's get to all of your questions. That's what you're here for. We will see if Runkle is able to join us. So let us see. Oh, thank you guys. Sorry for I had a moment. Let's see. Trending right now on what I can see on my Twitter. Now I'm just fucking curious. Hold on. Sorry. I was diagnosed with ADHD as a teen, and here's where we're at. Trending. Let's see. No, for you. It's hard when it's for me. We just don't like you, Amber. Not surprised. Ellen Barkin. Not surprised. I stand with Johnny Depp. Aquaman. Elaine Bredehoff. Trending in American actors. Oh dear. Amber Heard's. Mira. There's a lot of conversation happening. Let's see what's trending in entertainment. Rihanna and A$AP Rocky had their baby. Oh, that's exciting. Jason Momoa. Justice for Johnny Depp. We just don't like you, Amber. I'm not surprised. Aquaman, I stand with Johnny Depp. Well, can we just focus on the positivity of Rihanna having her baby? I love that. I don't love the hashtag #MePoo. I don't. But I'm not surprised. It's odd to me that Chris Brown is trending at the same time as Amber, or not as Amber, but as Rihanna having her baby. Okay, not talking about Twitter. Oh, should we talk about me for a minute? We're at 440. Y'all, we're gonna make it happen. Will you be covering the Marilyn Manson trial case after this one? I need to read all of it, and I need to make sure that I can cover it based on the allegations in a way that is helpful. And I have not read any of it. Have you looked into other cases, trials? Oh, the whole channel is other things. Housewives, Girardi, all the things. Emily, what was your biggest case while practicing? I was a prosecutor, so there were a lot of cases that meant a lot to me, and wins that meant a lot to me, but I'm going to start to cry if I go into them. There were some homicide cases that were significant to me. There was a perjury case I tried that felt like a particular victory because the defendant was such a dick to me. And there were some fraud cases I was really, really proud of my work in, including a tax fraud trial. Amber's new PR team has been coming to the House and Habit, has been coming after House and Habit after she outed him for his reputation. Getting them shut down, though, is just... it's just appalling. Like, that's the backhanded dealing of PR that I just don't love. Love you. What do you think? Do you think this helps the case of not canceling people without having the full facts? I think so. And House and Habit Instagram taken down for posting a video of Courtney Love saying how Johnny saved her life. That doesn't make any sense unless, was it without, that doesn't make sense. I need more information. I just need more information. Amber Heard's people attacking Dr. to make us look bad, plus angry he had said nice things. That is also very possible. I guess I should be fair and not assume it's Depp's fandom. I did say I don't know why it would be Amber Heard stands, but it makes sense. And that's really frustrating. No one should be doing that. I don't care what side they are. Just no one should be doing that. Ugh. I can't control other people, but I can hopefully inform. I can watch your live channel. This case is so triggering for so many reasons. Love your voice. Thank you. Voice of Reason. We have another voice of reason joining the chat. Ian Runkle of Runkle of the Bailey. Oh, and we just banged. Ian. Oh, wait, you need to hold on. Introduce yourself. I'm going to look how many subs you have on YouTube right now. I'm tracking your sub count like it's my favorite sport. Go ahead and
okay.
The chat.
So my name's Ian Runkle. I'm a Canadian criminal defense and firearms lawyer. I do legal commentary online on my channel, Runkle of the Bailey. And I'm here in Virginia at the courthouse. I just walked out of court today because I've been there studying the heck out of the jury reactions.
When's the last time you
So-
checked your account?
When you told me what it was, that
You're-
was the check.
You're at 109.
Oh, geez. Okay. I also just walked over to watch the Johnny Depp exit, which I
Oh.
hadn't done before, and I thought, hey, I should see this before I go. And somebody shouted at me, "Hey, it's Runkle of the Bailey," and I was going, "This
Runkle,
what?"
you're famous. I know him. That's my friend.
So,
Runkle, I'm so excited for you. How was Johnny Depp leaving? Tell us about that first, and then we'll get into what you saw in court today.
well, that's pretty much just there's a whole circus of people out there with signs, and he rolls by, sort of leaning out the window, and people are waving at him. So that that's kind of what that is. It's this whole weird sort of, circus thing, but I mean, that's kind of what you expect with a celebrity kind of anywhere. And, at a court proceeding, it's a little stranger, but yeah, such is life. And the wind is directly blowing my hair into my
It
face,
is.
so that is wonderful.
Did you see the llamas?
I did. I actually went and got some, I got a selfie or a picture with the alpacas. So
Oh, the alpacas. Apologies. Are you going to put the alpacas on your Twitter?
I will probably have to put the alpacas on my Twitter.
Oh, I can't wait till you put the alpacas on your Twitter. Okay, how was the jury this afternoon? How was the jury?
Bored.
Bored?
They were super bored for most of it. They got really interested when they heard the word perjury about 600 times.
How wild was it that they had that in there?
I was like, wouldn't you ask to redact that whole bit? Because all they're doing is showing, hey, this mild-mannered, affable, friendly kind of lawyer guy who seems pretty legit thinks Amber Heard committed perjury. Let's put that to the jury. What the hell?
And then Runkle, they followed it up with hashtag Amber Turd, hashtag Justice for Johnny. How did that help her case at all? Now introducing public opinion on Twitter into this case.
And the funniest thing is Amber's reaction, because she's right in front of me.
Tell me.
She was turning to look at him every time he says it. The other hashtags weren't bothering her so much, but Amber Turd was just making her twitch. She just really did not go for that. And of course, so he repeats it a few times, and each time she's getting more and more annoyed.
He should have
I'm just going,
Justice for Johnny, Amber Turd, hoax, fraud. I mean, none of that was good for her. It introduced what people are saying about her, and so that in the mind of the jury.
Let's just tell Amber that everyone on the planet thinks she made it up. Here's 1 million hashtags of people who think she made it up. Are you?
And then he was like, I love justice. And the jury's now heard justice for Johnny Depp. I know someone in that jury room who is for Johnny is going to sit there and be like, justice for Johnny Depp. We have to do justice for Johnny Depp. That is going to be if the glove doesn't fit of this case. Justice for Johnny Depp.
I thought it was a great finish. How often do you get a finish? That's what we're here for, justice, and then sit down was basically what he says. Sort of to paraphrase there.
Yep.
How often do you get to do that? Never.
It was
every lawyer dreams of finishing off a cross-examination like that. That moment was fantastic.
And I think
he set it up.
Down. I think that's why he just sat down, because you don't ask any other questions after that.
Yeah, no, and he teed it up. I saw him teeing it up. I saw that happening, and I was like, oh, can he do? Oh, yes. That was beautiful.
Runkle, you can curse on my channel. You know this is where the cursey words live on YouTube. Drop all the fuck bombs, please. It's so fun to hear Canadians curse. It literally brings me joy.
And I got a lot of people giving me criticism for saying it wasn't a great cross, because aside from that moment, he was kind of fumbling around. And the problem is, I could see he's a really good lawyer, who is struggling to deal with the technological aspects and to ask some of the right questions. And he got that really great showboat moment.
Yep.
But let's imagine he didn't. Let's imagine that just didn't pan out in some fashion.
Well, then that cross would have sucked.
That cross would have been garbage, hot garbage. And it could have been so much better with 5 more minutes. Like just 5 more minutes, just tackling it right. Because this guy's an expert and they've got the basis for his expert opinion, they can get all of the tweets that he reviewed, which is like every tweet ever with those hashtags.
They could have read some more of those in.
I was looking with my phone just, between the break, and it took me 0 seconds to find Justice for Johnny tagged tweets that were insanely critical of Johnny Depp. And then you point out, doesn't this one in your categorization go towards the Johnny Depp side? Isn't it saying some nasty things? And I've got fans waving here.
Of course you have fans. Tell them you're streaming
weird.
At the Emily D. Baker.
I'm streaming. It's on Emily D. Baker.
I love this so much, Runkle.
Bye. So,
put him on influence.
But I mean, you could have something that says, Amber Heard is not a fake. And then you go, or is not a fraud. And then you go, well, doesn't your calculation count that exactly the same as a tweet that says Amber Heard is a fraud?
Right.
Did you manually go through and check all of this? No, you didn't. Okay. Then your entire argument is hot garbage, isn't it? And then you can still, nice to meet you. And then you can still finish up with the whole, because that was not like an accidental dropped in his lap thing. He queued that up.
Correct.
You can still finish up with that.
Yeah,
and you probably would have. And that would have been a great cross, because then you're pointing out that his entire idea of just I searched all these hashtags is stupid.
Well, I think the idea already came in that it's like you can't correlate this to anything. This is just what's happening on Twitter. I don't think they needed to give it much more credence because the direct didn't have any proof. It didn't show anything. It was like these hashtags trend, and the number one hashtag when the audio was leaked was Justice for Johnny. That's all we took away from direct. So it might not have been worth it to waste their time because they have 10 more hours than Amber Heard's team for their rebuttal witnesses.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying they could have used 5 minutes on this guy.
Yeah.
And they have the minutes to spare, right? They are so far ahead in terms of time frame that they're going to be able to they're going to be able to run the clock on them.
Yeah, they are.
And that's going to be, a really bad place for, that's a really bad place for the Amber Heard team. Because if they run out of time, every indication is that this judge is not fucking around when she says, this is your time.
She said, she's not in the middle of a witness. I will cut you off. And Amber Heard's team is going to end up getting cut off and cross during rebuttal with the witnesses that can be the most damaging to her team. And that is a bad spot to be in.
Yeah, she's not they can just run out their, the other side's time and just leave them in a situation where basically the Depp team gets to present things unchallenged.
Yeah.
How do you end up in that situation when they know that is an absolutely fatal position for them? Yeah.
How do you end up?
And they got there on this garbage.
I know.
They spent the entire day swinging for nothing. In a lot of cases, what they were doing was like that whole, the whole lawyer deposition. I'm going, why are you wasting time showing the jury? Well, so what did Depp tell you to do? Well, that's privileged. Okay, so what did, you wouldn't have not done this unless Depp not said to not do it. Well, that's also privilege. Oh, gee, I was trying to be tricky about it. And then I love the moment when he said that's a very clever way of doing it, but you're just trying to get around privilege. So no.
Just like he said, that's the same question gussied up, and I almost fell out of my chair. It was so endearing.
Yeah, well, and he says, I thought he says something like, it's very clever, but no. I was just like, you're just getting embarrassed. Like, why are you playing this embarrassing stuff? And then at the end of it, I'm like, well, maybe there's some really critical information towards the end that, that then will be important. And no, at the end of it, it's just Amber Heard perjury, Amber Heard perjury, Amber Heard perjury.
Police
yes, I went to the police about it and tried to get her, charged. because Amber Heard perjury and I am a lawyer. Goodbye. I'm like, what the?
And a much more likable lawyer than I think. How did they respond to her lawyer that was the defamation lawyer? They spent so much time on his resume to say, I tried to make it so that it was not likely she'd get sued. Okay, well, now we're here. So what the fuck is the point?
It just made him look bad.
It did.
And did you see the thing where they mentioned that he's a super lawyer?
I did. I fell over.
I was like, that is not a thing to brag about.
It's paid advertising.
Yes, it's you paid for that. And, you know, okay, super lawyer means you're dumb enough to pay that company to call you a super lawyer.
Yep.
Maybe I should open a separate thing. You know, do you want to be a nifty lawyer? It costs you $29.95 a month.
No, we need an official LawTube roster that we guard with our lives and be like, these are officially approved LawTube lawyers, and just like not let anybody else in, and Law Twitter can suck it.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like so. That was. Why are we wasting time on she talked to a lawyer? And because, I mean, they're going to say, listen, you know, she didn't mean anything bad by it because she went to a lawyer. The way it came off and the way the jury seemed to be reacting was basically, so I knew that this was probably defamatory. And then I tried to, you know, file off the serial numbers. And, you know, I still wanted to say the things. I just wanted to say them in a way where hopefully I could get away with it.
Yep.
And so I hired this really fancy guy who is a super lawyer to find me all the loopholes. And please, you know, let this be enough loophole. That's just pissing the jury off.
And I think that's a very good point. I think their hope was that they were going to be able to use this lawyer and his credentials to say, see, I made it so it's not defamatory, therefore you should find it's not defamatory. I think that was their hope. But what they did is, I knew this was about my ex. I knew I'd probably get sued for it, and therefore I needed to be protected. I think it just proves that this was about Johnny Depp, and she knew it could be defamatory, like you said.
You know how often I go see a lawyer about stuff I'm posting online to see if it's defamatory? Never, because I'm not posting things that I think are intended to get, you know, to be
defamatory,
and that I want to, you know, get around, you know, with some clever dodge. That's what that ended up looking like. I'm going. The only time I've seen something like this is when I was a kid and I was playing soccer, and at one point,
hockey,
our team sucked. Just, you know, and part of that was because I was on it, so I was a major component of the whole our team sucking thing. But, you know, it was, we got this one game that we scored a goal against a team that was much better. And it was because their star sort of guy got confused as to which direction was which. And he ran the ball all the way across the field and scored on his own goal.
Perfect.
This was like watching that. This was like watching them just, you know, run the field and score on their own goal. And everyone's sitting there going, do we stop him? Like, how do we deal with this? Because does he know that's not the right way? Oh, it's over. It was, you know, it's bizarre that watching them be like, hey, we've, you know, successfully achieved, we've successfully achieved putting perjury in the ears of the, you know, associated with our client.
Perjury
repeatedly.
Heard and justice for Johnny Depp is what happened today in court. That's what happened in court.
Yeah. Like, we're going to tell the jurors that millions of people are calling for and demanding justice for Johnny Depp.
Right.
And I mean, let's say you aren't going to be swayed by popular opinion. You're probably going to be swayed by the notion that maybe you got, you know, people are going to find out possibly that you're a juror someday. You know, you might get drunk and let it slip at a party. And then you got to wonder what people are going to think about you. And I mean, that shouldn't be a thing, but people think that way. People tend not to want to take unpopular decisions. And so why are you telling the jury that this is going to be an unpopular decision if you do something other than finding? Like, if I asked for the court, or, you know, if I went and told the court, listen, I really want to, you know, this is something I really want is I want to, you know, I want to present to the court or to the jury just how unpopular Amber Heard's case is.
Yep.
I would have the judge not only saying, Mr. Runkle, no, you don't get to do that, but
Mr.
also,
Runkle, aren't you a lawyer? How do you not know?
are you sure you went to law school? Like, can I see your credentials, maybe?
You have your bar card on you?
Yeah, it'd be like the moment in, what's this? Oh, now I'm blanking on the name. The Law movie. Where the, what's this?
Hold on, the chat's going to give it to us.
Yes.
The two Utes?
Yes,
Or
except
Legally
with the judge going and starting to dig into his past, and going, is this guy really a lawyer, and whatever else. Like, that's what it would be like. You'd have the judge going, what are you doing?
Yep.
And especially if it was, I want to present how unpopular my own client is.
Thank you, chat. My cousin Vinny.
There we go. We've been super tired.
Our brains are fried, and I just go to Legally Blonde first. But my cousin Vinny's iconic. Before we follow on that, I want to ask before I forget: how did the jury react to the psychologist?
I don't think that the psychologist moved the needle much. I mean, Amber Heard's team has done a really great job at convincing us that a rock star movie star might do some drugs.
Yeah, weird. That's so weird.
Big win.
It's hard to be famous. Because our chat had a lot of empathy for the doctor and a lot of empathy for Johnny Depp because of the doctor.
Well, there was actually several moments where the doctor's talking about how hard it's been for Johnny and how all the problems he's got. And I see the jurors and they're looking sad. And I'm going,
sad?
Why are you making the jury sad for Johnny?
That testimony was so sad. It really was so sad. And
like, he's got all these deep-seated issues that he's addressing. Isn't this sad? Like,
isn't it sad?
I am, yes.
Help. You're famous.
I'm on a live stream, so I mean, sure, if you want.
They're going to put you on Influencers in the Wild. Just tell them which stream you're on so they can come and subscribe.
And this is Emily Baker.
Oh my God, no way! Okay, so I follow both of you, and this is really exciting.
You've just been on Emily Baker's stream, so cheers.
Hello, law nerd.
That's this is a weird thing. This doesn't normally happen to me.
I get stopped in the grocery store, so welcome to what that's like. Airports.
I have been stopped at the gun range, and I will, but not often. And the one moment that was kind of messed up was a guy coming up while I'm shooting at the range.
No.
And he comes running up and he's waving his arms, going, "Hey, hey!"
Nothing. Situational awareness, my guy. Situational awareness.
Well, my thought is, you've got somebody running up to you yelling, "Hey, hey," waving his arms. I'm thinking, is there somebody downrange?
Yeah.
So I immediately unload, clear the rifle, set it down, step away from it. And I'm just like, what is going on? And he comes up and he's like, "Hey, you're Runkle of the Bailey, right?" And I'm just like, you have got to be kidding me.
Yeah.
That was the wrong time.
Yeah. You scared
So, I mean, but yeah, this is strange. But yeah, in terms of the psychologist, he was making the jury sad for Johnny.
Mm-hmm.
And this should not be a thing. So
I know.
Yeah, I just don't know I don't know what Amber Heard's team is doing. And
Amber is directing some of these decisions. And I think Amber wants to show I'm being embarrassed online, which that didn't show. And I think Amber wanted to show, maybe the embarrassed online guy would have been better before her testimony, but she wants to show she's being embarrassed. And she's trying, I think, to embarrass Johnny Depp because she had to sit for those forensic interviews. I think Depp chose to have this testimony to not sit for a forensic. And I think it gained him a lot of empathy. But what I'll tell you is the chat is sharing that the doctor's Google ratings are getting brigaded by people just downvoting him and leaving him awful reviews on Google, which I hate to see in connection with this case.
Why? I mean, I don't see why they would, because he didn't.
Psychiatrist. Sorry, I keep saying psychologist. I mean psychiatrist. My brain is tired. I know he's a doctor. It's not meant with disrespect. I'm just tired. So I apologize.
He wasn't saying anything bad. And in several, he's going through his notes he's under oath, right? Yeah. He's got to tell the truth.
Been subpoenaed.
But he was telling the truth in a way that was Depp favorable.
I thought so too.
Right?
And he looked emotional about it. He looked like
I thought he was really sympathetic, and he kind of was looking at this like what I got from him. My feeling on, his sort of whole angle was basically, I feel really bad for Mr. Depp. He's
Same.
got a whole lot of issues. He's been trying to deal with them, and it sucks that we've got to do this.
Yep.
So people should not be Google bombing him.
No.
He was doing his best on this, right?
And what
I mean, he's not going to be talking about this unless Depp has sort of allowed that. At least I assume there's, a privilege that
it would have
applies
been
to it.
waived. No, the privilege would have been waived, and I think it was waived to avoid a forensic exam. But
That's exactly what I was thinking.
When I saw that, we had about 120,000 in here when he was testifying, and people were appalled that he was testifying. There was a lot of like, how is this possible? Isn't this a violation? Why is he testifying? Why is he testifying? I saw the immediate response was, this feels wrong and this feels gross and I'm angry. But once we got to, this was a choice, this was Depp's choice, this was waived, and this was strategically waived because it brings empathy to Depp versus a forensic that is a cold, this is what all your problems are. I think it was a very good strategic choice, but we didn't get there until we explained it.
Yeah, the forensic guy isn't going to have any prior rapport, right? And is not going to be walking in with a whole bunch of sympathy.
And is chosen by the other side. Is chosen by the other side.
Yeah, this guy had so much sympathy.
Yes.
And, it was just, he comes off like, he's sad whenever he has to say about, talk. He's reluctantly talking about Johnny's business because he has to, and he knows it's been waived, but he's like, you can tell that he thinks this whole thing is kind of a cruelty that's being done.
Yes.
And I mean, for Depp's side, that's a win too. So I think nobody should be speaking ill of this guy.
I agree.
He's doing what he's got to do by law, and Depp's side made the choice. And as with just about all tactical decisions that we've seen where there's a contest between Depp's side and Heard's side, Depp's side seems to just be nailing the tactics.
Depp's side is playing like 7D soccer. Yes, I'm trying to quote Phineas and Ferb, but I can't quite remember. Soccer XD. And Heard's side is like got a hacky sack. Like they're not even playing a game. They're playing with themselves at this point. Question. How did Barry react to Ellen Barkin?
I think everybody thought she was kind of a clown.
Was it when she said my relationship wasn't romantic, it was sexual?
People did laugh at that when she did the hard amend from like, oh, sorry, I shouldn't have said romantic. I mean sexual. Like people were just like, okay.
Get it, girl.
And, but what do they get out of her? Okay, well, he threw a bottle. Oh, he threw it, huh? How did he throw it? Well, it was really more of a toss.
Because he was fighting with his friends.
Yeah, he was fighting with his friends. He tossed a bottle that hit nobody. And, he wasn't throwing it very hard.
Yep. It was.
Well, shit. I mean, I've tossed a bottle at a party before. I mean, was it at somebody? Yeah, but, whatever. Rich guy throws a bottle at a wall.
While he's filming Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, alert the media. And again, Depp admitted to this. He's like, I've thrown things around hotel rooms. I've trashed hotel rooms. I'm not always proud of my behavior. He's admitted that. What I think was most powerful from her and from a few of the other witnesses today is all of them said Johnny Depp's behavior didn't switch when he drank or did drugs, which is directly opposite of Amber Heard's friend saying he was this completely different person. Well, all the people who have known him the longest in his life that aren't friends of Amber Heard say that's not true.
Yeah. And they said, doesn't he switch when he, does?
No,
just like stone cold. No.
Yeah.
And, not like maybe that's a good, no.
Sometimes he's inebriated, but it was like, oh, he's high, but it's not a switch. And I think that supports this. Amber Heard and her friends have a very consistent story that no one else has seen. And that's not good for her.
Yeah. And I mean, the other thing that was just like, come on, is they get this thing of like, I forget which witness. I'd have to check my notes again, which witness they get out of. But like, when does Johnny Depp start becoming more erratic? Right around the time of the Rum Diaries.
Yep.
And I just sort of watched the one, like, I think only the one juror caught it, but they went,
Yep.
And I'm thinking,
Fucked
okay,
that.
so you just established that he starts getting erratic and whatever else right around when he starts meeting with, with Amber Heard.
With a certain Aquaman starlet.
This really plays into the Johnny Depp is the abuse victim here. And also the, around this time he starts, like his friends start getting cut out of his life. And I'm going, that's a total thing, right? Where abusers start
being isolated, and the people who have the master keys to his apartment are all of her friends. Her friends, no privacy in his home because her friends all have master keys and live everywhere.
I'm sorry, if I was, a hojillionaire and a whole bunch of people wanted to, I would move out.
Yeah.
Like, there is no way I would be living with all of these people, just being able to drift into my shit and not have, private space.
No boundaries. No boundaries, no safe space to retreat to. It's just...
And, when we hear that they, that they're the ones who, they like the expensive wine, they liked his, accommodations and so forth.
I bet they liked his weed closet and his jars of cocaine.
Well, and the entire closet penthouse.
Mm-hmm.
The one juror H, the older woman, she really did not like the pictures of the overturned penthouse closet. And I don't think it was because it was overturned. I think it was because she's looking at this going, you have how many racks of fucking shoes?
Yeah.
Like
the excess of having an entire penthouse that's your closet and where your friends hang out is something somewhat appalling. When you hear the audio of how she was treating Depp and then look at the lifestyle they were living, it just kind of goes
on his dime.
And it goes against this control aspect, right? We heard Whitney say he's controlling her phone, that she's sending pictures of him passed out.
My phone is dying.
Oh no. Okay. Well, Runkle, you're a hojillionaire. I need you to buy another phone. I pledge $1 hojillion to Runkle. So I think Runkle's phone died because he's still freeze-faced in the chat. But I'm glad he was able to join us before his phone died. I'm going to take a few more questions. And no, I'm not eating edibles because I'm live and because I live in Tennessee, and that's not a thing. But these are Colin the Caterpillar fruit gems that were sent by a very generous law nerd. I covered the Colin Cuthbert case. It's my favorite case that I've covered on the channel so far, for sure. Runkle's the best. I love Runkle. Thank you for being kind, intelligent, without engaging in hateful commentary. We can feel safe, learn a lot, and enjoy cursey words. We can be shady, but we're never going to be hateful. And that is the point of being a law nerd. Runkle has just been so great. I'm so glad that he was able to be there, and I can't wait to see it. I thank you, Octo. You're on live trending again because law nerds rock. I guess we're on live trending on YouTube. So thank you, Octo. I mean, we are, look, maybe the mainstream media will be like, hey, people would like to understand versus just have headlines that seem kind of biased one way or the other. Oh, yeah, we are. There we are. Hey, look at us. Look at us on live now on Live Explore. Law nerds, you make me so proud. Just fact check. Aquaman, not Aquamarine, I'm guessing, because Aquamarine wasn't that, or as Aquamarine, I don't know, was the top grossing film for DCEU as far as income, 24th top grossing movie of all time. I'm guessing it's Aquaman because Aquamarine isn't that a Disney movie? I have a vague image of like a mermaid fin on a poster. Question, could the illegal drug users be brought up on criminal charges based on the evidence witness testimony in this trial? Nope. There's not enough. They've said, yes, I was doing cocaine, but there's not an arrest, a time, a place, and under the influence. It's not even a worry. There's no worry about that. And the time is so far gone and nobody witnessed it. There's no evidence of the crime. It's testimony that they were doing the things, but it's not going to be enough. Runkle, your tweets have been epic lately. He's been sassy on the Twitter. I like it. I never check Twitter so often in my life. Thank you both for the work you're doing. I really find that there's little pockets of Twitter that aren't a total trash fire. Someone tweeted, believe all women, really all of them. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. I mean, again, I want to get to a place where we can talk about believing people's stories and hearing them out and also normalizing if it's getting to criminal stuff, I've got questions, and it's right to have questions. I think there's a way to believe people's stories and hear them and acknowledge them and honor them as people for their experiences. But also, if you have questions, to be able to ask questions without that also being something that's harmful. I don't know how to strike that balance online. I wish I did. Every day I'm trying to figure out, how do we find that balance of honoring people and their experience and believing them. But when it gets to the point that people are losing work and things like that, you need to have questions. And where and when is that line? But we keep having those conversations, and maybe altogether we'll figure it out. Seems like Amber Heard's team found out during the depositions that Amber Heard's version of the story would lose. So they tried to say the op-ed wasn't about Johnny at all. That ship has sailed, but Amber Heard still pushed the case to a worse direction for the story. I mean, it's very possible, but Amber Heard said in her cross-examination, the piece was about Johnny and others. Done. Runkle, Amber Heard supporter, claims she was heckled and treated badly by JD supporter. Have you seen anything? I will tweet that at him, but also tweet that at him because we don't love that. Does the time remaining include closing arguments? No, it does not. Make a midnight makeup mama. Great question. Amanda, question about the mention of hashtags. Isn't this good for Amber Heard in the defamation part of the case? They didn't correlate it to the defamation. The biggest correlation I saw, and it also doesn't equal causation, but the biggest correlation I saw was to the leaked audio, not to Alan or Adam Waldman's statements. And the statements are what she's suing for. And I appreciate the question, Amanda. The statements are what they're suing for, but I saw it connected to the leaked audio. And so if the leaked audio is what caused that flurry online, then it wasn't the statements that caused damage. And it's trying to go to prove that she was reputationally damaged. So the jury is left with, was it the audio or was it the statements? And if they can attribute the statements to Depp, we're not even to the point where they can attribute the statements to Depp. I can't wait. I keep overruling myself. I can't wait for Amber Heard to rest her case and to see the argument to strike that part of the case. I don't think the judge will do it. I think she'll let the jury decide, but I think she could. Do courts provide mental health support to jurors? No, but they should. Question, what did the jury think of her being the main reason Aquaman was such a hit? Oh, we didn't get to see, we heard Runkle say that the jurors were kind of just like done by that point. If Amber Heard runs out of time, can her team still do closing? Yes, because closing is a separate clock, but they can't question any more witnesses, and they're going to get the clock run on them. Did you notice Doctor mentioned his, quote, psychotic sister 3 times? Which sister do you think he was referring to? I don't know. I don't know. Does this hurt his sister's testimony? I don't know. I think he has multiple sisters. I got the sense that he was saying he felt like Amber Heard was acting like other people in his life had. Who do you think will win? This is why I wanted to come back around to this comment now. I went into this case and still believe that Johnny Depp has a harder case. He does. Has a harder case. But so with that being a harder case, Amber Heard's team is not doing a lot to maintain their lead. Amber Heard's team started in the lead. But I just don't love the way her team has done this. I think it was their case to lose. I think they are not maintaining their lead. I think Johnny Depp has a better chance of winning now than he did when this case started. And that's because of Amber Heard's testimony and her team's choices, because this was theirs to lose, not his to win. This was always a hard case for him. So who do I think will win? I think Depp is in a better position to win than he was when this case started. I study fandom culture at uni, and it's interesting. Oh, that would be fascinating. So much more fun than political science. I hope you're taking a vacation when this is over. LDC, funny thing about that is we moved our vacation. I will be taking a little bit of downtime, but we moved our vacation. That makes sense. I felt so much empathy when his doctor was talking. Nobody should be dissing anyone that was required to do their part. Love you, M. Thank you. I appreciate that, Mel. I agree. Obviously, I soapboxed about it for like 20 minutes. Given Heard is also suing Depp, why does Depp get all the structural advantage going first and last and not Heard? Because he sued first. Suing first is everything in court is a strategy. When to sue, where to sue, who your lawyers are, what claims to pick. All of this is strategy. Not as much in criminal. A lot of that's prescribed. But in civil, all of this is strategy. I watched Runkle of the Bailey as a teen, or Rumpole of the Bailey as a teen because of my dad, and I love this pun. Please pass that one on to Runkle for me. Anna, I will, and you can also tweet that out at him too, but I'll share that with him in DM'd. What do you think of the revulsion of him, or the revelation of him not wanting to marry? I'm not surprised they didn't have a prenup finished. I'm not surprised that he didn't want to get married. He's like, I'm 51. I get it. But if you're with somebody that much younger, that becomes a relationship conversation about whether they want that experience. But I can totally understand him like, Mando, this is a great question. I read Mando as like Mandalorian. Oh, wait, is that's exactly what you mean. It's hard sometimes to see the icons because they are small. Can I tell you how much I fucking love the Mandalorian show? It's so good. How do lawyers run the clock on each other? In this trial, each side was given the same amount of time. And at the end of the day today, Johnny Depp's team has 10 hours of court time and witness time more than Amber Heard's team. And that is a strategic advantage. And as we talked about with Runkle, if they run out of time, they can't do cross-examination of witnesses, and Johnny Depp's team gets to present their story unopposed. Do you think Depp's lawyers will be able to persuade the jury from the lawyer of Amber's op-ed who said she couldn't be sued on it? Do you think Depp's lawyers will be able to persuade the jury? I think Heard's team is putting that in, and it's hard. I don't quite understand the question. I think Heard's team is putting that in to try to say, see, we checked it. She doesn't have the intent to defame. It's not malicious. She was told it was okay, but I think that could backfire spectacularly. Oh my God, I love your villager. Jade said, question, what do you think about the Instagram account, Home and Habit, that was suspended after sharing videos stating he saved her from a drug overdose and other things? I need to know more. I don't think accounts should be shut down if they're not violating TOS, and I would hate to see a PR hit campaign on accounts that are pro Johnny Depp, but we are seeing that happen with accounts that are getting attacked that are pro Johnny Depp, and that's the behind the scenes shit that's just pure fuckery to me. It's like, if you're so confident in your side, what are you worried about? If they're lies, I can see people trying to use the platforms to say this is spreading lies, but whose time is used on cross of rebuttal witnesses? The team that's doing the questioning. Whatever lawyer's talking, if your mouth's moving, that's your time. Is the defense team only 8 hours left? Won't that reduce the hours they have to question rebuttal witnesses? Yes, Terry, and that is precisely the strategic advantage. Thank you, Tammers. You've been tremendously generous, and I'm struggling for words. B, thank you so much. Most stardom people have a minority of toxic people in their fandom. It sucks, but it's across the board. I agree with you. There are just people who take fandom too far. There's people who take everything too far, to be fair. I don't think you should leave anything on anyone's pages unless they've had affiliation with them. I completely agree with you, and thank you. Nicole said, I'm a DV survivor, and this whole trial has done nothing but broken my heart. I mean, same. This trial is at the core of it sad, and we're watching the mutual destruction, or the attempted mutual destruction, of these two individuals. I came in unsure, but now I'm sure he's a DV victim and she's an abuser. It makes me sick that he is still doubted. And then you look at the headlines, and it's, Vogue or whatever being like, it's time to believe Amber Heard. It's like, girl, have you been in court though? We have been in court for every moment of this case. If you have not been, and if you have not talked to someone who has been, then I need you to talk about why it can be damaging to not believe people that come forward. But I need you to not say that that's what's going on here. I'm wearing my Justice for Johnny Depp t-shirt right now. You're the best, girl. I love your channel. Tina, thank you. That's so kind. Can you explain what Amber Heard can do with only 8 hours left for the whole week? They've been flying through witnesses, so they've probably only got a few witnesses left. Some of those witnesses were 20 minutes long, so they've probably only got a handful of witnesses left. What do you think Monday will hold? Full day of witnesses for Amber? I can't imagine. I mean, yes, there's enough court time for Monday to be a full day for them. They've got to reserve some time for a rebuttal. So Amber's case might rest on Monday. How long are closing arguments? Which team goes first? Is only time they do the closing argument. Yes. Depp's team goes first. I don't know how much time the court gave them, But normally there will be a certain amount of time the sides will get. And this is it. And it's supposed to be Friday. But if this goes faster, it could go faster. Binary Blonde said, love seeing another smart woman from Tennessee. Thanks for sharing all your knowledge. You're welcome. To be fair, I moved here. I moved here. Space and animals and nature and weather and space and green things. Dylan said, do you think Depp's team will pick up on his life spiraling right after the time he met Heard and use it in closing? I'm sure they're aware. And I'm sure that's part of what Johnny Depp was saying. Question, does the time they argue objections count towards their time? Yes, it does. But sidebars don't. Question, do you think or can you speculate whether the jury follows the rules to not discuss the case being public? Rebecca, in my experience, jurors have taken it very seriously, and there's a camaraderie amongst other jurors where they don't want to disappoint the other jurors. And so it could really ruin the case and ruin deliberations if they don't follow the judge's admonishments. So I think that they take them seriously, but there's no way to prove. Can we make a clip so we can share on social? Because this is ridiculous. Yes. I think it will gain empathy for Johnny but her team is not trying to equate alcohol and drug use to violent abuse. And we know that's not true. Oh, because her team is trying. They are trying to make it happen. They're not getting there. Question, do older video depos count towards time? Yes. Or is that already taken out of their time? No. Whatever they play in court's taken out of their time. Will Amber Heard's teams be able to cross-examine the rebuttal witnesses, or will they be out of time? They need to be very careful. We talked about that. Yes, it does. I wonder if Tom Girardi is a super lawyer. Oh, he was a super lawyer a lot. Like a lot. Like a lot. Hey, Emily, does Amber Heard's prior attorney regarding the op-ed bear any weight on her liability for writing it? Kath, I think it can go towards her willfulness. I think it can go towards the malice, saying, I relied on my attorney to know that this was true. I don't know that the jury's going to buy it based on her testimony. I think that is a technical legal argument that before her testimony would have flown. I relied on my attorney. This is true. And I did everything I could to make sure that this was not going to be a problem. And I didn't ask the attorney for advice about defamation because I didn't think it would be defamatory. I wanted to make sure I didn't cross any lines with the NDA in my divorce settlement because I knew it wasn't defamatory because I knew it was true. She didn't argue I knew it was true. She's arguing, I checked with my lawyer to ensure it wasn't defamatory. Okay, so did you suspect it might be because you know it's not true? Because then, girl, I think the stronger argument there is you were trying not to violate the divorce NDA, and that's why you ran it by a lawyer. And running it by a lawyer gave you the clear, and this lawyer knows defamation and would have told you if anything could be defamatory, but checked with you that it was true. Question, how does the court calculate how much time each side gets? The judicial assistants next to the judge do it. Why was there no cross on the witness today? Because Johnny Depp's team chose to reserve their time and not play it. They didn't need to. Because if a live witness is in court, they can say no cross. So in a deposition, same thing, no cross. We don't want it in. They talked about it in the depo. They don't want it in. Why is Amber seated between her attorneys today? I don't know. Strategic choice, optics, to have somebody to chat with during all those boring fucking depositions that they've already seen a million times. Take your break. I missed the last depos. I'm in the UK. Please, would you mind summarizing? I noticed a few super chats saying they're upset and I'm so confused. I think we've summarized it well now that we're here. So it'll also be timestamped, but I think we summarized the doctor. Replay crew here jumping in to say how great your commentary is. Thank you. And you're walking us through all this shiz show is amazing. Amanda, you are welcome. Well, at least take the compliment. Does her confirming the op-ed was indeed about Johnny among others, but Johnny, does that hurt her case? Yes. From my recollection, she stated it wasn't about him at all. She said she didn't. How do I phrase this? She didn't say it wasn't about him in her direct. She never said it wasn't about him. She said, it's about my experience after I left. It's about my experience after I left. But she didn't say it wasn't about him. And then on cross, she said it was about him and others. So yes, it hurts her case because we know it's about Depp. The ACLU though already blew the doors off of that argument. The ACLU knew it was about Johnny and wanted to spice it up with more info about Johnny. And so we know it's about him. I think the defamation by implication has been proven. Whether they find malice and whether they find the statements to be defamatory is going to be up for the jury. But is this article about Depp? I think they proved that. Is it sus to juries when there's no cross? I don't know. I think it could go both ways. It's like, that's different. Or, oh, this didn't hurt them at all. So why the fuck did they care? It just depends. Or they just don't even notice because they're so tired. She was awful in Aquaman. The wig did better acting than her. And maybe that's why people don't recognize her from Aquaman, because she had red hair in the movie. And it's like, I didn't know it was her. But I wasn't paying attention to her in Aquaman. To be fair. Jason Momoa. I also got bored during, like, Aquaman did not capture my attention well. So my mind wandered. I think I was probably on my phone during the movie. If I have the urge to like check my phone and social media during a movie, you've lost me. Because when I'm watching shit I love, it's like, so why did Elaine get to testify about past? Oh, we talked about that much earlier in the day. We'll see what comes up. We're not done with this trial. When we get to the end of the trial, we can talk about it. Does Amber have any good witnesses left? Have any of them been? Did Johnny have to waive his right to secrecy or to privacy for this witness to testify? Yes. Does this go in Johnny's favor? Yes. We talked about House and Habit. House and Habit, if you're watching, you can DM me on Twitter. I don't know if there's anything we can do, but if there's anything we can do, the community is behind you. It's bullshit that your account got taken down. Just found your channel and love it. Question: if Amber Heard had kept it simple and said the article wasn't about you, no defamation, she might have won the case. Agree. But lost public support. Agree. So she went full on in it was about you. There was a legal strategy to winning that was hers to fuck up. And I think this was a client-led decision. And I think, especially when it goes to the sexual violence headline, if they had brought in no testimony about it, it would be like, that wasn't about this. That was about an experience in college. That wasn't about you. Because then you put in some of the phone calls and you say this was a controlling relationship. He controlled my career. Here's the phone calls of him yelling at me and calling me names. And that was abusive. And I felt it was abusive and I lived in fear. And then I finally had to leave and you let it go. I think you have a technical win. I don't think Amber wanted the technical win. Johnny wanted to tell her story. She wanted to tell her side of it. And they're still locked horns. But I think that wins for Johnny because we've already heard her side. Did anyone catch Josh Drew's testimony on Amber's birthday that Amber had Johnny's phone? Yep. And we know she had his phone because she threw it. So fact check about the Courtney Love thing. House and Habit was banned for the video. Not sure how they got it because Courtney Love didn't even post the video on her own IG. Video seems legit, but could be a deep fake. Okay. So that's interesting. And again, it could be that Courtney Love had a problem, but we'll see. I mean, we're just going to have to see what happens. There is probably more info. Shutting people down when they don't violate TOS is a problem for me. If that's what happened. Could talking so much about his addictions be numbing the jury to it? Obvious. Yes, I think so. It's not shocking. None of it's shocking. He addressed it so well and direct. His attorneys got out ahead of it. And now it's like, and tell us something new. I think they thought he would distance himself from it and he didn't. He's like, I've used drugs. I have pain. I have struggles. I've used drugs for this reason. I was addicted to this. It was fucking terrible. Detoxing was terrible. I have still a lot of damage and I was trying to escape my head. And he said in his testimony, something along the lines of, I never used to party. I used to escape my own mind or my own brain or my own thoughts. And I think he already framed his addiction and his use for the jury. And so the rest of this piling on is like, he already told us though. Like we already heard what that is. And we already, I think, can empathize with him. I don't know how you don't empathize with him. It's like, you understand where he's coming from. The texts and stuff were horrible, but we've forgotten all about all the awful text messages because now they're just trying to bang on about him using drugs. And it's like, and they should be banging on about the text messages, but they didn't. How does the judge get paid? Is she jealous of that Amber spent $6 million? Probably not. The judge probably doesn't want to deal with Amber Heard as a client for all of the money in the world. And the judge gets paid by the state. Judges are well compensated. I don't know what they're compensated in Virginia, but they are well compensated. Oftentimes that is public record. Whose time is taken up during objections? We talked about that. Can Amber Heard claim mistrial due to introduction of public opinion? Her lawyers did it. Or by saying her lawyers did not defend her properly? No. Could she try to sue her lawyers at the end? Yes, but she won't be successful because I guarantee you these are all client-led decisions. And it's like, we told you not to. Hopefully it's all in writing. Are the last 2 days harming Depp's case? Not today. I've been missing a lot lately, but it doesn't seem to be looking better. It's not looking worse. And that's where you want to be at this point. Yesterday, I think was more damaging, but today I think undid it. But I'm going to sit on it and I'll, when I do my morning opening tomorrow, we'll talk about it. Oh, not tomorrow. I'll do a summary of some sort tomorrow or later on social. Could her verbal abuse accusation affect him, DT, his own self-esteem issues due to his own? Yes. That's why he was concerned about being manic. It could be. I mean, I can't speculate and I don't speculate on mental health. We heard what the doctor said. So she knew he was abused as a child by his mother, and then she turned around and physically and emotionally abused him. Question, Emily, do you think that Johnny Depp has been told to stay looking down to avoid eye contact or something? It appears he's drawing or something, but stays looking down a lot. Just curious. I think it's very consistent with people who are uncomfortable with all of this being aired about them. I think it's also consistent with what he's talked about with some social anxiety and not wanting to be the center of attention, not wanting to be the object of attention. I think it shows that he's maybe not, like, he's engaged with his lawyers, but it's not unfamiliar to me to see people in court just be like, please don't look at me. And if I'm just like this, maybe you're not looking at me. I think it supports his side of the case. Amber Heard staring down the jury is a totally different vibe. So I don't necessarily think his lawyers told him to do it. I think it's comfort and protection. It reads to me like he's trying to protect himself. Okay, we talked about that. I'm not going to go through all of the super chats about the doctor because we did talk about it. Request for come on Elaine merch. I'll have to make sure it doesn't violate anybody's trademark. How is this allowed? Yep. Can you tell us, since the J. Howe declaration is what Whitney told her, how would you bring her in and get that in front of a jury? Just hypothetical of how you would approach it. Either by depo or direct witness and be like, excuse me, did Whitney tell you this? Because it is a prior inconsistent statement. So it's not hearsay. It's offered as impeachment, not to prove the truth. It's offered to prove that Whitney lied somewhere. Will there be any JD witnesses rebuttal today? No, probably not till late in the day, Monday or Tuesday. Can Johnny Depp's lawyers call Amber Heard's ex-wife? I don't know if they'll call her or the officer that saw it. They're going to call somebody. Are these video depots harder on Amber Heard's side since they were so long ago and they can't change the relevance of their questions? I think they're closer in time, but no, they can't change the relevance of their questions to everything that's come out, and that might be damaging to them, but they're not going to get these people back for multiple depositions. I think the most damaging part of the video depots is they're boring and they're dry and it's hard to pay attention, and the good points are lost because it's so fucking jumpy and you're like, the person looks this way 1 minute and then that way, and then the light changes and then the room changes. It's so disorienting. It's so much easier to listen to a witness on the stand. Can Elaine mess up with Johnny's team remaining time by constantly objecting? No. It doesn't count. It's not going to count against them. How does the jury keep stories in check over the days? The same way I do. Notes. Lots and lots of notes. And when they stop taking notes, it's because they don't give a fuck. And that's a bad sign in a case with so many exhibits. Can Johnny Depp sue the Washington Post for the article? If he was going to, he would have. That time has passed. The statute of limitations has run. Question, did someone in that depot room have freaking COVID? I think that's in the courtroom, and I don't know why the mics are on when the audio is playing, but I'm guessing it's because we're just getting a live feed from the court and we're hearing the audio as it's being played in court. I don't know who keeps coughing in the courtroom. It's been days and days and days. It's something. Do you think they could probably find evidence stating Amber Heard is a jealous person? Probably. I mean, probably. You guys, we're like clicking over more there's 80,000 of you still here, and we are still clicking over on the road to 450. Y'all are blowing me away with this. The memory of these witnesses is superb. I can't remember what I ate for dinner last night. They have to sit down and go through this, and they can like, oh, I remember this date. Oh, I have an email from that date. They can go through, like, if you had to write out a story and look at your notes or your calendar, you would go back through and reference things to help remember if you can. So I'm going to need lawyers to send an HD camera and quality microphone for depots on Zoom. It's fucking miserable. Question, why would Amber Heard's team be calling witnesses that are just wasting time? Could be client directed. Could it be that they just wanted along witnesses? I think it's client directed. Look at you guys. I see you. I see you. When did her employment start? Because there was an article that stated Disney severed ties with Depp. I don't know with the Disney lady, but we had that article already in evidence. Are you doing Friday Night Live tomorrow? If so, what time? No. I'm going to go out to dinner with the family tomorrow night. She had no previous experience with Johnny Depp, so how can she say he was under the influence and not just extremely angry? That's a very good question. Do you think they have the wrong person at Disney? No, that was the corporate designee. She doesn't speak for the whole of Disney, and doesn't have the authority by virtue of being a production manager. She was their corporate designee for those. She was the corporate designee to talk about what's in the files. So that's a more tactical thing. She wasn't the decision maker, but she could say these things weren't recovered. We didn't see that article being emailed. That's about it. So, okay, it doesn't mean they didn't call each other and say, what the fuck's up with this? How is the jury guaranteed not to check TikTok, Twitter, etc.? You heard the judge. You heard the judge read the admonitions, and that's how. I think you missed when Josh said he distinctly remembered Amber having Johnny's phone. He took it from her, opposite from her account of throwing it. I thought he said, I remember him saying that Amber had Johnny's phone. He might have taken it back. She might have gotten it back later. The phone was thrown because it was recovered blocks away from the house on Skid Row in LA and purchased back. So Julia said maybe when Amber Heard wants to prove she's being a victim also in social media, maybe. I think that's what that testimony was supposed to prove. Oh, Caroline, thank you. I'd love to know who the consultant is who chooses the experts. I'm 10 years older than you, and I've never seen such poor expert testimony. Yeah, it's been wild. I don't know how they get chosen. I sent you an email about a similar research a few days ago. This would be great. Check it out. I will absolutely check it out. I'm going to be in my emails more tomorrow. I'll be on social media a little tonight, but I'll be in email tomorrow. This was around the time of the UK trial verdict. Wouldn't that skew the data? That's what they were trying to get at, but I don't think can talk about the verdict. Could they be trying to suggest that if it's positive for JD and it's inherently negative? Yeah, and he kind of said, I didn't think there was any question about that. Bruh. How can Johnny's team use the fact that Amber fought legally to keep her and Elon's embryos despite him wanting them destroyed after the relationship ended? She alleged that he was abusive too. I don't think that has any relevance coming in because it is after all of this. Question, how is Twitter talking bad about her proving that she lost anything financially? I think it's to prove reputational harm. Am I wrong that they didn't tell us where she was missing roles? 2 witnesses that they tried to stack because the next one was like, well, there's all this on Twitter. LAPD DV specialist also threw Josh's testimony under the bus. Yes, he said that the Loxie officer saw she had a red face and damages to the house, and we can go pick him up when the cop was asked by Josh, what can we do? Yeah, and that's not at all what Officer Sines said. How do they prove this smear campaign was created by JD's team? They're trying to link it to Waldman. They did a bad job. Question, is it possible that there weren't many negative tweets because no one really knew who Amber was before this? Possible. It just didn't matter. Did I miss the part where he explained how he chose which hashtag to use for the search? It was randomly done by a program that he wrote. Can he tell if Amber and Johnny used any of the hashtags? He wasn't asked. Shouldn't these be backed up to the day Amber Heard filed her TRO? Probably, but they chose not to do it, and that didn't get asked about on cross. Q-Store presented earlier would have been a better approach. Bad analysis from a corrupt pool. Twitter APIs are littered with fake bots. Q-Score might have been better, but they chose not to do that. It probably didn't support their side of the case. Is it weird that they moved on to counterclaim stuff already? No, it's not. They have to. There's nothing else left. Question, if they go over bots using negative hashtags and they didn't, or cats, they should have asked. This incentivizes celebs to use bots with particular hashtags as pre-protecting themselves to possible suits. And also, as stated, people also sabotage hashtags to comment with contradictory sentiment. I don't think he asked about that well on cross. If Amber Heard If AH could demand a damaging video Depo played, couldn't she demand including photos? If so, why did she blame the lawyers for omitting photos of injury? I don't know. Because I think those photos weren't turned over because the jury hasn't seen them. She was trying to allude that photos were kept out. Oh, we pinged. She was trying to allude that photos were kept out. Hey, look at that. To 441. Isn't this considered subjective research? Yes, he picked and chose those dates. They told him to. Did he look at the data after the ROT? Nope. Or the TRO? No, he didn't. Correlation doesn't equal causation. Agreed. Isn't this influencing the jurors since they're not allowed to do outside research? Yes. I'm going to get to a few more comments and questions before we bounce. Question: if either Amber Heard or JD's PR team post anything publicly this weekend, what are the consequences? They violated the court's order, and that would not be good. That would be bad. If you see it, tag me. If you see it on social media, tag me immediately. But it would not be good. It would be violating the court's order, and there would be repercussions to the legal teams, I would imagine. JD on tape helping Amber Heard regain her reputation. Hi from California, doing fantastic critique of the trial. Thank you. Ellen Barkin left me cold. Sounded like a scorned ex. Hell hath no fury like a woman's scorn for Sega. That's where we're at with her testimony. Didn't Amber's agent say that she had bad chemistry with Jason Momoa? I didn't hear that. How do you have bad chemistry with Jason Momoa? Unless he thinks that you're an asshole. He seems lovely. Did anybody see the gentleman on YouTube do the broken bed? Law and Lumber. Oh, Law and Lumber is our homie. Law and Lumber is LawTube, new LawTube. And yes, he's great. We stan. Thank you, Kelly. That's Fran. That's so generous. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you. You guys have been tremendously generous. Did all the objections take some of Amber Heard's time? All of her team not being able to get it together took some of their time. Are the hashtags or cats or bots Googling them more to boost public perception? Probably. That's probably true. I heard it. Oh, you guys heard the bing this time. It's because the court wasn't going. Oh my God, I'm dying. Elaine's testimony. He pushed her buttons. Oh my God, I bet he did. That's what I thought too. He flipped the switch. Emily, annoyed and disinterested, sums up all her witnesses. Mm-hmm. And you know what? I really want this trial to be great. Nobody wants to see a blowout. Everyone wants to see the amazing game that comes down to the wire when it's sports ball. You want the cliffhanger. You want the moments. And we're just, one side's just not serving right now. And that's tough. What if a juror or a party has to go to the bathroom in the middle of the trial? I mean, they can try to ask the court, but it generally has to wait until a break. So yeah, they can try to alert the bailiff, but generally it has to wait for a break. There's bad chemistry because per an article, Amber Heard between Lisa and Jason, and she was part of a reason for their, well, that's just messy. None of that's going to come in, but that just seems messy. But none of that would come in here. I was trying to pull a question and then the chap jumped. He won't meet the burden of proof that he met. He won't meet the burden of proof that he met the burden of defamation. If anything, it outed him as being just as nasty as Amber. He won't win. She won't win. It's possible. But I don't know if using Depp's kid's name helps, but it's possible. I mean, it's possible that they both lose. It absolutely is. I think he's much closer to meeting the burden for defamation. So, let's see. Somebody asked when I go to the bathroom. I do at the break, when I take a break. Oh yeah. We talked about Law and Lumber. Thank you. Okay. I think I'm almost caught up. If I missed things that were earlier, I absolutely apologize. I'm going to try to scoop and grab a few and then I'm going to get going. It is a lot of collateral damage, but I think Dr. Hughes accidentally exposing blatant systematic bias is a good thing. I agree with you. Though I also worry that people may believe actual victims less. I don't know about that. I think people can look at what people say and be like, hey, this is so different than what we saw. And I was really hoping Dr. Hughes would explain the cycle of IPB better and help people understand more. We were all rooting for you. I wanted Dr. Hughes to educate not just the jurors, but educate the internet. And she just didn't. Clients are styled and our lawyers styled themselves. I mean, I've never seen a lawyer have a stylist. I imagine that it happens. Most lawyers just select what they are comfortable in, but I mean, I would imagine in some very fancy law practices it happens, but no, I mean, maybe personal shoppers, but I don't think stylists, but maybe. If she was abused and wanted to keep it private, why does she talk about it now? She said that she was forced to. I mean, because of this lawsuit and others. Can you explain how proving someone was abusive proved whether or not defamation was made? I have a case brief that breaks this down more because it's going to get difficult as my brain is very tired. But she said she was the face of domestic abuse. And she said that she was, I don't know, remember the headline exactly about sexual violence. It's in my case brief on the video on the channel, but he's saying that that's not true. So that's defamation. But then he has to prove that those things didn't happen to prove that it's not true, to prove that it's defamation. Defamation is making the false statements. So he has to prove the statements are true, which means there's this entire trial centered around whether or not he was abusive, whether or not she was abusive, whether or not he was a perpetrator, she was a perpetrator, somebody was engaged in retaliatory violence. And yeah. So not sure if anyone asked you, but look at Jennifer Howell's last Instagram post from 4 hours ago. I will when I wrap. So every time Camille has to object a lane that runs Depp's team clock. No, if they, and I didn't want to get too deep into it. If they win the objection, it goes against the other team. If they lose the objection, then they're wasting their own time. It prevents gamesmanship. Question, Legal Bites & Co. think the counter lawsuit was a fatal flaw by Amber Heard because of the evidence that has come in due to it. Do you agree? I think it's turned out badly. I think they thought it was a good idea. I think strategically this was client led and they thought it was a good idea. I don't think it's helped them. I don't. Off topic, have you seen the British comedy Gimme Gimme Gimme? No, I think you would find it hilarious. I probably would. I like British humor. As much as I hate watching and listening to the depositions, I like how it prevents poisoning the jury with objectionable what if any questions. True. And that's part of the benefit is you get to edit all that shit out. During rebuttal, can Johnny Depp's team bring in recent articles confirming Pirates 6 with Margot Robbie? No, it's too late for all of that. All right, I'm going to look. Some of these super chats are from way early in the stream. So please tell me who Ellen Barkin is and why she's important to the case. Jen Howell as well. That's Jen Howell stuff is on Twitter. Jen Howell contradicts Whitney Heard's testimony and Ellen Barkin. I don't know why she's important. Just finished my disability hearing. I won. Hey, Lynn. Congratulations. I thought of you often as my attorney asked me questions and the ALJ talked. I was shocked to get a ruling so quickly. So grateful to have this done before back surgery next month. Congratulations, Lynn. And I'm sorry that you're going through that. Back shit is the worst. My spinal fusion, the whole year with my back surgeries and spinal fusion were very, very difficult. Take care of yourself. Not just physically, but mentally and emotionally. It's hard stuff. Brianna said, question, with all the talk about Tug earlier with him being well, if she wins, what are the odds she starts suing all of LawTube for defamation? No one has defamed you, Amber. We're talking about the facts as we see them coming out. Emily, you are everything. Well, thanks, Simi. My kids go to school and I start watching you. When they come back, I'm still watching you. And they say, are you watching Emily Baker? They love you too. Hello, children. Yes, the Emily D. Baker. Your mom probably listens to me. You might listen to me more than my own children do, and we appreciate that. Semi-intelligent question. Can lawyers, judges be jurors? They can, Kid Carson, but lawyers don't always want other lawyers on their panel or on their jury. Here's why. Quick example. My first felony trial was a shit show. I very much believed in my case, but it was a mess. The defense attorney that I was up against was lovely. Her case was also a shit show. It was her first felony trial and my first felony trial. We had both done other trials, misdemeanor trials, preliminary hearings, other things, but our first felony trial. And I ran out of peremptories and left a lawyer on my jury. And after, the jury has the opportunity to talk to the lawyers, don't have to, but often wanted to chat about the case because then you can chat to the lawyers about the case. And people seem to like talking to me. So this attorney came up and was like, hey, I just wanted to give you some feedback. I'm like, bruh, I didn't ask for your feedback, but cool, thanks. He's like, I didn't like how you used red marker for your closing because I was not PowerPointing, but handwriting things on giant Post-it notes because the courtroom at the time didn't have any way to project PowerPoints and things like that. So I would write out my jury instructions, which as someone with ADHD and dyslexia, the real fear of misspelling shit in front of the jury or writing things wrong is like, it makes you sweat. But that was the best way for me to explain things. And I really enjoyed doing it. And he's like, criticized my handwriting and the choice of pen. And like, your question on day 2 was this and this and that. And I was like, my only witness in this case was not here the first day of trial because he barricaded himself in his home when the police went to go pick him up and give him a ride to court because he said he couldn't get there otherwise. And he barricaded himself in his home because he was high and drunk and didn't want to come to court. So then he had to end up being brought into court, not of his own volition, because he had been court ordered on a bench warrant to appear in court and was experiencing some symptoms of detox from being from sleeping at the courthouse overnight before he testified. And then when he testified, he looked at the defendant and said, is that supposed to be the guy? Because that doesn't look like the guy to me. That was my only live witness. I won that case because we had a booking photo and the dude who was supposed to be the guy, who was actually the guy, lost a ton of weight in custody by the time of the arrest and the time we went to trial, and we showed the booking photo and the jury was like, oh, that makes sense. But yeah, that case was a shit show. And then we're talking to the jurors afterwards, me and this amazing the defense attorney that I very, very much enjoyed. Like, it just felt like we were in it together, went to lunch afterwards, just really liked her. As I was talking to some of the jurors, one of the jurors walked up and asked her out. Not while we were in trial. See, this juror was smart and waited. And so we get into the back hallway and I'm just like, hey, the jurors are asking you out. She's like, yeah, didn't notice my wedding ring. I'm like, right? So annoying. And she's like, so annoying. These men. And then she's like, you know what? He asked me out. Like he wanted to go out with me. And this jury still convicted my client. Like, who are you voting against me, convicting my client, and then coming in here with the fucking audacity to try to ask me out on a date while I'm wearing a goddamn wedding ring in court? I'm like, girl, yes, we should go out and get a drink. And she's like, yeah, we should. That case was a mess. But again, I talk about that case quite a lot because even though that particular witness was a habitual drug user and alcoholic, he had a really, really sad story. He was going to purchase narcotics from a drug dealer in a parking garage because the bar had cut him off on 4th of July and he was pissed. But the woman who was down there buying drugs and also engaging in other adult illegal activity got beaten up and robbed instead of getting the drugs. And so when the defense attorney was asking, well, you use drugs, you drink, how do you remember? And he goes, sometimes I do have memory problems, but I've never seen a woman beaten up like that. And it just chilled me. I can't believe someone would do that. And he's like, it just stuck out in my mind so much. And that's one of the things that made me so upset when I looked at the UK testimony from the, oh, here come the bots. We can turn on the subscribers mode to a little longer if you'd like. This is, are we still the number one live on YouTube? That's probably what's going on. So just turn on the subscribers mode to a little bit longer and it'll cut the bots. Thank you, moderators. You guys are the best. Yeah, we're still the top live on YouTube. That's why whack-a-mole with the bots. So with that, I completely lost my train of thought. Oh, when the UK case came out, the judge really seemed to discount everything Johnny Depp said if he was using and or if he was high. And I was like, that's really not fair though. There's a reason that he would remember these things, and just saying, oh, he was drinking, so he can't testify is just discounting people and isn't accurate unless they say, I was drinking and therefore I don't remember. Particularly when you get people who drink regularly, they're like, well, no, my memory's not affected. I have a couple of drinks. It's not a problem. And we've seen all these witnesses from Depp that say, no, I've never seen him not remember something when he's drinking. So just... What's my favorite memory from trial? Oh, are we becoming a Q&A now? I'm going to go back to trial questions. I have a lot of favorite moments from the work that I did. Winning cases that I was very passionate about was probably my favorite memories, but some of the funny memories, there was a defendant in a fraud case who yelled at me from the stand, but also had like one of these like TV lawyer moments on the stand where he's yelling about the co-defendant. Like, of course he's not smart enough to do it. That's why I had to tell him what to do. And I was like, sit down now. You win. Sit down now. Now you win. Sit down. Sit down now. He filed an appeal against me, a handwritten appeal. And the handwritten appeal that was filed against the case, not against me personally, but the handwritten appeal that was filed, talked about the fact that I used an unflattering booking photo, and how fucking dare I use the unflattering booking photo in my closing argument, because the jury was going to convict him because the booking photo was unflattering. And I just thought it was a moment. I was like, that's a moment. The thing you're maddest about in this trial is the photo I used in my closing argument, because by that time we had PowerPoint in the court. So I've got this, there are so many stories. This is something I tend to do on our members only live stream, is tell relevant stories from court and stuff. But I wanted to make sure I focus on the case, and then I'm going to go eat dinner. I've come out of surgery to take my gallbladder out. I couldn't watch the DCL. I have bipolar type 2 and it hurts. That's completely fair, Michelle. Take care of yourself. Use the timestamps. Take care of yourself first, because that's what you deserve. And then you can look at my quick bits, which clip down the funny shit over on my quick bits channel. Love your content. Been here since you covered the Tati case. Thank you. Can you believe that we're at like over 400,000? Like, we're at over 400,000 subscribers. We hit 100,000 subscribers last May. I don't understand. I'm immensely grateful. I love doing this and being here with you. It feels like I get to chat with my besties all day. And then one of my lawyer besties calls me and she's like, how was court today? I'm like, girl, you're not going to believe what Elaine did today. And then I like start all over with a condensed version. Couldn't get here earlier. Honest and deep apologize. Don't apologize to me. It's here. It's here for you on the replay. Time to hear your trial story. Great, amazing, funny, and really turned around my lousy day. Thank you. You're welcome. Someday I'll tell the story again about tripping and falling on a defendant that was facing multiple life counts and getting yelled at by the judge. I'll also tell about the judge trying to sanction me for my face one of these days. But Your Honor, it's my face. I'm sorry. It's expressive. It makes faces. Does this consider bots spam? I have questions. Yep. They are here. They have come. Question, what about the length of the hashtag? If it's longer, it's used less? I have no idea. They didn't ask about it at all. I'm sorry, but can you just point out that none of this would have happened if Amber had stuck to the NDA and moved on with her life? I think we just did. Thank you, Pterodactyl. It's a very fair point. I think that people should be able to have a voice. I think that people should be able to share their experience. I think there was a way to do this better, but I think the ACLU testimony, and it was interesting that they were called co-conspirators by Ben Chu. The ACLU's testimony was it's more salacious with Depp. And I think that she didn't give a fuck. And she wanted that op-ed more than she was worried about getting sued. Because she could have told that story and clear from Depp. But then, as Ben Chu said, it might have ended up at the back of Team Vogue. Humanoid weenie merch with what, if any? I don't know. I don't know if I can. Maybe a sticker. Thank you for everything you do. You're welcome. Thank you so much for your generosity. I want to know in general how many people talked about Amber before this case. I've seen a lot of people who say they didn't know who she was. And maybe it's why the Justice for Johnny hashtag was so big and the other ones weren't. Do Johnny Depp and Amber Heard have to stay in Virginia while the jury deliberates? They should, because you never know when you're going to be needed in court. You never know when you're going to be needed in court, and Judge A's not fucking playing. Like, if they're going to be, they should probably be in the courthouse while the jury deliberates in conference rooms. In your opinion, do you think Depp's team made the call to challenge the validity of the AI expert, or do you think it was this one lawyer? I can't imagine they would have not talked about it. It just seemed the way it was handled was bad. If the issue is that he's only done this once and I don't think he's an expert in social media, then ask it better. I think it was a bad look. But then we got to the point that his testimony was basically relevant and kind of washed. Jenna B, expectation versus reality. I'm narcoleptic. Would I disqualify for a jury duty? I don't know. There's no way I would stay awake the whole day. And that's something you could bring to the attention of the court and they would get to choose. If you're like, I can't do this, they will take that into account and dismiss you for medical reasons. That can happen if you wanted to. I don't think it would automatically disqualify you if you're like, oh no, I can do this. Some courts only do trial in the afternoon, depending on the court, where it's like 1:30 to 4:30 or whatever. So it just depends. Do you think they'll take into account when the audio of Amber Heard was released? They didn't even tie it in well. She dragged her own name through the mud and now wants to blame a smear campaign. The audio seemed to do it. Why are any of these people's statements or hashtags on Twitter relevant? Reputational damage. Isn't this case about defamation of JD? Why do we need to hear about negative hashtags towards Amber Heard? She has a counterclaim for $100 million. How she thinks she's owed $100 million, we have not heard yet. I'm waiting for that testimony. But was anyone tweeting about Amber Heard before 2000? Or before 2020? I think they probably were after the TRO and her face was on the cover of People. How would you get disqualified as an expert if you perjure yourself, if you don't have the expertise you say you do, things like that? It's rare. But if they offer the expert and are like, you're an expert in this, and then the court's like, you're not an expert, that's technically being disqualified. It's like, no, you're not. No, you're not an expert. How many more days do we have for this trial? 5. Do they teach the jury what perjury means? Nope, not until they get the jury instructions. And even then it talks about credibility of a witness, which is in this week's podcast episode. If you want to hear me talk about the witness jury instructions, the video version will be out tomorrow, but the audio version's up now. How does this help if it's based on public opinion? I don't think it does. And with that, I'm going to look for 2 more questions and then I'm going to jam because we have to go. Does anyone help the jury understand the terminology used in people's depositions? That's the lawyer's job. Ask better questions, get better answers. $100 million, but yet I wanted nothing. It's a very fair point. She kept saying the essay was after JD. However, she continues to try to sell her story. He abused her. I think she should have stopped. I think if that happened, it's fucking horrible. It is horrible. It is a way women are sexually assaulted. It is a way men are sexually assaulted. It is not okay to sexually, I mean, obviously it's not okay to sexually assault people, but to use that, if it is false in a case like this and keep dialing down on it is really rough for me. And she legally would have been better if she had not brought it up at all. She would have had a much better chance of winning if she had left all of those allegations out of it. So, Miguelina, will you put the subscriber mode on for a little bit longer so we can cut those bots? Sorry to everyone who's new and just subscribing if it means that you can't chat. I really don't want that to be the case, and I hate if that is the case, but it's just... we just have to cut it down. Super lawyer was hired to protect Miss Heard from being sued. Didn't work. Can she sue him now? No. Hey, Dr. B, do you want to say hi to the chat? There's only 69,000. Hey, you came in at 69, babe. He's so embarrassed. He's like, can you please not? Can you please not? No, we're good. You don't have to. I'm almost done. I'm going to wrap up and say goodbye. Do you want to say hi?
Hi, people.
Hi, Law Nerds.
Hi, Law Nerds.
What's up? Oh, do you mind turning on my fan back there? I'm roasting. No, just turn it all the way down to the lowest setting. Thanks, Dr. B. Super lawyer was hired to protect Miss Heard from being sued. Didn't work. Can she sue him? No. But also it looks bad that she thought she might be sued for defamation. Question: why weren't Depp's lawyers questioning in some of those depositions? They were saving time to gain advantage. Why is it happening in Virginia? I missed why they're there. I have it. The chat all says hello. I have a case breakdown on my channel of why it's in Virginia. So, oh my goodness. That was on a long subscriber mode and they were still getting through. Sorry about that all. I've served on 2 juries. In neither one did the closing art. In neither one did the closing arguments didn't matter, and they weren't even reviewed. So I don't put much faith in closing. Jedi Scott, that's really interesting that people were like, the closing doesn't matter. I loved closing. It's your chance to tell the jury how you see the case. But if the jury's already made up their mind and they're like, we don't believe you, then it's done. It's done. It's done. So I'm going to do 2 more questions. Oh, thank you guys. You guys are very sweet. Hubs is great. He's been busy. What does Dr. B think of this mess as a trial? He knows I'm tired, but he doesn't know much about the trial. Thank you. Dr. B is great. We've been married 20 years this summer. Thank you for your coverage. Any advice on reading the law or law office study programs? You would have to ask where you live, what law firms allow, or if they allow people to come in. Oh my God, you guys, we're almost at 4:43. And I would start with philosophy, which is the foundation of law. So Stoic philosophy, Socrates, Aristotle, that's where I would start with the foundations of the legal system if you were in the US, because I found philosophy background really helped. What happens if either party can't pay the money if they lose? Collections are such a thing. I'm going to be covering this more in the Cardi B Tasha K case, because I imagine we're going to get some of this up, but they can sell property or try to force someone to sell property. They can attach their property like in the, oh my God, you guys are wild. They can attach property like they are doing in the Girardi case, where you put a lien on it. So if they ever sell it, you get paid first. If it's Amber Heard and she's going to work again, they can go to the movie studios and be like, right, but before you pay her, you have to pay me a part. So there's a lot that can be done for collections, but it kind of starts a whole nother part. Are you and Dr. B going somewhere special for your 20th? We just had to delay that vacation. But we will be. Just a little late. We'll go out to dinner. Do you think that Johnny Depp's team will bring in the doctor about Amber Heard's injury? Nope. I don't think they will. I don't think they care. I think they will move out. I think they will move out of it. And with that, you guys, thank you. If I did not get to your super chat, I deeply apologize. I really, really, really try to get to them all. And it is always my deepest desire to acknowledge all of them. I wanted to say you're super sweet and kind, and you make it wonderful to be a part of this. Thank you, Carrie. It's what I like to do. I really love to talk about this stuff. I really do. I really, really, really do. What happens if someone from the public goes up to the jury during break, says something? Oh, that would be so inappropriate. The bailiffs would shut it down and it would get addressed in court. Marie, this was from a long time ago. I use a ring. This one's me and my big ideas, but I use a disc binder or a disc bound planner or notebook, and it's on my Amazon store. All the stuff I love is on my Amazon shop, and that's why it's there. Question, I think it is the bias of which he did his analysis, and that's, they needed to point that out on Cross more. I think they were done and they wanted to say, Amber Heard a lot. Blue Eyes, Fort Lauderdale 65. I think I got that right. Love your work at LAPD DV specialist. Totally solidified the fact that LAPD saw nothing. I agree with you. And with that, I'm just going to remind you, I do have a podcast. It's The Emily Show on all your favorite podcasting apps. If you're in North America, you are welcome to join the text crew. TextEmily.com, totally free. I will do summaries of this case on my social medias at the Emily D. Baker. We don't have court tomorrow, so I will be back with you Monday, but I will be on the social medias, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok. I don't Facebook. So I will be, it's there, but I will be there over the weekend. I do take a no social Sunday, so you won't see me then. I appreciate you. Thank you for being a law nerd. This trial's been wild. If you have questions or you see something you think I need to be alerted of, my email is public. I will get to it. I might see it and not respond immediately, but don't worry, I'll get to it. And you are welcome to tag me on social or DM me things. I love having a conversation with you law nerds. I appreciate you. And I'm humbled that so many of you have chosen to go through this trial with me. And it means the world. And it just, the dedication to let's have this conversation and let's be compassionate is moving to me. That people can be compassionate about this trial. Because at the end of the day, both parties deserve some compassion because their entire fucking world has been put out there. And that's got to be hard for everyone involved. So I try to not mock the parties, give a little harder time to the lawyers because they're professionals and they can handle it. And they're the ones that are doing this. This is actually, as Amber Heard said, that's not my job. It's the lawyer's job to do this. It's her job to listen. So with that, thank you for being here. Take care of yourselves. Take care of each other. and I will see you Monday. Bye. Hey there. If connect with that wasn't the outro. Connect with me everywhere. I'm at the Emily D. Baker. If you guys want to join the text, just text Emily.com. If you want to join the channel, lawnerdsunite.com. Happy to have you. Support what we do here on the YouTube.